Yesterday released the teaser for Season 2 of The Rings of Power, which will be out at the 29th of August 2024 and will also release that day with 3 episodes, if I understood this correctly. And yesterday we already had a long live stream, and this is basically the summary of what we talked about in this 5-hour long live stream. So if you are interested in all the discussion, maybe check the livestream VoD, otherwise this here is the short version. My name is Chris, aka The Philosopher's Games, and before we start, as always, a few disclaimers. I try to pronounce names as Tolkien described it. Shoutouts to the artists who allowed me to use their fantastic artworks. All their galleries are linked in the description. And also, spoiler warning, I assume that you have at least seen Season 1 completely, and also I will talk about stuff that might happen later in the season from the book's perspective. So keep this in mind, this is still a channel that covers the books a lot. Further, I'm not that positive on Season 1, I have to admit. I really tried to give it a chance, but especially with the last episode, it kind of lost me because it's so lore inaccurate, and the writing is unfortunately very often simply bad. Some areas had really good writing, others not so much, and that makes it kind of a mixed bag for me. The first scene that we discussed quite a bit during the stream was this slimy, wormy monster crawling on the ground. And what could it be? We did not come to a satisfying conclusion, to be honest, but went through different possibilities. I think one possibility that is maybe not that unlikely is that it's simply Sauron, as it's mentioned in Season 1, that he was stabbed by Adar, and maybe due to him kind of dying, he has to take a new physical form, and this is like some in-between state, and he turns into what later becomes Halbrand. So that would mean that this is a flashback, and it doesn't really look like a flashback, but who knows, it could be. This would also be, in my opinion, very lore inaccurate. First of all, Sauron does not get killed at the end of the first age or beginning of the second age. That is not the case. And another indicator is that he still can take a fair form later on into the second age. In this context, we can read, for example, in the Appendix A of Lord of the Rings, he was unable ever again to assume a form that seemed fair to men, but became black and hideous, and his power thereafter was through terror alone. This was after losing this fair form later in the second age, and after that he couldn't take a fair form anymore. This now leads us a bit into the metaphysical aspect of Tolkien's world, and Tolkien wrote several texts about this. And for example, in Letter 200, he explains that for a spirit being an Ainur, which Sauron is, it takes energy or will to create a physical form. So they don't want to lose that. And in the stories of, for example, Beren and Luthien, we have a case where Sauron really tries to avoid losing his physical form. So that makes kind of sense that he doesn't want to lose power, of course, and invest new power of himself just to create another physical form. Another thing is that his original physical form was created when he was still one of the good guys. As a result, he could take easily a fair form. But after all the things he did in the first age already, it is unclear if this evil that he committed to this point was already sufficient to prevent him from taking a fair form at this point, or if he had to commit more evil to reach this point. And at some point he will reach this point because of the quote I just read. But that is after the end of the whole Numenor plot, to not spoil too much. And that is something we will see in the show, and also already got hints in the show. To be fair, we are actually pretty close to the end of the Numenor plot, if that makes sense. If you are interested in this particular topic about Ainur, spirit beings, and their fana, their physical form, you find that in the Osanwe Kenta and also other texts from Nature of Middle-earth, and I guess also Morgoth's Ring. Further, there's also Letter 200, where Tolkien explains the concept of a spirit being needing will or power or energy to create a physical form. And just for context, I guess Halbrand is already considered a fair physical form, and he also needs the other fair physical form that was already shown in the teaser for Season 2, the form of Annatar. Another theory we came up with was that this might also be a very specific form of a Balrog, because in the chapter The White Rider from The Lord of the Rings, which we also see in parts in the film, Gandalf describes the fight with a Balrog as follows. "Thither I came at last, to the uttermost foundations of stone. He, the Balrog, was with me still. His fire was quenched. But now he was a thing of slime, stronger than a strangling snake." Of course, it makes no sense for it to be Durin's Bane, but we already have seen him in the show, even though the trouble with the dwarves and Durin's Bane is only starting in the Third Age, not already in the Second Age. I don't know what the writers were thinking there, but who knows, maybe they work a little bit more on the Durin's Bane dwarves conflict, and we might see him again, maybe also having this weird different form here. In this context, Gandalf also mentions that he fell into water, so it could also be that Balrog plus water results in this form, not that he can transform into this just at will. Another thought I had that this could be a reference towards the Mulips. Tolkien wrote a poem published in The Adventures of Tom Bombadil called The Mulips, and these are also kind of weird creature living in marshes, so I can imagine them being somewhat slimy, maybe comparable to this, though to be fair, I would imagine them a little bit different. So it could just be a distant reference to those, and maybe just be its own new creature that appears in Rings of Power based on this poem. The Tolkien scholar John D. Radcliffe, I think, also assumed that he might have wanted to add the Mulips to The Hobbit, but then never did. Then we have the person with the bloody hands, I assume a woman, and first I thought it might be some weird vision of Miriel, but no, that seems not to be the case, because it looks very similar to one of these three supernatural women from Season 1, so maybe one survived, and we also see, I assume, moths here in the background. Those we already saw in the first season in context of these three women. Not sure what's going on with them. Maybe it's also another woman from that order, or whatever you want to call that. And it seems they will be back in Season 2. I also can't think of any book reference they might be based upon. The next scene I want to talk about is this one here, where we see all these orcs going on a hike through the forest, and in the background we see a very tall guy, I assume a troll. We of course know how the trolls in Peter Jackson's adaptations looked, and I would assume they'd here go definitely for a different approach, and that might be actually interesting to see how the Amazon filmmakers interpret the trolls from the books. The next scene we see Celebrimbor, I assume, in his forge, and his forge is really bright, and there's a figure standing right in front of it, which is hard to see, but the silhouette gets a bit clearer at the end of the shot, and then it looks like the Eye of Sauron, which is of course a nice little touch here. And then, fitting to that, we see this new character here, which is not a new character, it's just Charlie Vickers with a wig and pointy ears. And yes, he is most likely Annatar, and he will play a very important role in the story surrounding the creation of the Rings of Power and the One Ring, as you potentially can imagine. Then we get the release date reveal, 29th of August, and in the background we see a city close to the sea. So there are multiple cities that this could be. In rumors and stuff we hear that Pelargir might be a place of importance, and that was also already indicated in the last season, so that is very likely. Other places could be Evelond, maybe even Dol Amros under a different name, and I don't know, Lond Dyer could be an option as well. However, somebody in chat suggested that it does not need to be on Middle-earth, it could also be on Numenor, and then the big mountain in the background would be Meneltarma. And as a result, the city could be Andúnie, which is the place of, or the city of the faithful, or it could also be Eldalonde, which is also on the west side of Numenor. Andúnie, though, should be in a bay, and Eldalonde is close to a river. And if you look a little bit to the right, you see a delta of a river that might lead inland. So I think it could be Eldalonde in this case, even though Andúnie would make far more sense. The next scene I want to talk about is with this sea monster and this woman that maybe gets eaten or tries to control the sea monster. It's not really clear what's going on there exactly. It could be one of these Rune women or maybe related to that. So maybe this is the Sea of Rune, who knows? Because in the background you see these rock formations, so it's maybe close to the shore or in a lake or something. So that would make kind of sense, I think, though there are not really sea monsters mentioned there. Tolkien wrote a poem early on that is published in Adventures of Tom Bombadil. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all people here. Sorry for being late, because I had to again confirm that it's really me to YouTube, even though I did it like 5 minutes ago. But yeah, sometimes YouTube does weird YouTube things. That's always that. Welcome everyone. Nice to see you all here. Set and surprise, kind of. I also noticed this week that today at the 5th of June is my 11th channel anniversary of this channel here. So yeah, I hope sound is good. If not, please let me know. And I just decided to start up the stream here. Happy anniversary to one with my favorite channels. Thank you, Rob. Much appreciated, and welcome everyone. So yeah, welcome everyone. Just going through the comments, and that's the first comment I read. I think, okay, the troll armies are... It's a Gates again, it seems. Guten Abend, Mark Schießer is also here. James Bond, thank you. Cruxis Kratos. What else do we have here? Howdy folks. EJ Crow, however it's pronounced. OUGH names in English are always confusing for me as a German. Sound is good. Revolverator, welcome as well. I was really confused what was just going on. Did minutes change how the time warp? No, yeah, I created the channel in 2013. It's a long time ago. It started as a games channel here, so I thought to kind of, I don't know, celebrate the day. I mean, we talk about lore here on the channel, Tolkien lore, Lord of the Rings lore, all the time, and it's not very unusual. Often I'm looking for a topic to discuss, and I know it's not the most popular thing, but the creators of there's this show. Some people don't like to speak about it, but I mean it's a good topic at least to discuss these things. And it seems that Tom Bombadil will be in Rings of Power, which is an interesting thing to discuss. As always, a lot of questions often you get as a creator are surrounding Tom Bombadil. So we won't discuss the show much. We look just into what's going on with Tom Bombadil and maybe see what the takes in chat are. I made a video about him as well. Who's my favorite character? Is it Tom Bombadil? Maybe you want to ask who's your favorite character. It's a tough to answer question though. And yeah, maybe after that we play some video games or something later. We could do this as well, because this channel actually started as a games channel. So if you look at my older videos, you will see like tons of game coverage from ages ago. It's very fascinating. Your live stream summary, yeah, I have like... I had the idea that when the stream beginning screen appears, it's not just silence. So I have the video, the last video I created going on. Since the topic is kind of related to Rings of Power, I thought I'd take my season thing, Rings of Power thing, to play while I'm not preparing for the stream. Okay, Sam is your favorite character, even more than Bombadil. I mean, Bombadil is an unusual character, which we will talk about in a moment. Rob is Tolkien content, exactly. So even though it's not good, I do like hearing about it. Especially we can look just into what Tolkien wrote, and that should not be much of a problem, right? That's usually what we do in these live streams here. I mean, most of you people have been here before, so I think you know how the streams here are going and where the focus here often lies for us. I also have some, as always, beautiful artworks. I mean, the classic artwork by Kimberly80, of course. That's her imagination of Tom Bombadil. Here we have the artwork of him from the show. Like, there's a production screenshot. It's not really clear if this is in this scene will be in the show. It's like I'm not sure yet if it's just like promo material or if this will be how it will finally look. The focus is on the details, exactly. Joe, also welcome, Joe. Nice to see you. How do you think the show should treat Tom? I think he needs to be a bit offbeat, but not quite as silly as in the book. Yeah, I think finding here the balance for such an unusual character as Tom is definitely a huge challenge, I think. Like, in one way, Tom should be an unusual character in the show. Like, if you want to portray him, I mean, in most or in a lot of adaptations, Tom is simply never Tom is simply always how do you phrase it? He's not there. Like in Peter Jackson's adaptation, he's not there. In the Bakshi adaptation, he's not there. So he rarely appears in adaptations. Maybe in some video games here and there. For example, I remember you could summon Tom Bombadil in Battle for Middle-earth. That was kind of interesting. That he was like a unit there that you could... Like, I think it was not a unit, but a special thing. It was summonable as a spell or something like that. I forgot how it was implemented exactly. But in that game, you can see him, I think, in Lord of the Rings Online. He might appear somewhere and so on. So there are adaptations where you can see Tom Bombadil, but it's... when it comes to film, like in like live action film, however you call it, like classic Hollywood adaptations and so on, you have not seen Tom Bombadil yet, and there's a reason for that. It seems it's very difficult to implement an unusual character like him into an adaptation. I know even some book fans often write in the comments, or also discussed this in the past here in chat, say that they dislike the Tom Bombadil chapters because it takes so much time and takes so much out of the pacing of the book and so on, and it brings so little for the total of the book that it feels always like very alien to the whole book. And yeah, it's its own thing, and Tolkien always had the idea to implement this Tom Bombadil story. We will look into, or this character into his Lord of the Rings book and so on, or maybe even make him into a hero of its own story. Suriel, spät ist die Stunde, zu der er sich zum Streamen anschickt. Well, I always have to, like, late is the hour where I stream, basically. Yeah, it's always difficult with international audience to find a time when everybody is kind of on boat, especially if it's not really announced. But yeah, I just thought, let's try it out. Why not? I need to find one of those bundles with all the Lord of the Rings games from the 2000s. Well, the problem, Rob, is maybe there are some bundles and you can get them somewhere in physical form. But the big problem is that a lot of these 2000s games are made by Electronic Arts, by EA. And EA does not have the license anymore. As a result, they can't publish these games further. And as a result, they kind of vanish or really hard to get these days, which is insanely unfortunate because there are some really good games among them. Like I said, Battle for Middle-earth, 1 and 2. I think War of the Ring is also EA, right? War of the North, not the Rings. War in the North. Snowblind. No, it's Warner Brothers, interestingly. Yeah, Warner Brothers also had the license because they did this thing. It's from 2011. Was this in this in-between thing? Yeah, it's by Warner Bros., not by EA. But in Battle for Middle-earth should be EA. So it becomes a bit difficult. To get these things these days. Okay, let me just switch back my thing so I can read chat better. He laughed at the ring. Yeah, he did. Yes, names with every people according to Elrond. That is actually a very good point, Janice. That is, of course, true. That Dark Galadriel with one ring was also a fighting unit. That is true. The point is less that, yeah, I mean, that was more the Peter Jackson interpretation. Dibionicle fan, welcome. Nice to see you here. I think of it as the first real magical connection in Lord of the Rings. Yeah, that is definitely a way to see it. Yeah, we know from the article, which is linked in the description, that he will appear in Rune. We, of course, have the power of, which power I'm talking about here in this stream, the power of the map. Always a bit difficult to show the map, to be honest, but whatever. Maybe that should work. And yeah, the mention is that he is in Rune, which is, I don't know, here somewhere. Let's say, yeah, I don't know. Rune is the word for east. And wouldn't be a Chris stream when there wouldn't be map. So just for reference, here is Erebor, the Lonely Mountain. Here's the Sea of Rune. Theories suggest that where Thranduil, he lives somewhere here. Thranduil, that he gets his wine from Dorwinion, and Dorwinion is thought to be here. Only appears, I think, in The Hobbit. Maybe it also appears in Lord of the Rings. Not 100% sure, we could check. No, it, I think, just makes its appearance in The Hobbit. I think there's some map thing that shows it. Oh, Gierdan is here as well. Happy 11th anniversary. Nice. We love maps. Exactly. You need to start with the text adventures. Yeah, that's true. Oh, Spielkalb is also welcome. Nice to see you. South and east of Gondor. I always had the impression that Tom Bombadil was restricted to a small area of the world. Is that actually the case? Would he be found wandering Middle-earth? It's a good point. We might look into questions like these in a moment. I stopped there. That's good. So, yeah. There's that. Oh, Tears also here. Welcome. And thank you for the happy anniversary. Much appreciated. Can't believe that's 11 years. on one way I came quite a way, on the other way it seems not, but that's, I guess, always depending on how you look at things. However, yeah, let us maybe start with some Tom Bombadil lore info. So, I don't know. It's a very important... So, okay, let's first... Where do we start, chat? We need to start somewhere, as always. Let me just see how I can do stuff here. I need the article. Where did I have the article? Somewhere here. No, the production stuff is happening in the background. You know that stuff always takes me a moment. Careful, white screen. This is the article from Vanity Fair. Like I said, I link it in chat for people to read it themselves if they want. Also streaming on Twitch in case people prefer to watch there. And yeah. A lot of stuff. We have several screenshots here. And in this, he's played by Rory Kinnear. I'm not sure how it's pronounced exactly. English names are always difficult to pronounce, as you potentially noticed already, especially if you're not native speaker. Should have checked where that... Okay, now I don't find the Rune thing. But yeah, here's a thing that they said in the article regarding this particular information. And what it says is, for the series, Payne and McKay, the showrunners, took the liberty, we will look into how much liberty it is, of giving Bombadil a second home on the outskirts of a region called Rune. In our story, he has gone out to the lands of Rune, which we learn used to be sort of endemic and green and beautiful, but now is sort of a dead wasteland, Payne says. Tom has gone out there to see what happened, and happened as he goes on his various wanderings. So yeah, they already, like, it's kind of, I don't know, I'm a bit in two minds about this stuff always. Like, on one hand, you know, it's, sometimes they say, yeah, we stick to what the books say, or we only need the books and whatever. And if the showrunners of this show basically say, yeah, we took some liberties, it's always an indicator in which direction this might go. Happy anniversary, Rune. Thanks for your streams and other stuff. I like much appreciated. German seems harder than Spanish, Italian, Catalan, though. I mean, from the grammar side of things, German is actually very difficult, but pronunciation-wise, German is, for the most part, relatively straightforward with some exceptions. For sure as well, but English has, I think, just takes the cake when it comes to exceptions. So I assume there are other languages that might be similar in that regard. I just want to point out that the actor casted for this character is perfect. Yeah, we will see. What I think Matt in his video also... Only one more to go. Happy anniversary. Keep it up until you reach the 111th one. Just like Bilbo. Okay, I think I think lifetime-wise, I need to survive for some time to make that happen. It would be, I guess, interesting. But just 100 years? Well, let's not talk about how old I would be at that time. We will see. I can't make a promise, though, that 3 might happen. I might... it might be a bit too old. I spoke my first when I wasn't even 1 year old. Nice one, Surreal. Nice one. Happy anniversary, Lady Staff Hall. Thank you, much appreciated. Also to all the others, to Stefan and Murray and so on. Much appreciated. So where was I? I just talked about Tom Bombadil and Liberties, yeah. Yeah, somebody earlier wrote, I think, who was it? Revolverator, I think it was. I always had the impression, I agree with Revolverator here, that he was kind of restricted to this area. We can maybe look into Lord of the Rings and see what's actually written. That's usually the best thing we can do, I think. So there is the House of Tom Bombadil, Fog in the Barrow Downs at the Prancing Pony. I'm not sure if it's in the Prancing Pony chapter or at the end of the 8th chapter. Prancing at the sign of the Prancing Pony is the 9th chapter. I think it's in the last one. I'm just looking for the quote. It's always a bit difficult to find quotes for me, you know that. So let me see if I can. We can just read the chapter here. So there's in the Lord of the Rings. Let me just bring the map back because we like maps here. We have the Shire. It's potentially a bit hard to see. It's really hard to see. I have the map with the Eriador in it. Maybe I need to change the map because Círdan made a map for me once. And that's 3rd Age. I have one map version of this without the Eriador. Where is it though? First, third. All right. It always is the same. When you search something, you can't find it. I think that's the one. Okay, yeah, found it. Took a moment. Okay, so here we have Bree, as you can see. Shoutouts to Círdan for making this map, by the way. He's also in chat. Yeah, here is Bree, and here are the Barrow Downs. And this is the old forest where Tom Bombadil lives. And here is Hobbiton. So you have a roundabout idea where we are. And yeah, when Frodo leaves, he leaves the Shire, he leaves through the old forest, meets Tom Bombadil, goes to the Barrows, and then has a conflict with the Barrow Wights there, and then Tom Bombadil comes to save them. And then he brings them to the border of his land to Bree. And then we can read the following section here about what is happening. How much do we read of this page here, though? Yeah, we read from here. It's maybe they're wondering if they get pursued again on their way to Bree. So they looked anxiously back towards the setting sun, but the road was brown and empty. "Do you think," asked Pippin hesitantly, hesitatingly, "Do you think we may be pursued tonight?" "No, I hope not," answered Tom Bombadil, "nor perhaps the next day. But do not trust my guess, for I cannot tell for certain." Now comes the important line that answers a lot of questions about liberties already. "Out east," exclamation mark is not written here, but let me just read it again. "Out east, my knowledge fails. Tom is not master of riders from the Black Land far beyond his country. All the same, the hobbits wished he was coming with them. They felt that he would know how to deal with black riders if anyone did. They would soon now be going forward into lands wholly strange to them and beyond all but the most vague and distant legends of the Shire. And in the gathering twilight they longed for home. A deep loneliness and sense of loss was on them. They stood silent, reluctant to make a final parting, and only slowly became aware that Tom was wishing them farewell and telling them to have good heart and to ride on till dark without halting. Tom will give you good advice till this day is over. After that your own luck must go with you and guide you. 4 miles along the road you'll come upon a village, Bree, under Bree Hill, with doors looking westward. There you will find an old inn that is called the Prancing Pony. Barleyman Butterbur is the worthy keeper. There you can stay the night, and afterwards the morning will speed you upon your way. Be bold, but wary. Keep up your merry hearts and ride to meet your fortune." They begged him to come at least as far as the inn and drink once more with them, but he laughed and refused, saying, Tom's country ends here. He will not pass the borders. Tom has his house to mind, and Goldberry is waiting." Then he turned, tossed up his hat, leaped on Lumpkin's back, and rode up over the bank and away, singing into the dusk. The hobbits climbed up and watched him until he was out of sight. That is what is written here. Wow, what is going on here in chat? Just was busy reading, couldn't look into chat that much. Sorry for that, chat. But yeah, things are happening here. I suspect he's throwing the match. Age? I just turned 70. Oh. Well, I'm slowly nearing my 40s, so yeah. 100 years is also tough for me, but who knows? Old man Chris trying to find a place on the map after 3 hours, recognizing that he had opened the maps of Westeros all the time. Well, Westeros. No, I just have a different document. Always paranoid, I've made obscure mistakes on them. It can happen, it's a big map. So, yeah, I also got this this nice thing here from the Bionicle fan. Thanks for all the great content, Chris. What do you think of the theory of Tom Bombadil being the antithesis, direct opposite of Ungoliant? I like this theory, to be honest. I come to that back in a moment. Let me just finish my thought here. Gaia is also here. Chris, what I like about Rings of Power is for you to analyze it with Tolkien in mind. Your long videos about the series. It's 100% love. Thank you. Much appreciated. But yeah, that was the text that kind of goes into some detail here regarding Tom Bombadil. And yeah, we come back to the original message. Maybe I could make the effort and show it here by the Revolverator again. Sorry for keeping you waiting so long for answering your question. Let me just try to bring this on screen. So we can kind of discuss this. I think there's not a definitive answer to that, but I definitely understand, and I would agree with your impression there, the Revolverator, that it is definitely Revolverator. It's definitely the impression from this chapter you definitely get. Like, he says explicitly that Tom's country ends here. He will not pass the borders. That doesn't, I guess, necessarily mean that he won't pass the borders by any means. But from reading the chapter, I always also welcome Priscilla. No rush. Old man Chris needs to take it slow. That's true. It always got, I always got the same impression that you got here, that he seems to be really kind of confined in this land. I think in theory he can leave it, because he also, like, how does he know about the prancing pony? Maybe from Gandalf. We know from much later chapter that at the very end of Lord of the Rings, Gandalf comes and visits Tom Bombadil. So there's that. We can also read an interesting quote in another chapter called the Council of Elrond. You have probably heard a lot about it. There was silence. At last spoke again Elrond. And he says, the grievous news concerning Saruman, he said, for we trusted him, and so on and so forth. The whole has changed much since I last was on the westward, blah, blah, blah. And then he says, the Barrow-wights we know by many names, and of the old forest many tales have been told. All that now remains is but an outlier of its northern march. Time was when a squirrel could go from tree to tree, what is now the Shire, to Dunland, west of Isengard or Isengard. In those lands I journeyed once, and many things wild and strange I knew, but I had forgotten Bombadil, if indeed this is still the same that walked the woods and hills long ago, and even then was older than the old. That was not then his name. Iarwain ben Adar we called him, oldest and fatherless, but many other name he has since been given by other folk. Fawn by the dwarves, Orald by the northern men, and other names beside. He is a strange creature, but maybe I should have summoned him to our council. He would not have come, said Gandalf. Okay, the next line I also read. Could we not still send message to him and obtain his help? Asked Erestor. It seems that he has power even over the ring. No, I should not put it so, said Gandalf. Say rather that the ring has no power over him. He is his own master, but he cannot alter the ring itself nor break its power over others. And now he is withdrawn into a little land within bounds that he has set. So he has set the bounds of his lands himself, though none can see them, waiting perhaps for a change of days, and he will not step beyond them. So that's an interesting quote. Gandalf definitely shows us here that in these borders he has set himself. So in theory, yes, he can maybe leave it. It's, I think, possible. He also, in the form he talks here in this, you could interpret it into the direction that this was not always the case. Let me just read it again. And now, that's a very important word here in the sentence, he is withdrawn into a little land. Maybe that was different in the past. And I think that's the speculation that's going on for this. Into a little land within bounds that he has set, though none can see them. So there are boundaries to his land. Nobody can see them, but they are definitely there. And maybe he's waiting for a change of days. We come to that in a moment, what this might mean. And he will not step... It is also important. He will not step beyond them. He simply will not do that. So in theory, he can, but it seems like he won't. And the question is, since when is this the case? Difficult to say. We need still more information. Let me just look here into the chat again for a moment, because it's always difficult to have the text in front of me and then read chat at the same time. I can't do that. Maybe Tom hasn't found Goldberry yet. It's an interesting possibility. So in this time frame, he's more free to travel. Yeah, maybe that's the reason. I still think he must have gone to Bree to know Bali. Exactly, Mark. This was also the argument I would do. How does he know Baliman, Butterbur, and the Prancing Pony, even though it's the name of this place? Maybe Gandalf has told him. That's definitely a possibility. I really like when Chris reads aloud. I'm always a bit scared to read, that I stumble upon a word, I know what it means, but I've never said it aloud. So sometimes I don't know how to pronounce the words. It's kind of always troubling me then. I'm also not the best reader, to be honest, but I appreciate your words a lot. Council of Elrond gives info into exactly, Janice. That it's an awesome source for Tom Bombadil information. Erestor has been done dirty by Tolkien. Yeah, that is true. Then by Tolkien, be the one that makes bad suggestions just for the reader, so to get an explanation why those ideas are bad. That's unfortunately his task in this council. I interpreted the way that he's been wandering through Middle-earth before, so it's fair to depict him elsewhere in the Second Age. Exactly. I would agree that it's definitely possible that he wandered Middle-earth. The question is, when did he do this? And we don't get a definitive answer for this. So I think the liberty that the creators here took for the show is definitely among the line that somewhere in the Second Age, he was not bound yet. Maybe the lands were yet bigger. Though in theory, my take a bit on this is, because we also read this section here in the council. There is for me, it's a German, difficult to say word squirrel in it. Time was when a squirrel could go from tree to tree from what is now the Shire to Duneland west of Isengard. So just to look at this here in more detail on the map. This is a Third Age map, by the way. So the Shire is, I don't know, Mickle Delving is here. That is theoretically still part of the Shire. And not theoretically, it is part of the Shire, factually as well. And here we have Duneland all the way down. Isengard is here, or Isengard is here. And yeah, that kind of gives you the idea. So there was once a forest reaching from, I don't know, somewhere all the way up here down to here. And we get later, I have to move up the map a little bit further to show this, to see it a bit better. The theory that Fangorn Forest as well was once connected to this. So it even went around the Misty Mountains, if you think about this. And maybe the Fangorn was also at some point connected to the other forests here as well. Maybe even to Greenwood the Great and so on. So in theory, all this here could be the realm of Tom... Wait, let me just make this different visually. Maybe all this here could be the realm of Tom Bombadil here. In theory, he could move around. So he has definitely some way to go. The question though is, can he also go, let's say here, into the east? Like, I find it very particular. No Elden Ring today. Maybe later, I'm too nice. Maybe we play later a bit Elden Ring, but today we discuss the Tolkien stuff first, because it's my Tolkien channel anniversary today. So, I mean, can he go here? I find it very strange, though, that Tolkien or Tom Bombadil kind of mentions the East in this particular chapter. Fog on the Barrow Downs, it is called. Let's see if I find the line. Tom Bombadil, parting only, guide you, Bree Hill. I can't find it, chat. East. There it is. Out east, my knowledge fails. So Tom Bombadil maybe remembers what Gandalf told him about Bree some ages ago. But he says about the east he has no knowledge. This, in my opinion, this is also not said by Gandalf during the council, kind of trying to tell the others what he knows about Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil says this here himself. He says, when it comes to the east, I have no idea what's going on there. And he even says, when it comes to the east, Tom is not master of the riders from the Blacklands far beyond his country. The east, or his country, is definitely, like the Blacklands is Mordor, of course, where the riders are from, and that is, of course, Mordor, all the way down here. It's difficult to get all this map stuff here on the map, as the distances are quite huge. So I think from a book perspective, even though he's not confined necessarily, I would agree on that, to these lands here, it seems like he is confined somewhat to the region, at least west of Rovinion. And as a result, I would find it strange if he goes even further into the east. I'm not sure where that will play in the show. It doesn't matter too much, I guess, because they already stated that they take some liberty here. What is important here when we come back to this whole forest idea, though, chat, is we have an idea. Tolkien wrote some information like this. Like I said, there was this massive forest here from the Shire to Duneland and so on at one point. And this, it seems like it changed. The quote from, what is it called? The quote from, not Tom Bombadil, but from Elrond, in the Council of Elrond, indicate that once it was possible that a squirrel could go from tree to tree, from the Shire to Duneland, that is not possible anymore. So at some point, the forest, this massive forest, must have changed. And we know exactly when this was. This was in the Second Age, when the Númenóreans started to establish, like here, Lond Dire, established their settlements at the coast of Middle-earth. So when they started to get more influence, they needed a lot of wood, and then they started to cut those things down. This even led to that the men living here in these forests in Minhiriath, I think it's pronounced. Here, the descendants also of of one house of the Edain lived here, from the house of Harles, I think. Like, it was not the house of Harles before, but it's complicated. You know what I mean, though. So one of the houses settled here. Let's not go into the different versions, that it was a different house at some point. Doesn't matter too much, but some people lived here that later then had to flee from these lands and had to flee to Duneland, and they became the Dunelandings. And they hate Númenor and the Men of the West as a result. And later also had conflict with Rohan here, all the way down. And then they also started hating the people of Rohan, and then it escalated with this Helm Hammerhand story, which we also get this year in cinematic form in the anime that comes to cinema in December. So yeah, it's kind of interesting that this is connected. In the show we also see Númenor, but this is actually the time when these forests started to diminish and vanish. So we could maybe argue that it also had to do with Sauron later attacking Eregion. That attacking all the people in this land here later at, I don't know, 1690 96 or something in the Second Age. I forgot when it was exactly. He started the invasion, but yeah, let's say round about 1700 in the Second Age. This could also have diminished the amount of woods in this particular region. So maybe all these events, I would say though it happened before that, then Tom Bombadil might have settled here. Because the forest changed, and then Tom Bombadil's country also changed, and maybe his things. So from this perspective, I would make a strong argument into the direction that this doesn't work. We have talked about this briefly on the Discord server. Let me just see. So there is a letter from Tolkien. It's letter 19, as the number already indicates. It's a very early letter from Tolkien. That's very important for our picture here to understand what is going on. Let me just read what Tolkien wrote in this letter. The context of this letter is it's 16th December 1937, this letter, and he writes to Stanley Unwin, that is his book publisher. And it's about, as always, the Silmarillion, and he's working on it, and he would like to publish it, and he works on things and so on. And the Hobbit stuff the Hobbit book also came out 1937, so it's kind of connected to a lot of book publishing events here. Even mentions the Hobbit in this letter and so on. So he definitely had contact with Stanley Unwin and wrote him a letter. And in this letter he mentions Tom Bombadil, interestingly. And you notice by this that Tom Bombadil, at this point, 1937, is only The Hobbit is out. Lord of the Rings was released 1954. So it's, let's say, almost 2 decades away from this point of the letter, but Tom Bombadil still appears in this letter. And this is, in my opinion, the definitive answer to what Tolkien has thought Tom Bombadil actually is, or what he reflects. And that is also Carlson, thank you for, and all the others for the anniversary wishes. Much appreciated. I'll come back to chat in a moment. Let me just finish my thought here. So in this letter, he asks a question. Maybe I try to read the letter somewhat earlier. I did not think of the stuff I dropped on you filled the bill, but I did want to know whether any of the stuff had any exterior non-personal value. I think it is plain that quite apart from it, a sequel or successor to The Hobbit is called for. So here he pitches kind of The Lord of the Rings. I promise to give this thought and attention, but I am sure you will sympathize when I say that the construction of elaborate and consistent mythology, very important for Tolkien, he wants to construct mythology, and 2 languages, Sindarin and Quenya, rather occupies the mind, and the Silmarils are in my heart. Here he references to the Silmarillion here in this context. So that goodness knows what will happen. Mr. Baggins began as a comic tale among conventional and inconsistent Grimm's fairy tale dwarfs and got drawn into the edge of it, so that even Sauron the Terrible peeped over the edge. And what more can hobbits do? They can be comic, but their comedy is suburban, unless it is set against things more elemental. But the real fun about orcs and dragons, to my mind, was before their time, perhaps a new, if similar line. Do you think Tom Bombadil, the spirit of the vanishing Oxford, and now chat must correct me on the pronunciation, Berkshire? Is this the pronunciation? Somebody corrected me in the past and I forgot how it's pronounced. So, if anybody knows, let me know. A countryside could be made into the hero of a story. Or is he, as I suspect, fully enshrined in the enclosed verses? That's right. Nice. Let's say it's good enough. So here he says basically he is the spirit of the vanishing Oxford and Berkshire countryside. And that is kind of, I think, the idea of what Tom Bombadil really is. Maybe can I? Here's an also. It's with a long A. Berkshire. Okay. Berkshire. Got it. Berkshire. It's more sheer at the end, right? Okay, the I is also longer. Thank you. So yeah, it's this countryside that he is the spirit of, if that makes sense. He says the vanishing. And we got on Discord, maybe I can bring this here on screen. Somebody was actually there, made some screenshots from this place, so you can get an idea of how it looks. Rosemary, shout outs to her. Can we show this here somehow? Yeah, it's for sure possible, right? Let's see if I can get this to work. Chat, it just takes a moment. You know I'm slow. Wait a moment. Where is my window? Somewhere here. There it is. So yeah, she made this beautiful screenshot here. And it's not a screenshot, it's a photo. That's how you call it, this image. And yeah, you can definitely see, like, here this could be literally Hobbiton, and back end could be there. Pretty cool. And yeah, it's beautiful. Beautiful landscape, and this is so yeah, shout outs to Rosemary for posting this. Let me just bring my production back, else I get confused. Yeah, and this is kind of he's the spirit of. Oh, Diabolical fan, thank you for your membership, much appreciated. Very generous today. But yeah, exactly. So this is kind of the place Tolkien had in mind, and he and Tom Bombadil is, whatever that means, the spirit of that. Like Shire is sure. Okay, it's good. Carlson, thank you for the hint. Definitely helps. It looks like where I live at Lower Saxony. Yeah, I can imagine that. So that's pretty awesome in of itself. And you definitely get the idea of Tom Bombadil when you get this long old forest description with all its mythology and this enigmatic character there in the form of Tom Bombadil that lives there and does all the stuff and things he is doing with song and so on. That's kind of his thing. Lots of barrows here as well, 4 within 8 kilometers. Yeah, I can definitely imagine that. And yeah, this is what Tolkien definitely had, I think, in mind with Tom Bombadil. He's like a supernatural, pure mythologic being. And he even says, or is he, as I suspect, fully enshrined in the enclosed verses? So in this, he had this Adventures of Tom Bombadil. He wrote a poem about him and so on. There are some details. A very old character. I think it was a doll once in Tolkien's household. It kind of inspired the looks and the idea of it. And in Tolkien's mind, it became alive. And this mythology entity that lives in the forest and kind of represents the spirit of that. That's basically, I think, the idea behind Tom Bombadil in what he is. So, and the idea that this countryside, due to industrialization and stuff, becomes smaller, it's vanishing. That's what Tolkien is saying. Though you still have these beautiful landscapes in the present, I think it might have looked even different today, or maybe there were some corrections done over the years. Like, for example, where I live here in Germany, in an area called Ruhrgebiet, that was back in the day of my grandparents, also my parents, a very heavy industrialized area with like a lot of coal mining going on and stuff. I remember stories that my grandmother told me once, that it's like there was so much, what do you call it, a soot, right, from burning stuff in the air back in the day, that you could only put your laundry out on the laundry line, whatever you call it in English, at certain times a day, because otherwise the soot would make it black. And if you think about it, this changed. Now the Ruhrgebiet is pretty green these days. Like, all the heavy industry pretty much died out. All the old mining places and so on are kind of shut down. Nothing. It's not looking like this is not the case anymore. So maybe things changed. I can definitely imagine that sometimes over decades, even though the countryside, for example, in this area here vanished, it kind of reappeared at some point, if that makes sense. I wonder what he's doing in Rune. I hope this is not with the random enemy ladies from the season 1. Yeah, I think that it might be connected. Mosin. Replanting. Sea of Rune near Brownlands. That's also an interesting idea. The Brownlands are usually placed somewhere here. Like, if we go on the map, at close to the area of Rohan, there's the vault, and east of it there's the Brownlands start. That's where Sauron burned, basically, the trees and stuff at some point in the past. Is he a living thing or a spirit? I think we don't know. Tolkien definitely leaves this open for interpretation, I think, and also he gives. I think he calls him in another letter. It's letter 144 to Naomi Mitchison. Miss Mitchison has been reading page proofs of the first 2 volumes of The Lord of the Rings and wrote to Tolkien with a number of questions about the book. So she was proofreading and she was interested maybe and had some questions. And one of the questions also is about Tom Bombadil. There's of course a clash between literary technique and the fascination of elaborating in detail and imaginary mythical age. Mythical, not allegorical. My mind does not work allegorically. As a story, I think it is good that there should be a lot of things unexplained, especially if an explanation actually exists. And I have perhaps from this point of view erred in trying to explain too much and given too much past history. Many readers have, for instance, rather stuck at the Council of Elrond. And even in a mythical age, there must be some enigmas, and as there always are. Tom Bombadil is one intentionally. So here Tolkien in this letter, did I say the number? 144 from 25th of April 1954, the same year Lord of the Rings was released. He actually mentions Tom Bombadil as an intentional enigma of his story. So he wants, it's mythology. You don't know it for certain. There's no 100% explanation. Tolkien really likes, of course, giving the reader the impression that there is an answer for it, and maybe he has even one, but he still doesn't give us the answer to leave this enigma in it, because in his opinion, I would agree with him, this is something that mythology and what does he call it again? A mythical age needs. Oh, that's cool. that's pretty nice. Okay, let me show this here on stream in a moment. Then I have to go back to the question of the Bionicle fan and where is it, chat? I need my other thing here. You know, production's always tough. I hope it works. I think it takes a moment to load. I think the maps are just so big. File size, it takes a moment for the browser to load all of that. There it is. And that's actually a pretty cool feature, I have to admit. Okay, chat, I think I got it. Let me just bring in the browser back. So here's a map of this place, and here you can basically change the map from second age to third age. It's kind of that's pretty cool. So we can just swoop this thing here back and forth and see the places. So in the second age here, Gondor doesn't exist, but then, I mean, Mordor in theory existed in the second age, but yeah, it's just a difference between the maps. You can just switch between this here. Also, I like that here on this version of the second age map, you see all the forests here, and in the third age you see how they just vanished, like all these little forest things just vanished here, because people settled there and kingdoms emerged and the Numenorians did things and so on. Pretty cool. Thank you for making this, Kirdan. Much appreciated. Oh, that's cool. There's a Tolkien trail near where I live, Stonyhurst College, in the Ribble Valley, where he wrote Lord of the Rings. That's cool. You mean that a spirit is not a living thing? I mean, he's clearly living, but he is, I think, not a human or something. He's definitely an entity. I wouldn't say he's an undead thing or whatever. That's I think not what I mean. I mean, like, I would see spirit here more as I'd say the avatar or something, like a representation of this into a person. Like if you have the idea, the beauty and the kind of nature, the life, the animal life, the plants, the trees, maybe also the people who live in these lands back in the day, in the late 30s, for example. or even before this, in this Oxford countryside. If you put those into one mythological character, then Tom Bombadil is what comes out in Tolkien's mind. I think that is what he means with that. So yeah, it's kind of interesting, I think, lore-wise in this regard. Okay. It's kind of a bread and butter of Rings of Power to take minor bits of plausible text and stretch it out into this epically meh fanfiction. Yeah, unfortunately, that's very often true. So there was like, what do you think of the theory Tom Bombadil being the antithesis, direct opposite of Ungoliant? I think that is more. I think that is more a thing that is very plausible or kind of makes sense in the heads of us fans, seeing now from much later. Much later, where we have all the text and so on, and a lot of time went, of course, into this. If that makes sense, to think about this, connect the text and so on. Tolkien changed his mind a lot of times over his life and so on. So you can definitely think of this as something that is not complicated, but that we have just a broader view, if that makes sense. It's very complicated, the world of Tolkien in all its details, and we have them now present in a way that was never present to a lot of people before, and have a exceptionally deep look into Tolkien's mind these days. So from our perspective, we can then come to conclusions like this because we know about Ungoliant. We know that she's also this darkness entity, and you can definitely put Tom Bombadil as the antithesis to Ungoliant from this perspective. But I don't think that this was necessarily Tolkien's own intention. I think he just had this character in mind, and he always wanted him to put him into his story, and he did it in Lord of the Rings, then finally, and he became this enigmatic character. Just from my headcanon perspective, yeah, it maybe could be that Tom Bombadil is kind of the opposite of that, though in a way he's also just very different from Ungoliant. I wouldn't say like Ungoliant is a creature that devours everything and basically brings darkness into the world because it devours even light if it can. And Tom Bombadil is not necessarily somebody who's bringing light into the world. He's just like the avatar spirit of some form of English countryside, if that makes sense, encompassed into or pressed into one mythological person or entity that's very powerful in the world and is master over this. It's kind of this idea that even though we just mentioned the industrialization here in the place where I lived and how now everything is kind of closed down and everything becomes green again. It's kind of like this, like the world from outside might press this vanishing countryside to a small area, but something of it will always be left, if that makes sense, until the world is completely destroyed, I guess. But he's like an entity that is able to at least protect a little bit of it. Even though it's vanishing, it still is kind of creating a border and saying, yeah, here, this place is my place, this place will always stay the English countryside. And I think that is the idea behind it. He's like, yeah, he draws the line, so to say, and people respect that line for sure. I think it's kind of different with Ungoliant, who is just much more driven into a specific direction due to her nature as kind of entity of darkness, if that makes sense. But I could imagine that because he's not necessarily considered one of the Ainur or whatever, he could be. It's difficult to tell if he is. And same with Ungoliant. She's just some powerful spirit entity from outside that took the shape of a spider, as we can read in the Silmarillion. Tom Bombadil is just fatherless. He was always there. I think Tolkien really just wanted to place this one specific figure to be like, I don't know what you call it in English, but a last stand against the influences of the world that potentially destroy these countrysides and the landscape and so on. You know, Tolkien really was for sure a person that really liked the nature. You can definitely notice this in the in his writing style, in his books. So I definitely so like I said, the idea or the theory makes a lot of sense, but as said, it might not necessarily be what Tolkien really had in mind in this context, I think. Tom Bombadil sprang into being when Tolkien had a few spring-siders. Ungoliant came to being when he tried Black Russian for the first time. Possible. Thanks for the thoughtful answer, Chris. I agree that it is a theory formed in hindsight. We'll never know if Bombadil and Ungoliant parallel was intentional. Yeah, for sure. We never know it. It just can speculate here. Though it's an interesting question for sure. I've always read Tom Bombadil as just being. I can even see him as the manifestation of Ilúvatar. He has always been there and suffers no evil influence. Yeah, that's a very popular theory. I made this video here on the main channel some ages ago. With ages, I mean a few years ago. Maybe I can... I have to admit though, shoutouts to Geek Zone again. He also made a Tom Bombadil video. I think it's one of the... I haven't seen all the Tom Bombadil lore videos on YouTube, so I can't say it, but I definitely know that Geek Zone's video on Tom Bombadil, I was really impressed with that one. Oh, I posted it twice. Yeah, wrong chat. And this is my video I made. I can also check if I find Geek Zone's Tom Bombadil video really quick. I just know that he had made a really good one. I hope Geek Zone comes back. Yeah, we think he's busy with other projects in his life currently. I know also Matt, LotR Rings also made a Tom Bombadil video. I haven't seen it, so can't comment on that. I just know... It's really hard to find his video though. It's kind of fascinating. It has also almost 1 million views. Let me link it, just to give here our good old friend Carl a shout out. That's Geek Zone's video. Tom is bringing to... I just read this. Well, Ungoliant sucked light out of Tom Bombadil, cannot bring it all back. It sucks life out, but Tom Bombadil cannot bring it back. Yeah, exactly. That's a very good point. That's why maybe this opposite comparison between Bombadil and is kind of lacking a bit. Though he tries that nature kind of consists also in the future. But yeah. That Tom video has my like. Nice, Carlson. Again, Mosin also makes a very important point. I know I started the sentence with it. I know it's a very popular theory, and I wish in my video I addressed it at retrospectively. Because what Mosin writes here, I think Tom Bombadil himself I think Tolkien himself dispelled that Tom equals Eru theory. Eru does not need to come incarnate as a man in Tolkien's universe, but as Jesus. Remember, it's the same continuity as our universe. Yeah, exactly. So this theory that is, I was surprised how popular the theory that Tom Bombadil might be Eru is. I was very surprised by it. I know it existed for sure on the internet, and some people might like it, and that's totally fine, of course. There are a lot of theories what Tom Bombadil could actually be. Like my theory is that I like most is a theory that he is like a side effect of or he's like a part incarnation of the music of the Ainur. That's the theory I liked always most. It might not be right, but it's still, I think, an interesting theory. That also would explain why he's fatherless and so old and so on. Because, let me just see if I find the quote. That might take a moment, chat. I have too many tabs open. I can't even find my thing here anymore. Here it is. Lord of the Rings. Where is it? Tom Bombadil, Old Forest, House of Tom Bombadil. It must be in this chapter. And there's Goldberry says something about Tom. I've never caught him. I'll come in the forest and just looking for it. It's also an interesting point in regarding that he's the spirit of this vanishing. So I'm just reading this here. Then all the strange land belongs to him. No, indeed, she answered, and her smile faded. That would indeed be a burden. She added in a low voice, as if to herself, the trees and the grasses and all things growing and living in the lands belong each to themselves. That's a very important point, I think. Tom Bombadil is the master. No one has ever caught old Tom walking in the forest, wading in the water, leaping on the hilltops under light and shadow. He has no fear. Tom Bombadil is master. So it's kind of this thing that he's the spirit of that. He's not the owner of it. He does not govern it or anything. He's just the master kind of this. He's the, as I said, the spirit of it. It's kind of interesting how Tolkien phrases this here. Let me just see if I find the other quote I was looking for, chat. Always difficult to do this on the fly. Yeah, this is, for example, one thing here. Fair lady, said Frodo again after a while. Tell me if my asking does not seem foolish. Who is Tom Bombadil? He is, said Goldberry, staying her swift movement and smiling. Frodo looked at her questioningly. He is as you have seen him, she said in answer to his look. He is the master of wood, water, and hill. And then the other sentence I just mentioned here. Let me just see if I find this in the. There's a letter Tolkien addresses this. I forgot which letter it was, unfortunately. So finding this is always a bit difficult. Might be difficult. David's Cards of Nuta and Rivendell. Also, Tolkien says himself, Tom Bombadil is not an important person to the narrative. I suppose he has some importance as a comment. I mean, I do not really write like that. He is just an invention who first appeared in the Oxford magazine 1933, and he represents something that I feel important, though I would not be prepared to analyze the feeling precisely. I would not, however, have left him in if he did not have some kind of function. I might put it this way. The story is cast in terms of a good side and a bad side. Beauty against ruthless ugliness. Tyranny against kingship. Moderated freedom with consent against compulsion that has long lost any object save mere power. And so on. But both sides, in some degree, conservative or destructive, want a measure of control. But if you have, as it were taken, a vow of poverty, renounce control and take your delight in things for themselves without reference to yourself, watching, observing, and to some extent knowing, then the question of the rights and wrongs of power and control might become utterly meaningless to you, and the means of power quite valueless. It is a natural pacifist view which always arises in the mind when there is a war. But the view of Rivendell seems to be that it is an excellent thing to have represented, but that there are in fact things with which it cannot cope, and upon which existence nonetheless depends. Ultimately, only the victory of the West will allow Bombadil to continue or even to survive. Nothing would be left for him in the world of Sauron. Very important thing here. They have found it? Naja, there's a Peter, it's unfortunately a draft letter. It makes it always complicated. From 1954 to Peter Hastings. Tolkien did not send it. And Hastings said that this seemed to imply that Bombadil was God. So Tolkien answered to this and wrote a very long answer to why this is not the case. So we come to this here as well. As for Tom Bombadil, I really do think you are being too serious besides missing the point. Again, the words used are by Goldberry and Tom... by Goldberry and Tom, not me as a commentator. You rather remind me of a Protestant relation who to me objected to the modern Catholic habit of calling priests father, because the name father belonged only to the first person, citing last Sunday's epistle. Inappositely, I think it's pronounced, since that says ex quo. Lots of other characters are called master, and if in time Tom was primeval, he was eldest in time. But Goldberry and Tom are referring to the mystery of names. See and ponder Tom's words in volume 1, page 142. You may be able to conceive of your unique relation to the Creator without a name, can you? Wait, you may be able to conceive of your unique relation to the Creator without a name, can you? For in such a relation, pronouns become proper nouns. But as soon as you are in a world of other finites with a similar, if each unique and different, relation to prime being, who are you? Frodo asked not what is Tom Bombadil, but who is he? We and he, no doubt, often laxly confuse the questions. Goldberry gives what I think is the correct answer. We need not go into the sublimities of I am that am, which is quite different from he is. That is what I just read in the Lord of the Rings. She adds as a concession a statement of part of a what? He is master in a peculiar way. He has no fear and no desire of possession or domination at all. He merely knows and understands about such things as concern him in his natural little realm. He hardly even judges, and as far as can be seen, makes no effort to reform or remove even the willow. That's also a very important point. I don't think Tom needs philosophizing about and is not improved by it. But many have found him an odd or indeed discordant ingredient. In historical fact, I put him in because I had already invented him independently. He first appeared in the Oxford magazine and wanted an adventure on the way. But I kept him in and as he was because he represents certain things otherwise left out. I do not mean him to be an allegory, or I should not have given him so a particular individual and ridiculous a name, but allegory is the only mode of exhibiting certain functions. He is then an allegory or an exemplar, a particular embodying of pure, real, natural science, the spirit that desires knowledge of other things. Sorry, as I scroll, the history and nature, because they are other and wholly independent of the inquiring mind, a spirit coeval with the rational mind and entirely unconcerned with doing anything with the knowledge. How is this pronounced? I have to look this up. I don't know where the stress here is. In German it would be Zoologie. I don't know how it's pronounced in English. Sorry for the interruption, chat. Zoology, okay. Zoology and botany, not cattle breeding and agriculture. Even the elves hardly show this. They are primarily artists. Also, TB exhibits another point. Who's T? Whatever. Tom Bombadil exhibits another point in his attitude to the ring and its failure to affect him. You must concentrate on some part, probably relatively small, of the world universe, whether to tell a tale, however long, or learn anything, however fundamental, and therefore much will from that point of view be left out, distorted on the circumstance, or seem a discordant oddity. The power of the ring overall concerned even the wizards or emissaries is not a delusion, but it is not the whole picture, even on the then state and content of that part of the universe. I have already dealt with the biological difficulty of elf-human marriage. It occurs, of course, in fairy story and folklore, though not all cases have the same notions behind them, but I have made it far more exceptional. I do see that reincarnation affects the resulting problems at all, but immortality in my world only within the limited longevity of the earth does, of course, as many fairy stories specific, and so on and so forth. We're going away from Tom Bombadil here, but yeah, it was also tough to read, I have to admit. You see, in this particular, also thank you for the follow, Two Kings Mikey. Also, in this particular context of the text, you notice that Tolkien definitely tries to say, no, I did not intend him to be God. There are different notions. Tolkien did not send this letter, by the way, so it remains a draft letter. If you scroll, I think, to the end of it, Tolkien writes a very interesting. Oh, I'm in the wrong thing here. Tolkien. Yeah, at the end of this letter, it's you could argue if this letter is canon or not. It's always kind of debatable, I think, but it's a very interesting letter nonetheless. Letter 153 to Peter Hastings was never sent. It's a draft letter, September 1954. And at the end of this letter, you find the following. 53, not 54. My mistake. Maybe I said the number right. At the end, there's a comment by the letter. The draft ends here. At the top, Tolkien has written "not sent" and has added, "It seemed to be taking myself too importantly." That I find a very, very interesting detail. It seemed to be taking myself too importantly. That's why I didn't send this letter. He has taught Farmer Maggot. Yeah, that's also an important piece. Master equals teacher. Yeah, that's also a good point. I also have to catch up with chat now. I'm a bit sorry for not looking into it, but it was a long section we just read. And yeah, that is kind of the point of what Tolkien tries to make. Tolkien, there's a hint by Tolkien. I think there might be another one where Tolkien talks about this, but this is one I found here on the go. So there Tolkien definitely mentioned that he did not, under a very complicated explanation, he did not intend Tom Bombadil to be Eru, even though I know this theory is very popular. And if you like this theory, you can still have it. You just keep in mind that it might not have been Tolkien's intention. But nobody knows Tolkien's intention anyway. What was his thought behind it? We can't ask him anymore. Also, welcome, Great Grebo. Nice to see you. And also Marty D and so on. All the others here looking into this. Nice to see you all. Okay, there's a story about the question about the dwarves and so on. ITPG and chat, long time no talk. Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, kind of. Tom remembers the first raindrop and the first acorn. Yeah, exactly. So He was there for a long time. Like I said, he's an enigma, and you can form whatever theory you can do. I think Tolkien, though, did not intend him to be Eru. That's, I think, what we can make out of here, or out of the story here. Yeah, that's also, I think, kind of a point. If you release your work, it doesn't belong to them anymore. In a way, it of course does. And especially these days, it's often very important what not always, but sometimes what the author actually says about his works or fan questions and so on with social media these days. And sometimes you, I don't know, write an author, I don't know, over X/Twitter or whatever social media program on their Reddit AMAs and stuff, and you might even get an answer by them. Back in the day, people wrote Tolkien letters, and Tolkien answered the letters often with an impressive amount of detail, actually. It's very very kind of Tolkien to take so much time for answering some of these letters, and we benefit from these questions even today, because these letters are, of course, published by now. It's a very cool thing. That was, I think, always a thing. And then, yeah, even though at some point the people start spinning their own imagination around the stories people wrote, and that is the thing. Like I said, if you have this in your mind, the Iluvatar story, that Bombadil might be Eru, that's totally fine. I hate saying people, no, your theory is wrong. That's something I dislike tremendously. If people put thought into this and have good arguments for it, just reading the text without digging into some old letters, you can come to this conclusion and it's completely fine and viable. Keep this always in mind. But if you ask, was this Tolkien's intention that he is Eru, then the answer is no, it was not. I think that's, I guess, also the point that Carlson, I think, wanted to make. When you release your work, it's not fully yours anymore, and it does not kind of have to matter. It just matters. It makes your argument sense in this case. It's simply a different question. Could he be Eru? Yes, he could be. Was this Tolkien's intention? No, it was not. I think that's kind of the answer, but phrasing this in a good way is very difficult. But it's a very interesting topic. It's also why I decided to make this stream today and take Tom Bombadil as the main topic, because he's interesting. You can have tons of discussions about him. Tolkien has also some interesting thoughts about Tom Bombadil himself. We can look into the Hobbit, the Lord of the Rings, into some of the letters and so on. I think it's a really cool topic always to discuss. And then there's always the what is if Tom Bombadil took the One Ring? And the question, Tolkien answers the question himself. There's not much speculation about this particular question. I think it was not asked in chat yet, but often it's very it's very important. What do you say? People are very curious what's going on there. So we also already read a bit of the Council of Elrond section. So just answer the question, what would happen if Tom Bombadil takes the ring? Gandalf answers the question in the book. So Erestor, whose role is to ask these questions for the viewer, would he not, Tom Bombadil, take the ring and keep it there forever harmless? No, said Gandalf, not willingly. He might do so if all the free folk of the world backed him, but he would not understand the need. And if he were given the ring, he would soon forget it, or most likely throw it away. Such things have no hold on his mind. He would be a most unsafe guardian, and that alone is answer enough. But in any case, said Glorfindel, to send the ring to him would only postpone the day of evil. He is far away. He could not now take it back to him. unguessed, unmarked by any spy. And even if we could, soon or late, the Lord of the Rings, that's by the way Sauron, would learn of its hiding place and would bend all his power towards it. Could that power be defined by Bombadil alone? I think not. I think that in the end, if all else is conquered, Bombadil will fall, last as he was first, and then night will come. I know little of Iarwain, save the name, said Galdor, but Glorfindel, I think, is right. Power to defy our enemy is not in him, unless such power is in the earth itself. That's also a very important point. And yet, we see that Sauron can torture and destroy the very hills. What power still remains lies with us here in Imladris, or with Círdan at the Havens, or in Lórien. But have they the strength? Have we here the strength to withstand the enemy, that the coming of Sauron at the last, when all else is overthrown? Question mark. And Elrond says, I have not the strength, said Elrond, neither have they. Then if the ring cannot be kept from him forever by strength, said Glorfindel, two things only remain for us to attempt, to send it over the sea or to destroy it. But Gandalf has revealed to us that we cannot destroy it by any craft we possess, said Elrond, and they who dwell beyond the sea would not receive it. For good or ill, it belongs to Middle-earth. It is for us who still dwell here to deal with it. So this very cool discussion part, I think, in Lord of the Rings, where all these questions are answered. I really like this stuff here. I didn't say lock the ring at Grievous Ring. Well, Tolkien forgot about that. No, Bombadil would forget it under some dusty corner of the house. Some poor farmer would stumble by it, take it unwittingly, Dark Lord Maggot. Yeah, exactly, that could happen. Also, thank you. I just realized I need to say happy anniversary to you, T-Pate. 11 years, wow, well done. Thank you, great Gribo. Much appreciated, also great to still have you here. Death of the Author by Roland Barthes touches on this idea. Oh, interesting. I guess people just don't like unanswered enigmas in universe they invested in. That's true, yeah. Did Tolkien record every letter he sent? It's a good question if he recorded every one he sent. Maybe he did. Maybe not. I think not all of them. But some of, especially I think the fan letters and stuff, he had, I think, some person, some secretary or so, he sent it to, and then for that process there needed to be a copy of it, and we have the copies. I think that's kind of how this worked. But don't ask me, I'm not an expert on the letter preservation. There are, though, much more letters. We have now currently in the book, I forgot the number. Like, we have the extended letter edition now that has more letters in it. In the original thing, there were around about 354 letters or something. Yeah, 354, and they added 150, I think. Unfortunately, can't tell you the exact number currently. Yeah, with more than 150 letters included, so round about, let's say, 500 letters we have. And I think in existence there's a list of all letters that are known from Tolkien that is over 1,000, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that, though. Maybe somebody in chat knows the exact number. But I think there's another document you can maybe find online called the Unpublished Letters of Tolkien. There are 60 more letters, or was it 30? I think it's 60 letters in that one. And only one or two of these letters, maybe also 3, are in the new version. So there are even more, but most of them are not that interesting, I think. So we have a published letter count of 560. So we have around about, I think, half of the letters that exist. But some other letters might be private. Some other letters might have been published in the biography or so. I'm not sure about that. So, oh, sorry, just hit my desk here. Let me just catch up with chat really quick. Harry broke in. Yeah, that's also a good point by eStudy. Also, welcome eStudy. Nice to see you here. Sauron didn't actually need the One Ring at that point to conquer the Free Peoples. His military power was more than enough. The only way to defeat Sauron was to destroy the ring. Yeah, very important point. I think it also would be easier for Sauron to conquer the Free Peoples with a One Ring, so why not get it as well? And leave it in the hands of his enemies. So that makes, I think, also sense for him, for an intention for Sauron to get the ring back. I think post-Numenor, the ring is what kept him from dying. Yeah, that's also a theory I would potentially agree on. I think the ring might have helped him here a bit in his existence. Also, the amazing bad boys here. Long time no see. Great that you are here. Another reason against the Eru theory, I guess Tom is so detached and involved in his own affairs, where Ilúvatar is presumably pretty attentive to the world, even if not directly involved. Yeah, exactly. I think that's also a good argument for or against it, I guess. It is true. Everyone was threatened while the ring exists. Exactly. Yeah, that was his mistake at the root, right? He thought Aragorn had it at the Black Gate. Yeah. Sauron did not see it coming that they really tried to destroy the ring. They thought they would kind of use it in some way. But here's the question I have. How exactly does the One Ring make one powerful? I have fan theory. I have a fan theory it doesn't. It just lies. It's an interesting fan theory. We talked about this particular question a bit, and we also have in the title somewhat about Annatar. So we can also maybe briefly talk about the ring stuff, I think. Did I potentially overlooked some question or some comment about Tom? So sorry for that. Let me just drink something real quick. A lot of talking was done here already. So how does a ring, like, the answer, how it exactly works is not clear. The question maybe is more, does it really make you more powerful? And I got the wrong letter. Chat, let me just think. Okay, it is letter number 131 to Milton Waldman from 1951 roundabout. Milton Waldman, I think, was from the book publisher Collins in, I think, the United States. And it was about publishing it was about publishing Lord of the Rings in the United States, and Tolkien was still looking for somebody to publish the Silmarillion, so a lot of context here. And in this letter, he gives, that's why it's before Lord of the Rings was even released, he gives a summary of the contents of Lord of the Rings as a Silmarillion in parts, and so on and so forth. And in this letter, we get some interesting, juicy information about the Rings of Power. And in these texts, we get the idea, like in the Lord of the Rings, the idea of these rings of power making you more powerful is... There are some hints, I think, in Lord of the Rings as well, but this letter kind of answers the question, I think, best. That it has the power. So I read this basically in every stream, so some people might have heard this like a million times by now, but it still is important to answer this particular question. So the chief power of all the rings alike, and that is the very important thing here. We're talking about the rings of power, and the one ring is also a ring of power. It's also one of the great rings. It's a different ring for sure, but it is still a ring of power. And here Tolkien says, this chief power, and he has this in brackets, what do you call this, brackets, whatever, of all the rings alike. It doesn't say of all the rings alike except the one ring, was the prevention or slowing of decay. For example, change viewed as a regrettable thing, the preservation of what is desired or loved, or its semblance. This is more or less an elvish motive. So the idea of the classical ring of power was for sure the preservation. The master ring, you could argue, maybe was a bit different in this regard. It was less about the preservation or slowing decay and so on. But I think if Galadriel or whoever would have possessed the One Ring, she would also be able to do this, to slow the decay. I think even with the One Ring, this ability might be given, because it has the power about the other rings, so why shouldn't it have the power of the other rings as well? Makes little sense, I think, if you can control the other rings. You know what I mean? So yeah, even though it's not usually what the One Ring is used for, I think in theory it would be possible. Let's put it that way. So it's more or less an elvish motif. And here comes the thing here, but also they enhanced the natural powers of a possessor, thus approaching magic, a motif easily corruptible into evil, a lust for domination. I could argue this is exactly what we are talking about. And then they could also, and this is also something the One Ring has, and finally they had other powers, more directly derived from Sauron, the necromancer, so he is called as he casts a fleeting shadow and presage on the pages of the Hobbit, such as rendering invisible the material body and making things of the invisible world visible. So there's the unseen and the seen aspect of the world of Tolkien, and this ring renders invisible the material body, or moves it and makes things of the invisible world visible. So what it basically does is it moves you, when you're part of the visible world, into the unseen, and that is what we often can observe in context also especially with the One Ring. We have a lot of invisibility things there. And the reason for that is it is a ring of power. It's not an exclusive power of the One Ring. Also, the 16 rings of power have this as well. However, there is an exception, 3 exceptions with this invisibility power though. The elves of Eregion made 3 supremely beautiful and powerful rings, almost solely of their own imagination, that is Vilya, Narya and Nenya, and directed to the preservation of beauty. They did not confer invisibility. So Galadriel couldn't use her ring to become invisible. Same with Elrond and with Círdan, or with Gil-galad before Círdan and Elrond. There's also another passage, but I don't think there is much to add here, but I can read it as well. But secretly, in the subterranean fire, in his own black land, Mordor, Black Land, Sauron made one ring, the ruling ring, that contained, that's also very important, what I just said, that contained the powers of all the others, and controlled them, so that its wearer could see the thoughts of all those that used the lesser rings, could govern all that they did, and in the end could utterly enslave them. He reckoned, however, without the wisdom and subtle perceptions of the elves. The moment he assumed the one, they were aware of it, and of his secret purpose, and were afraid. They hid the 3 rings, so that not even Sauron ever discovered where they were, and they remained unsullied. The others they tried to destroy. In the resulting war between Sauron and the elves, Middle-earth, especially in the west, was further ruined. Eregion was captured and destroyed, spoiler by the way, and Sauron seized many rings of power. These he gave for their ultimate corruption and enslavement to those who would accept them out of ambition or greed. Hence the ancient rhyme that appears as the leitmotif of the Lord of the Rings. 3 rings to the elven kings under the sky, 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone, 9 to the mortal men doomed to die, 1 for the Dark Lord on his dark throne in the land of Mordor where shadows lie. So, the rest, we know. So I hope this kind of answers the question. By the way, I'm not sure if I said the letter or can say it again. It's letter 131, right? Yeah. 131 to Milton Waldman. Very, very cool letter. This letter, by the way, got also extended in the new revised extended letter edition, by the way. It was before only like half the letter or something. Not half, let's say it was 60 or 70% of the letter. And there were some passages missing in between. They added them in the new version, which is pretty cool. So let me just scroll up a bit. Ring exists, but there was a question. There it was. How exactly does the One Ring make one powerful? I have a fan theory. It doesn't. It's like simply because you have powerful people wearing the other rings of power, and you can read their thoughts and basically notice everything that they are doing with it, and even enslave them, is pretty powerful already. And beyond that, it had all the powers of the other rings as well. Think about it. The ring gave some visions of glory at Mount Doom, but no, realistically, the ring game same. I think it's gave some, right? Whatever. Realistically, it would never happen. Gollum had it forever. It made him weaker, essentially. I think it lied to Boromir. I mean, mortals trying to control the One Ring. Like, there's a very cool thing Galadriel says to Frodo in this context. We can also read this chapter. Where is it? Message Black, Book 3, Tutorials. Mirror of Galadriel, or is Mirror, right? Okay, so Frodo asks Galadriel a very important question about his ring of power. Maybe I can read this section here. That's after, I think, Galadriel passes the test. So Galadriel says, I pass the test, she said. I will diminish and go into the west and remain Galadriel. They stood for a long while in silence. At length, the lady spoke again. Let us return, she said. In the morning you must depart, for now we have chosen, and the tides of fate are flowing. I would ask you one thing before we go, said Frodo, a thing which I often meant to ask Gandalf in Rivendell. I am permitted to wear the One Ring. Why cannot I see all the others and know the thoughts of those that wear them? You have not tried, she said. Only thrice you have set the ring upon your finger, since you knew what you possessed. Do not try, it would destroy you. Did not Gandalf tell you that the rings give power according to the measure of each possessor? Before you could use that power, you would need to become far stronger and to train your will to the domination of others. Yet even so, as ring bearer and as one that has borne it on the finger and seen that which is hidden, your sight is grown keener. You have perceived my thought more clearly than many that are accounted wise. You saw the eye of him that holds the 7 and the 9, and did you not see and recognize the ring upon my finger? Did you see my ring? She asked, turning to Sam. No, lady, he answered. To tell you the truth, I wondered what you were talking about, and so on and so forth. So there are limitations for people wearing it, and there's also a limitation for, let's say, Gollum and so on, wearing the One Ring. Same for Frodo, and it would be the same for Boromir and whoever might want to take it. It might look different when Gandalf or Galadriel or Elrond or whoever takes the One Ring, but for Frodo, it's a difference. Atomic bomb can be destroyed. Everything is Tolkien said. We took and used the ring. I think it's essentially a Horcrux. That's the Harry Potter thing with some special powers, but it's not going to magically make you a walking nuke. Yeah, gave Sam. Okay, not gave some, gave Sam. I understand now. Okay. And Mark says, I will go now, get some sleep. Sleep well. Thank you for staying so long. Always your presence is much appreciated. But one last question. In this stream about Tom Bombadil, Chris, will you sing a cover of Bombadil? No. Short answer, no. The ring enhanced the wearer's natural abilities, allowed the wearer, if sufficiently skilled, to dominate the minds of others, particularly those wearing the rings of power. Exactly. Director's cut of bringing all the Bombadils. No. Was Tolkien right in order at the eve of D-Day 80 years ago? That's an interesting question. If you wrote on it, possible. Presentation of decay that makes sense. It stops Myron from dying, kept Gollum alive, and it can whisper insidious things, maybe in turn posing the minds of others to create and something army. That I think is the ring's most dangerous power, the ability to bend others to the user's will, but that in itself is a long, slow process to be dangerous at scale. I mean, originally Sauron intended that the elves were not able to put just simply the rings of power from their finger. They simply underestimated their wisdom and perception in this regard. So I could imagine it's actually not that slow. Maps and the map guy. Yeah, Tolkien started writing Lord of the Rings before World War II even started. That's also true. A lot of some inspiration for characters are also from World War I. Keep this in mind as well. I think the sign of a good world builder, I hate the term, is not trying to classify everything. Our real world has many unknowns, so why should a fantasy world have them? Exactly. Someone played a long game. Yeah, that's also something to consider. It's an immortal spirit being. He has time, usually. It's definitely possible that he used the ring to dominate Farazon's mind to some degree, for sure. Yeah, that is true. I think the people in the world potentially don't understand fully what the ring stuff actually does, what the One Ring does, what its power is. Is it a weapon? It's not a classical weapon in that regard. It's a thing to deceive others and to bring them under control of Sauron. And you have to consider that the ring itself has a power and will of Sauron in it as well. It's a part of Sauron. Or a part of the being of Sauron is in the ring, if that makes sense. They even described that the ring has the will of its own, kind of. But he imagined himself as a Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Magic item weapon Dungeons & Dragons of fantasy games. Allowing Boromir to dominate the minds of men. Has that actually happened, though? Isildur never managed. It's difficult to tell if men are able to actually do this. You could argue Frodo was a simple hobbit, but he definitely did amazing things that others were not able to do with the ring. Especially to withstand its evil for such a long time. And Bilbo even parted of the ring kind of his own will, which is very impressive. So I would not underestimate the hobbits, and they were also not able to do this. So why should Boromir or whoever, or Isildur, be able to do this instead? I was reading this passage yesterday. Awesome. I doubt Boromir had sufficient natural skill to master the ring that way. Yeah, I would agree with Istari. Very few would have, exactly. If the ring were to work through me, it would wield a weapon too great and terrible to imagine. But hypothetically, it's possible. I mean, in theory, yes, it might be possible for someone, but who knows? We have no precedence for that, let's put it that way. But theoretically, there could be some man that has enough willpower to kind of accomplish this, yes. Isildur probably would control other people, but he doesn't yet control the powers of the One Ring when he dies. The closest I've played is Baldur's Gate, okay. Decide to return to Sauron. Boromir would have undoubtedly wanted to lead an army into battle with Sauron's armies, but would have likely gotten it back. Yeah. Sauron would have gotten it back. Like that's a problem with it. Even Frodo at the end was not able to destroy the One Ring. He couldn't let go of it. It was too much for even Frodo. And he even made it to Mount Doom with it. That's the most impressive part. And if he would fail at some point, maybe in ages to come, the One Ring would have returned to Sauron. The only way, and that is what is also discussed in the Council of Elrond when we talked about why not just give it to Tom Bombadil. The reason is, at some point, it could come back to Sauron and then it's game over. Tom says he was in the world before the Dark Lord came from the outside. I assume this means he was in the world before Melkor. Is this correct? It kind of, like, there are some statements in this chapter that indicate that this might be the case, which is unusual. But you have to keep in mind there was a time when Arda existed, when the Ainur were not there yet. Though it was not really much shaped at that time. It's very mystic or difficult to tell what this means. My interpretation on a more, let's say, meta level on this would be simply that Tom Bombadil is a different mythology from the mythology of the Valar. And that is why, and the Maiar, of course. And that is a reason why they are kind of not compatible. If you have different mythologies that also contradict each other all the time, but they are just mythologies from different cultures. They might have some common ground, but it's very difficult to create a theory that allows a lot of mythologies to coexist, even inside their own mythology. If you look into Norse mythology, there are texts that 100% contradict each other, even though they are part of the same mythology, if that makes sense. Even if they cover the same persons, the same mythological figures, and so on. So I think that's the same here with Tom Bombadil. He's more a mythological creature of this region around the Shire, and not necessarily of the West continent. Though he's acknowledged by those from the West continent, so you could argue, shouldn't they coexist and so on. But keep in mind, he is there to be an enigma, and a mysterious figure, entity, whatever, and there are some statements around them that can be interpreted in one way or another. Question. Does Bombadil know of Sauron, Mairon, and simply not care, or doesn't he know? He knows about it, because in the chapter we just let me see if I find it really quick. In the chapter we read, Science Bronze Born, So Tom Bombadil says here in this statement, out east my knowledge fails. Tom is not master of riders from the Blackland far beyond his country. He calls it Blackland. Blackland is a translation of Mordor. So he explicitly mentions the Blackland there. So he knows about it, and this implies that he potentially also knows about Sauron and the riders and so on. So yeah, he must have some knowledge about Sauron. Does he not care? It's not part of his problem, his world, his realm, if that makes sense. So I wouldn't say it's not like that he does not care. It's more like that, yeah, I don't know. It's simply not part of his being, of his mind, of his function, if that makes sense. Do you think Isildur could become a ring race if he could keep the one ring? Yeah, I think that could be possible. Maybe. Yeah, let me just say yes. Potentially yes. It's not clear. Maybe Sauron manipulates the ring bearer to get close to Sauron, and then he takes a ring from him and kills him otherwise. It's also a possibility, but in theory, maybe he could also become a ring race, yes. Going back to Tom, I think that the ring doesn't affect him at all is proof that he isn't a Maya, neither a dwarf or another human being. Yeah, that's also a good point. I mean, even Gandalf would be affected by him. He can't just be a simple Maya. That would not work for 100%. Yeah, he's part of the world outside of the conflict, or a different conflict, if that makes sense. About the ring's abilities, can it do what it says, or does it lie? It can do, but it lies to you as well. I think it's both. The lies of the ring will lead to your doom, basically, if that makes sense. But though the ability that it might give you are real, like Tolkien has the philosophical concept he calls the machine, and that's a shortcut to power, basically. And the ring is kind of an embodiment of this idea of the machine. It's a shortcut to power, and that's why it's so interesting for a lot of people, why they want to have it. Even though those who want to have it never consider that it might lead to their doom, if that makes sense. Do you think Sauron was even slightly worried after his defeat at Minas Tirith, or was nothing more than an inconvenience? I could imagine he was definitely a bit worried in this regard, but he knew as long as the One Ring exists, nothing really could happen to him. Exactly, Stardew puts it well. It does both. It can enhance the wearer's abilities, but it lies about the abilities the wearer can reach. Consider the example of Sam when he briefly wore the ring. Yeah. He was worried that it meant his foe had the One Ring and were trying to use it against him. That's why he sent such an overwhelming force against Aragorn's army. So yeah, also coming back to this news article here, and Tom Bombadil in the show. I haven't. Maybe that's also interesting now after 2.5 hours of talking about lore stuff. Is it what is like? I thought about what do I actually think about Bombadil being in the show? That's, I think, a very interesting addition. I had not on my bingo card. The idea of him going to the east, well, the east is kind of, I don't know, being, how to call it, chat, like, turning slowly into a wasteland, if that makes sense, like, desertification, or whatever you call it, is, kind of an interesting motive. Like, he cares. Somebody suggested if there's a connection between Tom Bombadil and Yavanna. We don't know that, but it is definitely possible that they know each other or something like that. Who knows? I don't think he's a Maya. He's a Maya of Yavanna. That I don't think is the case. But yeah, the motive, like in Tom Bombadil's realm, he also kind of protects the vanishing Oxford countryside. I'm not sure if it's protection, but he confines this as his land. He's the master over it. He's not governing. He's not the king of it. He's the master. He embodies it, but he also is able to set boundaries and declare this as kind of a realm that is kind of protected from the influences of outside that might work to diminish this countryside, this Oxford, this English countryside, further, if that makes sense. So in a way, you could make the argument, that Tom Bombadil goes somewhere and tries to repair something that got broken by some force. Like, in a way, you could make an argument in the direction that this is kind of part of the spirit of Bombadil. So in a way, I like that we finally see Tom Bombadil in an adaptation on one side. On the other side, I think he would not have gone to the east. I think that's very not very typical for Bombadil to go there. I mentioned this in my analysis of the east section, where we see the stranger at the well, in case you have seen the video here, that I never imagined the east to be this dry. Like, why would it be? We have Dorwinion there, that is where the wine grows, and so on. There's a huge lake in the middle. A lot of people need to live there and find food to survive, and so on. There are huge Easterling forces somewhere there in the east. So why should it be so dry? It makes no sense, in my opinion, to be very dry in the east. So I don't know what they want to explore there, but it seems in the article it was hinted at that he kind of goes there and explores what is going on. There are some other screenshots in the article. Maybe we can look at those here for a moment as well. There was also a question. There was something in the background. I forgot what it was. Maybe the user can write the message again when we look at this stuff really quick, chat. Let's see, Vanity Fair article again. Yeah, we have some stuff. I think this is place for bees or something. I don't know. Just had the beehive vibes here going on. Who knows? What is kind of strange, I think Matt also says this. I mean, this is just potentially promotional screenshots that are not part of the actual show. Keep this in mind. But in all these shots, Bombadil and looks very serious. He's never smiling. I agree. Like he's a like. Let me just read the. I won't sing it, but I can definitely read it. Ho Tom Bombadil, Bombadillo, by water, wood and hill, by reed and willow, by fire, sun and moon, hearken now and hear us. Come, Tom Bombadil, for our need is near us. Old Bombadil is a merry fellow, bright blue his jacket, and his boots are yellow. None has ever caught him yet, for Tom, he is the master. His songs are stronger songs, and his feet are faster. And stuff like that. There's a lot of cool little poems and rhymes here. Let me see, where's the other one? But yeah, you know all the rhymes here of Tom Bombadil. It's pretty fun. We have also descriptions. One of the few characters. Matt also mentioned this in his video. I think that where we have a description how he looks. Like he has a hat and a blue jacket. He has yellow boots, and so on. So that kind of, you could say, yeah, that's his jacket here is kind of light blue. He has his hat. Not sure if the hat color was described. I always forget some details like this. Oh, that's wrong. You have to look here at this other thing as I don't find it. Yeah, he wore a blue coat and an old tall hat. He has a long blue feather on his head. That is also a statement. Not sure if the hat is also blue, but whatever. It's like Gandalf's hat is also not gray, it's blue, so nobody complained about that. So I wouldn't go too much there. I just hope that when he appears in this show, that he is more merry because he's a merry fellow and he's a master and so on and so forth. But why do he always look so serious? Like he doesn't look like on the screenshot like a merry fellow. I hope they don't fail here. Like he must to stick out. Of course, they have to find a balance. Like let's call it, what do you call it? It's a strange character, maybe quirky or whatever the English word is. Something like this. He runs along and sings his songs, and nothing can harm him. And his songs have power over things and so on. So he's definitely special in this regard. I hope that they depict him in a way like this. They don't have to tune it to, let's say, 11, like he would be in the books, I think. They can tune it a bit down, but they definitely have to go into this direction, else it makes no sense. Like, if you want to adapt Tom Bombadil, you have to adapt Tom Bombadil. Like, he's a very specific person, and if you don't want that person in your books, then don't adapt him. It's that simple, I think. And don't put him into an adaptation. And that was potentially the reason why Peter Jackson never put him into his adaptation, like in Lord of the Rings and so on. I think it makes a lot of sense. The boots here, you can see, they look kind of yellowish, so that works. It was also shot in Spain, in the Canary Island of, in German we say Tenerife. Not sure how it's pronounced by the locals, because I have actually a user from there. Sometimes watches and says he has the filming stuff here on the island. It's pretty cool. I think they were all screenshots that we could see here. Where's my chat? I need to see what you people are saying. Where was I left? Yes, indeed, there's no picture in which he even smiles. Yeah, exactly. That's I find strange. His outfit is pretty underwhelming. Yeah, I would have imagined it being a bit more flashy. I think it kind of fits. And keep in mind, it could look better in the show with, I don't know, when it has full post-production going through all of this and so on. Who knows? It's currently just promotional material. We will see. I mean, the key features, at least on the screenshot, even though my text is kind of covering it a bit, are at least there. He has a hat, he has a light blue jacket, he has yellow boots. He just doesn't look merry. That's the biggest problem, I think, but it might be just the promotional pictures. His Amazon delivery hasn't arrived. He will give this all to Gandalf. Could Bombadil be an unnamed Valar or be the same level in terms of powers? He could be, but I don't think he might be a Valar. I think he's something on his own. I think he's completely separate. I think the Valar are kind of different mythological beings than Tom Bombadil. Same with kind of Ungoliant, though she's mixed into the Valar mythology, if that makes sense. I don't think he's part. Like, the Valar are just the entities sent to the world to govern and form it by Eru. And we learn from the text, at least from Goldberry, that he is the master. He's not there to govern the world or anything. So I wouldn't say he's a part of those. I mean, he could in theory, but I personally don't think that he's a Valar. He's his own thing. That makes, in my opinion, most sense. Yeah, I definitely agree, though, that on the screenshot and the outfit, the special something of Tom Bombadil misses. He has to stick out in a way. He needs to be special. But like I said, when we see this in full motion, and like I said, this might be just some promotional picture that is not even part of the episodes, who knows? So let's wait how it looks when it comes out. I just hope they hit the stuff right. Maybe Tom's helping the Ents look for their wives, maybe. But they never find them, so when they get lost in the Second Age, so I don't know. Another grim wizard, yeah. Considering how grey he's dressed, I think he will give Gandalf his head at very least. That's an interesting idea, though. Yeah, maybe he gives his head to Gandalf or something. They might convolute Tom with the Blue Wizards. Yeah, my theory is still that I hope that the stranger might be one of the Blue Wizards and not Gandalf. It would make more sense, but who knows? Showrunners sometimes take their big liberties. Very big liberties. There is a feather attached to the head. Yeah, exactly. I kind of forgot to mention it. Here you can see, maybe you can't see it. Modern technique, but yeah, here you see it. Here's a feather. So it even has a feather. So that works out. This is also the source where I got the images from. I know the article came out like last week, so I'm a bit late to the party discussing this, but I thought it might be a cool topic here for our anniversary stream, and we like to discuss it. And we discussed also a lot of book stuff. That's very important to me as well. We don't want to dive too deep into the show. Tommy B in Battle for Middle-earth 2 was no P power. Yeah, he was definitely very OP. It was very strong. Star patterns on the ceiling. Yeah, good call there. we notice the star theme here. You can't see my screen here on top. There's definitely something going on there. Not sure if you can see it now. In this picture you don't see it, but here you see it again. The stars and stuff being there set up. Good call though. What if Tom in Rings of Power simply hadn't hit his VFX finish? I think that's actually very likely that still some VFX post-production stuff is definitely missing here. The actor is a good singer, so there's that. Yeah, I hope we will have some singing with Tom. I still don't like that they put him into the East, to be honest, and that the East isn't like green as people would imagine the East to be green, but I don't know. Maybe let's hope for the best. I hear and listening whilst doing my gardening today. Love the stream. Thank you, TPG. No problem. Have much success and fun in your garden. And yeah, glad you like it here. I just like that they put Tom in these. Yeah, me too. Why not just put him in the West where he belongs? I don't fully get that as well, but maybe the show needs some other place. Else, the West is there's too much stuff going on. Especially, I think one reason why they put them into the East, and I think that's actually not a bad idea. Like, I'm kind of in two minds with this whole Tom Bombadil being in the show. I kind of like the idea, and I like that they put him into like this nature thing. He gets there, the nature gets destroyed by some, I don't know, evil power, influence, whatever might be the explanation in the end. And he's there to counter that. That kind of is a thing I could see Tom Bombadil is doing in a strange way. On the other side, I would prefer if they made it right, but we know that also in the show, the Annatar story, and as a result, the sacking of Eregion will be a topic in season 2 already, which surprises me greatly, to be honest. And as a result, like, if you imagine there's a huge war in the West going on in parallel, then covering Tom Bombadil in the West there in the forest as well, talking to Gandalf, would seem a bit strange. So I can see or understand the idea that they move them elsewhere so they can do their thing and separate them from the other story, because this seems to be its own thing, if that makes sense. So from a storytelling perspective, I can kind of understand why they put him into the East, even though I personally don't like it, but I can see why they would do this. Do you guys think we'll get any backstory for the three evil ladies? Yeah, I think we will get this. In the analysis I made, the German one especially, I definitely noticed some more details for this particular part. Like the bloody hands, first I thought this would be Miriel or something, but it was actually the hands of one of these, what were they called? Mystics, let's call the three mysterious women from the East. And there's also moths, I thought it would be, I forgot what I said with the particle, but it's moths, and at the end of season 1, you could see that these three mystical women would also dissolve into moths, which is very hard for me to say the word moth. But so I think there's definitely a parallel in this one particular scene. And I think either they or other of their order or whatever will definitely appear in the season 2. I would not be surprised by that. It might be connect because they are from Rune and we are now going to Rune. As a result, I definitely see that there might be some connection there. How do you imagine Kant being like? Mongol, Turkic maybe? Yeah, potentially. I could also... it's very difficult to tell. It's far in the south. Question is, I don't know. It could also have some Slavic influences instead of like Mongol ones, but yeah, maybe Mongol is a pretty good call on this. There's such an amazing story to tell. I wish they would just tell it as Tolkien wrote. Yeah, I also would wish they would just stick to what Tolkien wrote. The problem is, it's very tough to set up the second age because of the huge time spans that you have putting it into a show. And I would also prefer if like each season would be kind of what you call this anthology or something. Like it's enclosed, tells one particular story with its own actors, and then it's done, and then they move on to the next part in the second age. Like you have one early part of the second age. Maybe you have one part with late Numenor, and you have one part with the creation of the rings, and later with the foundation of Gondor and the last alliance. So the big events that they are put into a specific part of that. And maybe have different casts and so for this, but I guess it's tough to make, and maybe like those new Star Wars shows, yeah, something like that. I think though it's, to be fair, not easy to make this. Variax of Khan, maybe the only place Tolkien uses the name of people from the real work. The Variax were related to the Vikings, I think. Okay, interesting. I kind of like Nori though, so I hope she doesn't die, to be honest. It's frustrating they keep changing things from the books. It's like they're doing just the show. They can change these things. I sometimes feel like they just have bought the name. They want to tell a fantasy show, but they need a big name for it, and they just bought the big name and do whatever they want. It's a bit unfortunate. Though to be fair, like if you looked into a lot of details of the show, you definitely notice that there are for sure people working on the show that know the books and definitely have some passion for it, in my opinion. Like I know the show gets a lot of flack for a lot of inaccuracies and weird writing decisions, but like for example these little green branches on the ships and so on, the reference to the unfinished tales that's just mentioned in one specific place in a note of Tolkien and stuff. There are definitely details like this in the show that are pretty cool, I think. Or the Tolwinen, where the lighthouse is on, and I think the prison is there as well for whatever reason. Stuff like details like this is pretty cool to see, in my opinion. But unfortunately, yeah, the structuring of the first season was not that great, and the pacing was terrible, and focused too much on other stuff. It could have been much better. It's very unfortunate. The redheads in the first episode. I think that's it can't be Maedhros, because Maedhros is much older than Galadriel, I think. Well, not much older, but older, let's put it that way. And yeah, it can't be Maedhros, the first son of Feanor, but he also had red hair, so I think it's a reference to that, in case you mean the redhead child. And the problem is when you introduce humans, you have also some important human characters, and you have to develop them. It's very tough from a writing perspective. I think if you have to, like in the first season, I don't know, the great grandfather is there, and then a season later it's the descendant. That's, you need to kind of, then you can't really have good human characters, I think, if you have so little time. You either have to enclose it like a specific time frame into one season and have characters and develop them there and let this season stand on its own and maybe connect them to some degree, of course, later through the course of the second age. But overall, that would be, I think, the only way, because the time spent, we're talking about 3,440 years, or 42 years, they have to cover. Was it 41? Whatever, I'm bad with memorizing numbers. But round about this number, that's a lot of years for human lives. Like, I don't know, like 200 years or 300 years or 500 years would already be very difficult. And we have 3,000 years. That's a problem for human characters. Even if the human characters can get a couple of 100 years old, it's some of them at least. It's difficult. Yeah, they're trying to do with stuff, but I think this is kind of what, like, if filmmaking kind of needs often, that you have these characters you can relate to, you know them, and so on. It's not easy to do this. Exactly, it's not a documentary show. I've gradually fallen out of love with Peter Jackson film because of their changes. They're almost as bad as Rings of Power. They're just better made, so get less flack. I think at least with the Lord of the Rings films, I understand the changes. The problem is, for now, with just season 1, I don't understand why they changed certain things or added certain things, like the Mithril backstory is kind of trash. And the ending, like the creation of the 3 Rings of Power, I was very disappointed by that, even though the episode in of itself was one of the better episodes, actually maybe the best in the whole season, to be honest, just from pacing and writing wise, but it was just so different from what's actually in the book. It's very annoying for me as a book fan. Oh, Variax was one name of Viking. Okay, good to know. Yeah, of course, they could just focus on the elves and then it would work. But then you can't have men in the show, as that's human characters in the show. That's a problem, I think. And human characters are definitely important for the second age. Yeah, we can show up for TPG live streams and hug each other to survive this series this year. Yeah, we will see how it goes. Maybe it gets better, because now they have some agency established and some story plots. They have kind of specific points they have to work towards too. They already established the characters. As a result, I hope that the pacing of the second season will be much better than the first season. My favorite outcome would be that the second season starts with that the dog of Celebrimbor just dreamed everything. It's just so far, it would be the best, but whatever. I'm almost professional, and even I can write better script. Yeah, let's say that the script was rough. Let's say the plot was rough. Like, I would say some of the dialogues weren't the worst dialogues I've ever heard in a show, to be fair, so that kind of works, but just how everything connects made very little sense, and the additions were in parts terrible. The structure of the show was also terrible. That was a big problem. As a result, the pacing was also not great. Yeah, for everyone who needs it over the second season, you are not alone. I mean, on the other side, you have also, I often talk about this, that it's very important that a franchise, or even like Tolkien, won't write new books anytime soon, unfortunately. And it's always good, like, if you want to bring new people into this old fandom, let's call it that way, it's a better word than franchise, I don't like that. In the context of Tolkien, it's not a franchise that Tolkien wrote, he just wrote cool fantasy books that he thought and he liked. I definitely like, though, that this is an opportunity for new people to appear. And for me personally, I think that's good. Though I'm also a content creator who benefits from this. Like when the trailer comes out, suddenly I have, I don't know, almost 100 people in chat listening to me analyzing it for 5 hours. That is not usually the case if I start a stream like today. I'm happy that so many people showed up today. So thank you for that and for your support over all the years. Just want to point that out again. But I definitely see it in the numbers that when the show comes out, my channel is suddenly much more popular all of a sudden. And I don't mind that. And I don't want to be all the time that negative towards, though I see it as my philosophy in this regard is I know the books well, and maybe people watching the show wondering, how is it in the books? And then I'm there to explain, yeah, that's how it's in the books, without insulting people or being, I try to be somewhat positive or just be neutral, if that makes sense. This is what is in the show. This is how Tolkien wrote it. I would have preferred if they did it like this. Try to criticize it because I'm also human that was not happy with season 1. So I can definitely express my views here in a civilized manner and just show what's in the books. Not a problem. I appreciate if people are interested in this and might find their way into Tolkien. I also started reading the books after Peter Jackson published his Lord of the Rings, his first Lord of the Rings film. Then was a time I started getting slowly into Lord of the Rings. Without that, I might have never gotten this far. So that's something you have to keep in mind. I love how positive you always are. Well, I just think about how the quote goes. We'll just see if I find it. I'm very bad with quotes out of my head. Okay, that would take too long, I think. But yeah, to quote Círdan here, "Take this ring, master," he said, "for your labors will be heavy, but it will support you in the weariness that you have taken upon yourself. For this is a ring of fire, and with it you may rekindle the hearts in a world that grows chill." I think that's very that's very fitting for this particular. That's kind of my motto for covering Rings of Power. We have the books, that is the Ring of Fire, kind of. And I use those to rekindle the hearts of those that grow chill, if that makes sense. And this is not a wordplay, I just want to point this out. Let's not start with calling people shills for covering Rings of Power. I don't like that. Even though I sometimes pronounce it weird. We have become a support group for Rings of Power survivors, maybe. Is the coming War of the Rohirrim movie going to be difficult? It is a story with only the race of men. It could lack the variety of beings that makes Middle-earth special. That is true. I'm very curious how they, what they might do with this, to be honest. Joe, I know what you mean. Like, you would expect, where are the elves? Where are the hobbits? Where are the dwarves? And they have basically no part in this. But it's also very different because it's an anime. It's not a real live action film. So, yeah. That in of itself is also kind of special. It's like animated film. Yeah, that's potentially frustrating. I have had a few conversations with friends who are like, "What's the big deal with over Tolkien? Story isn't very good based on the series." It's frustrating. Yeah, I would just like if the show had at least a decent story that kind of is coherent and makes sense. But unfortunately, that is in a lot of parts not the case. But yeah, I have heard very different opinions on certain parts of the show. So yeah, whatever. I find myself defending Rob almost out of principle just because of how aggressive some of its detractors can be. Yeah, that's also a bit unfortunate. Some people are a bit too heavy in the disliking part, far beyond reason. Yes, if you explain the real story, it can introduce his works to new people who otherwise might not have read the books. Exactly. It might not work well, but at least it's a chance that, and it might, like I said, get people interested in again. I hope they kind of succeed because, like, if we just get terrible adaptation after terrible adaptation after terrible adaptation, people will at some point just perceive Lord of the Rings as, I don't know, not that great a story. So that's a huge risk as well. And it's also not great if the book fan community is very has this gatekeeping kind of, it's very negative, and this gatekeeping and elitist or whatever you call this in English, elitär in German, attitude, that's not very welcoming. I would prefer if people would be more welcoming to other people, maybe not always that negative. I mean, you can always express, yeah, well, I didn't like the show that much, but I'm at least happy that new people are asking questions. So that's kind of the deal that would help a lot. That's what I keep doing, explaining the differences and urging people to read the books. Heck, I'll even talk about the movies versus series of if people want. Yeah. What do you defend? I'm generally curious. I've found myself in the same position. Yeah, it's kind of the same. I don't like this show, but sometimes I feel it's treated unfair in some points. And then I don't want to defend the show, but to that extent. But it's kind of, people would just stop consistently fighting each other. That would be great. I went through 5 stages of grief when I watched the show. I was hyped. I fell so far. Thought re-editing it Hobbit style, dubbing over, changing VFX. Wow. Yeah, just a lot of political nonsense discussion. I don't. Somebody said I shouldn't call it nonsense, but there are some people who bring, let's say, discussions that are simply not part of Tolkien's world into this topic, and it's not helping. It's just a different discussion that is brought everywhere, but it leads nowhere. So that's why I think it's kind of nonsensical. But you can criticize the show. It's not nonsense. You can also dislike casting decision. That's also not nonsense. But some people just leave this realm of let's say very reasonable discussion and critique for the show and go a little bit too far, in my opinion. And then that's where the clashes happen and where it becomes ugly. I mean, I discussed this casting decision stuff for so many times by now. I'm kind of sick of it, I have to admit. I also said it like in the video, and I always feel like feel almost forced like to make statements on this, and that puts you in a corner always. I can understand that some people say the casting is immersion breaking. That I can understand, but on the other side, like Disa is, and also Arondir are like Arondir is the most elvish character in the show. Like he's the actor does a phenomenal job. He's like he was not cast because his skin color. He was cast because he's good. And his skin color is inside the world is no topic, so I don't know why people are so upset. If season 2 is received well, I will watch it. Well, that's a very optimistic take. To be honest, my current take on the show is a bit, I expect the absolute worst. So, I'm prepared. I'm very picky with my time when it comes to TV shows. Yeah, same as me. I'm actually not that picky. I watch no TV shows, to be honest. I like playing video games. That's my main hobby. And that's what I like doing most and put my time in. And sometimes I go to the theaters and watch a film or so. That's also something I like doing with friends or so. But sitting alone at home and watching like a TV show is something that rarely comes to my mind these days, interestingly. But I watch the show because I'm a huge Tolkien fan, and I just feel like I can make content out of this as well. So I have both perspectives that kind of motivate me to be interested in this. But even without making content, as a huge Tolkien fan, I'm just interested what they do with it. I think season 2 will have much better storylines. I agree with Gaia here, because I also tried to explain a moment ago, but I agree. Yeah. Rune, Eregion, Mordor, Numenor, and the whole ring plot, and the rise of Sauron. Yeah, they have now everything set up. They can now focus on the actual plot, and I think if they do this well enough, they also get a good pacing out of it, but who knows. I keep telling people to read the books, and I just continue to say excited over Tolkien's works and urge people to read him. I just won't be watching the series. I'll come here and chat with TPG. Yeah, you will get the summary here, basically. We go through every frame. You know how we usually how I covered the last season, so we always made like the episode is like an hour long. I talk about it 5 hours, something like that. Yeah, expectations versus reality is the biggest problem, I think. Expectations are so low, yeah. After, like, I was really, I really tried to give the first season a lot of chances and see the positive in it and try to stay neutral as good as I could, but the end of the show, like episode 8, was like really a punch into my face that really hurt. Like, when I saw how the Rings of Power were created, I thought just, what is this nonsense? That made me really angry. I still get angry just thinking about it. That's how angry it made me. Morgan Freeman would make an excellent Gandalf, still wouldn't cast him. I can understand this, but I think different productions might go different ways when it comes to the casting. I think simply I don't know, there's also like the idea of, I mean, I think wasn't it Patrick Stewart who had this colorblind casting idea for Shakespeare adaptations, because he always wanted to play a certain character, but he had the wrong skin color for it, and then he just switched everything around for a play, and so on. It's kind of like that, I think. You can do that. I mean, I made this argument in the past as well when it comes to how characters look. Like Aragorn, Boromir, Faramir all have no beards. Nobody complains about this. Galadriel is 190 and Elendil is 2 meters 51. Something like that. He's taller than every NBA player that ever played to this point. That's also not reflected in the show. Also, Gil-galad has not black hair, he has silver hair. There are tons of details that Miss Gandalf has not a grey head, he has a blue head. There are tons of little details. So these adaptations always are not. I don't fully understand why the focus on the skin colors, where people are coming from and so on, is such an important detail then. Like when all the other smaller details are not fitting anyway. I can kind of understand that for some people this might be immersion breaking. They see these Hollywood casting politics behind it and this is distracting, but that's simply the times we live in. And for me it's simply not a problem. I can just completely look over this. They could all, I mean, that would be strange. They could all look like the dudes from the Blue Man Group with wigs. And I would, if the writing is good, the plot is well written, and the dialogue is awesome and interesting, and it's close to the books, I wouldn't care. Oh man, Great Rebo, this comment. It's crushing the mate Celebrimbor, a middle-aged man in my grand straight. I find it funny. Yeah, he looks a little bit old-fashioned, to be honest. I agree with you. They're upset because it's severely immersion breaking. Most readers have 20 plus year headcanon built around the books. They fear the casting, defense of it, ingenuity of the series insult. I can see this. That's like what we said before. Like you know the books, you know maybe the films as well, some video game adaptations, and you have, especially from reading the books, your own imagination how the characters might look. In my case, how the characters looking is heavily inspired by Peter Jackson's film adaptations. If I think of Aragorn, I see Viggo Mortensen in my head. That is Aragorn for me. And if I think of Arwen, I see Liv Taylor, and it's and so on. Like these characters have a huge influence, or had a huge influence how I imagine those characters. But at some point, there will be a new Aragorn, and it will clash with my expectation, and for better or worse, I don't know. But I know that if they at some point make another Lord of the Rings film trilogy or whatever, the day will come, and I have to live with that. It can be annoying, it can be immersion breaking. I don't have to like it, you don't have to like it, but I think there might be people who will like it, and that is the only question. That is, I think, the big problem that gets a bit lost in this whole online debate here. Can I accept that other people enjoy the show? I don't need to watch it. I don't need to like it. I can even criticize the performance of an actor or the casting decision or something like that. But I don't need to insult the actor for it, or whoever, or other people online. Not that you are doing this, John. Don't understand me wrong, but some people are just crossing that line very much. That's, I think, a problem. Especially some people have valid criticisms and arguments, but there are also definitely some people who definitely have a very racist intention in mind. Not everyone has this, but among those, there's also a group with, I don't know, racist slurs and stuff putting online. When I covered the Rings of Power show, I like my community in the YouTube comments and in chat is always awesome, and people are very reasonable and very helpful and nice and supporting. But when I covered this show, I had to ban and delete so many comments because it was unacceptable. It's kind of like this in particular brings the worst people to your channel kind of thing. It's sometimes. It doesn't mean that everyone is like that. It's just noticeable. Oh yeah, Kirdan has a beard. That's also something that's often missing. Yeah, that's true. Tolkien did a great work when he pictured the corruptible side of might and power, and I think that One Ring, the One Ring, represents this very good. Yeah, exactly. I have no idea if 37% is a good number or not. I don't know what the average number is to compare it. Like, if you look at, for example, video games is an interesting point. If you look at achievements of video games, some big platforms like Steam, you can see how many people got the achievement. Like, you know how many people kind of bought the game and how many people got the achievement for the final boss, for beating the final boss, completing the game. And you often notice that it's also often very, very low, that only like 20% or something completed this. I'm not sure how this compares to shows, but without the exact numbers or something, it's what we usually would expect. It's hard to tell if that's a good number or a bad number. I think it could be a slightly below average number because the show wasn't that great, in my opinion. Even if you're not a book fan, you will definitely notice potentially that there are some shortcomings here and there in the script and the pacing and so on. But yeah. So I wouldn't wonder if that's not a great number. It's only in the United States, a big market, yes, but not the only. It's also, you have to see it globally as well. It's very important. Tolkien never said that elves had pointy ears. That is actually, I don't know why I read this a lot, but Tolkien mentions pointy ears for elves. There is a letter, there are 2 sources for that. Maybe 3. There could be even more for it, to be honest. I'm not sure. Lord of the Rings has one. One is in a letter, and one is in a dictionary of Tolkien. Because the Elvish word for leaf is the same as for ear, something like that, or they are related. Which already indicates, and in one of the dictionaries of Tolkien wrote a comment that the reason for that is because the Elvish ear is pointy like a leaf kind of thing. Not exactly like a leaf, but you know what I mean, I think. We could maybe, I forgot which letter it is. I need to make a video on this so I can just link it here at some point, but I'm always, sometimes, you know how lazy I am sometimes with making videos like this. Be just a very small one. Letters. I tried to find the quote. I forgot which letter it is. Does somebody... Wait, I maybe have a lore note for it somewhere here in a document. Maybe somebody can post the quote if he has it available. I think there is also in Lord of the Rings a reference for that. I can't... I maybe in a moment I can give you the references for it. I think I made a lore note for it somewhere. Always have to... Like, I have a document with certain things for questions. It's always here. Funny, my enter key makes strange noises sometimes. The problem, the word ear appears in a lot of words, like earth, like fear. Heard or year. Barra. Could swear I have a note for it. I can't find it. Ah, elf have pointy ears. I found it. So in Lost Road and Other Writings, which was written before Lord of the Rings came out, Tolkien meant as the word root lasse, leave, quenya lasse, las, something. This is related to the next and lasse, ear. The Quendian ears were more pointed and leaf-shaped than human. And then there's letter 27. Unfortunately, I don't have the Lord of the Rings quote for it here, but these are the two quotes. Hobbits and elves have pointy ears. Oh, that's what I wrote. I picture a fairly human figure, not a king, not a kind of fairy rabbit as some of my British reviewers seem to fancy. Fattish in the stomach, shortish in the leg. A round, jovial face, ears only slightly pointed and elvish. Hair short and curling brown, the feet from the ankles down, covered with brown, hairy fur. That's how Tolkien describes the Hobbit. And the hobbits, and as a result, also the elves, because he says they are slightly pointed and elvish in this context. I could swear there's also reference in Lord of the Rings somewhere that indicates, but it's buried somewhere. I would never find it. I have no quote here in my head. Maybe somebody knows. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Took me a while to find this. No, we can. John also wrote, this is why it's important, because ruins the depths of the world. Humans and Numenor wouldn't be multi-ethnic after thousands of years. That is true, but in Rings of Power, they are not multi-ethnic. It seems they just did colorblind casting. So Miriel is also a white queen. She just is played by a dark-skinned actor. Same with Disa potentially, same with Arondir. He's a normal elf like all other elves. The actor looks different because they don't consider the skin color when they cast the actors. That's a thing. But yeah, I don't want to dive too deep in the skin color topic again. I know it comes up every end so often. And yeah, I can't change it anyway, so that's the thing. Thanks for deleting those comments. Yeah, no problem. I have to. I feel like I want my comment section to be great, and I really tried. I was very, very generous with not deleting borderline. There's some gray area comments all the time. Ted Sandyman, well, if Tom Bombadil is making an appearance, then surely his trusty steed Fatty Lumpkin will show up. That would be cool, by the way. I hope that Fatty Lumpkin makes an appearance. I mean, that would kind of indicate that Fatty Lumpkin is also immortal, but who cares? I wouldn't mind that detail, to be honest. What was Game of Thrones percentage, I wonder? Maybe it was low too. I don't know. I think Game of Thrones was pretty hype when it came out, right? 33% rate is terrible. It's dreadful and a bad rate for companies' ability to make money off the show. Okay. I thought it would be... I have no idea what the default rate is. Is it me or do the pointed ears look plastic? I don't know. I've never noticed that detail, but never looked too close to the ears, to be honest. I can definitely understand that people couldn't finish the show. I also, like I said, after the Mithril story, like if I would not cover it, I think after the Mithril nonsense, I would also quit the show. But on the other side, I wanted to complete the coverage on my channel, and I was also hoping that it was not absolutely terrible, but some parts were just not were really bad. I liked some parts of the show, some were unfortunately very bad then in comparison. And then it lands somewhere in the middle for me. Yeah, I could also imagine there's a character arc for Tom and maybe Goldberry, and they settle down then somewhere. Also curious if Goldberry will appear, or if Goldberry is already in the forest, in the old forest or whatever. Who knows what they're going to do there. And the Bionicle, I have to look into this. Maybe we have to make an ear stream at some point. I could swear there's also a reference for that in Lord of the Rings, though I think it's, like I said, very buried. The problem is, often when I say, oh, there's a quote for it, I have some obscure text fragment in my head I can search for, and then I find it after a couple of minutes in the worst case. Here in this case, I don't know if I would find it. And going through Lord of the Rings searching for the word ear all the time would not help, I think, in this context. I just realized I'm not member anymore. What the heck? I'll rejoin after stream, and don't worry. Great Rebo, I don't know why it happened. So sometimes YouTube does weird things. Don't worry about it too much. But thank you for your support. Ironically, Conservative likes the show the most. I love what made it right. Also, I, who hate the show most, conversely likes the show the most. That's interesting. Yeah, the stuff they did right, I also like. Like I was very positively surprised by the Elrond and Durin arc. I liked that a lot. That worked quite well for me. And these are, of course, in general, the dwarf stuff I found interesting. I don't know why the Balrog is appearing there, but whatever. Yeah, maybe that is a connection, like the Tom Bombadil, Goldberry, Harfoots, and then to the Shire. To be fair, though, the Hobbits settled in the Shire relatively late, to be honest. But that's a different story. I wouldn't go that far, because I think this elves don't have pointy ears thing is it is hard to find. Like, I could not an ear stream, yeah. I could not point you to a quote. If you just read Lord of the Rings, it might be that you don't get the impression that elves have pointy ears. I know that Tolkien described it like this in the letters, but not everyone has knowledge of all the letters of Tolkien or have read them or whatever. So there's that. Maybe I would have to Google for it or something. I couldn't even put you to a thing. Let me see if I find a Lord of the Rings. I think it's only maybe implied, but it's not a direct quote in Lord of the Rings. I think that is why a lot of people think that this is just something that maybe Peter Jackson made up or anything. So I can't blame them when it's not explicitly said in the Lord of the Rings itself. The problem is always, I think there might be an obscure hint somewhere in Lord of the Rings. The problem is I currently can't find it. Because the quote I just gave you was from The Lost Book. That's another in the Parma Eldalamberon. Nobody has like very few people have a copy of that. And that's the letter. But it's interesting. Tolkien also made a drawing of Bilbo, and there is also pointy ears, but that's a different topic. Let me just see. Maybe somebody has a good quote from Lord of the Rings. No, even on Reddit I can't find anything, and that's sometimes you find the quotes quite well in certain. Only the two quotes I just mentioned. No. Blah blah blah. That's a letter. No, I can't find anything. Maybe it needs some research. I don't know. If somebody knows, write it in the comments. Would be appreciated. Helps a lot. If somebody just knows the quote out of its head, like a hint in Lord of the Rings itself. So it's not an easy topic. Let's put it that way. They do this colorblind casting all the time in British period dramas these days. Yeah, exactly. It's not even, I think, new. Like I said, I think it was in the early 2000s or in the late 90s. Patrick Stewart and the Shakespeare stuff did something like that. I forgot. Very easy to get used to it. Shakespeare OG plays all women were played by men. Yeah, that's actually true. That's also a thing. The nonsense, the Mithrian nonsense took me out. Yeah, it was I don't blame you, Grebo. Yeah, exactly. They were elvish. I just read the quotes. Istaiva, good that you post them again. But there's also like that's a linguistical note where Tolkien explicitly talks about the root of the word ear, that it is related to the word for leaf, and he argues that elves have pointy ears. You could argue that there are also some quotes that go against this again, but yeah, whatever. I have to scroll down a bit, chat. So it never occurred to me that Tolkien's elves or hobbits would have pointy ears until I saw the movie in 2001. Yeah, I can definitely see this because Lord of Rings, I think, never explicitly says it. It might be there's some implicit mention or reference to it somewhere that's potentially hard to miss and difficult to find. But maybe it's also not even there. Put in chat a 1 when you want an ear stream. Well, then you have to listen with in-ears when we watch this, chat. Wait a moment. You have to listen this with in-ears then. Hadn't the sound prepared, sorry. Oh yeah, the stone stuff. Yeah, well, to be honest, that was one of the more terrible dialogues in the stuff people said in the show. I think, for example, the dialogue between Galadriel and Adar in episode 6, I think it was pretty good. But whatever. Did he ever mention a specific type of leaf? No, I think he did not. But yeah, there is a reference I can show you in stream for a very brief moment. But yeah, maybe you know there's a drawing of Tolkien showing a hobbit. And Tolkien, like, there's, my opinion, there's not much room for argument here in this regard. Let me just see. Like, in a general sense, keep this in mind. Like, it's different when you have. But this is maybe if you have a copy of The Hobbit at home, you potentially know this picture because I think it's in one of them. We see Bilbo in back end. Here's a short fraction of it. I don't have the rights for the image, but just for this discussion here, I show it as a source. This is what Tolkien drew. This is Bilbo in back end, and look at his ear. It's not a normal ear. It's pointy, and that is what Tolkien understands when it comes to Elvish. So yeah, that I think is another very strong argument into this direction, even though, of course, this is for hobbits and so on. But yeah. Well, Bakshi's Legolas has hair that covers the ears, no visible pointy ears. That's an awesome solution for this problem, to be honest. Imagine a 4-hour stream about ears in Tolkien's Legendarium. Yeah, that might a thing we should do at some point. My 7-year-old nephew brought it up next day because it makes no sense. Yeah, some of the dialogue was just not so great. But some was also pretty decent. The first couple of episodes, I kept my hope alive, but then take for the hopes now. Yeah. Look like claws in this pic. Do orcs also have pointy ears? I don't know. I guess if you make the argument that orcs and I don't want to dive too deep in this very complicated topic. No, missed it. Well, we are still here, Solo. Nice to see you. What do I want to say? Yeah, if you like at some point, Tolkien considered that the origin for orcs are elves, and elves have, as we just learned, potentially, or you could make an argument that they have pointy ears. As a result, you could make an argument that orcs also have pointy ears. I'm not sure if Tolkien ever describes orc ears much, but this might be the origin for pointy orc ears in a lot of adaptations that we see. And Tolkien later changed his mind, though, that orcs are the origin of orcs are men. And then we have the tale of Adanel and the Akrabes, Finrod a Andres. That's the dialogue between Finrod and Andres, also published in Morgoth's Ring, that kind of tries to connect the idea that men are not awakening when the sun first rises, but men were awakening when the first men awoke shortly after the elves, and that is the reason why orcs could be around at the time of the elves. And for this, that he needed an expanded backstory for men, and he created this with the tale of Adanel. It's a complicated topic, but I would argue he never fully finished this. As a result, yeah. As a result, yeah, it's not in the Silmarillion as a result, for example, because Christopher Tolkien had not access to all the texts at this point. That's one reason, and it was very difficult for him to make this mythology work when men were born earlier, simply, and that is why he phrases it carefully in the Silmarillion when he says the wise of Erisea, so the elves of Tol Eressëa, assume or suggest that elves are the origin for men. We see this also in the show, even though it's difficult. Looks like ears are back on the menu, boys. If the stream is less than 4 hours, then it's classified a short TPG stream. Yeah, that's kind of true. Maybe we have a short stream today. I have to admit I don't agree with any of the orc, or I don't particularly like any of the orc origin stories, because they all have problems. The story that one of the very early ideas for orcs was that they are made out of slime, but Tolkien made orcs too human, so he couldn't make an argument against that they have no souls or something. As a result, Morgoth would be able to create a soul or sentient life, or whatever you call it, and for that he needed to find a different solution for this, so that it works with his metaphysics of his world. Only God can create that, and he didn't want that God created the orcs, so he needed to take existing life forms that were turned into orcs. And then there was also the idea that there was a Maiar who took the shape of an orc, and his offspring kind of became the orcs. I think that was also a very early idea. But that would make them too powerful, and yeah, it's difficult to tell what's going on with the orcs then. Then he had the elf idea, but the problem with the elves is they are too pure, and they in Tolkien's metaphysic, I think it wouldn't really work that elves can be turned into orcs. Also, that would create the question, what happens if an orc dies? Is he also reincarnated? It would lead to the problem that, or are they brought to the halls of Mandos? It would also bring the problem that are orcs immortal? Also, elves are very powerful beings in Tolkien's world, as we know. So orcs should be much, much more powerful. And also, we can read that if elves can the spirit of an elf can leave its body in extreme situations. That was also an idea of Tolkien to prevent something like turning elves into orcs and under terrible things that happens to them. As a result, that also doesn't work. And Tolkien needed a different way. And then he came up, well, men would kind of work. But the problem is men awoke too late. So we had to put the awakening of men 5 or a certain number of thousands of years into the past, which is possible. And it also, like when men appear and meet Finrod, when they come to Beleriand, the Edain, men only existed for a couple of 100 years at that point. So they're far too young and are too advanced for such a small time. That also is kind of unrealistic if you think about it, though you could argue God just created them already relatively developed, and so they didn't need this thousands of years of development time to form a civilization kind of and culture. So also there were other beings like the Avari who could have taught them music and stuff. So Tolkien tried to make this somehow work, but it's not ideal. So having a bigger time span than a few hundred years would be better. So moving them 3 to 5,000 years back into the past makes a lot of sense in this context. However, I like the idea of men awakening with the first rise of the sun. So that's just, I think it's a mythologically beautiful motif I really appreciate personally, and that's why I don't like this idea. So I kind of like the idea of men, but I don't as origin because it works better in the metaphysics. But this simply doesn't work with the mythology because orcs appear before the first rise of the sun. As a result, men can't be the answer except you move them. And this creates a lot of other problems. My personal favorite idea, I don't know, I mean, it would be just too complicated for Tolkien's mythology, would be that orcs are simply their own race, if that makes sense, like the dwarves or whatever. And they, I don't know, predated or were born or were also children of Ilúvatar after the elves awoke, and for whatever reason, Morgoth managed to corrupt them. Tolkien thought, and I can totally understand this, and I don't know what Tolkien thought, but I can just assume what Tolkien thought about this idea. It would be, in German we say doppelt gemoppelt, it would be the same as a story of men. Men awoke and men got corrupted, you know? Why do we need another race? It's just to make it work in the mythology. It's kind of stupid, so maybe it's better to move the awakening point of men further in the past. That's also why among hardcore Tolkien fans, this men theory is a favorite, I think, most often. I'm not happy with anything. As a result, I just say, I don't know, it's to interpret or use a version whichever you like. An idea like the orcs result from the discord of the music of the Ainur. That could maybe kind of work. The problem with this is when do they awake then? But that you could make as an explanation for another race. Like the orcs are their own race. They are not part of anything. They got corrupted or were born out of the corruption. But that would imply on a metaphysical level, because the Ainur made the music and Eru, God, made this music into being. But this would imply that Eru created something into the world that was from its beginning flawed, if that makes sense. So that can't be. Like, Eru would only create good things, and those good things need to be corrupted, with the exception of Morgoth, whose job is to be the dissonance, if that makes sense. And you need, for music, you need dissonance. It's complicated. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of the thing. But Morgoth was not or Melkor was not an evil entity from the beginning. It just was an entity that in his function did not resonate with the music, to stay in this metaphor. And then he, on his own free will, he expanded into evilhood from there. That's how I would interpret Melkor. Who would create the orcs? I don't like it, but it's most fitting, corrupting orcs. Yeah, I'm fine with it being shrouded in mystery, just like all myths and legends. We just don't get to know. They're just different mythologies, how they were created, and so on. I can live with that. Exactly, everything came from Eru. How do goblins in The Hobbit know of the Gondolin blades so intimately? That's a good question. The answer to this, I can only answer the question on a meta writing level. Tolkien just borrowed the names for The Hobbit. Potentially, there was a time in Tolkien's head where The Hobbit played at the time in the First Age, at the time of the Silmarillion. And this time, Gondolin was, of course, around. But Tolkien abandoned this idea for sure pretty fast, and as a result, Tolkien made The Hobbit into other things. Made the Hobbit its own thing. That's what I wanted to say. And then when Lord of the Rings was created, he made it as a sequel to The Hobbit, but he wanted to create Lord of the Rings connected to a Silmarillion world, and then he later, in the second edition, I think 1951 of The Hobbit, he moved The Hobbit in parts, at least, with some changes, into the Lord of the Rings world, if that makes sense. And then became part of it, though it was not intended. And the original 1937 version became the story that Bilbo told all the others how it went. Like, it's kind of a metaphysical reference to the story itself, which is pretty cool, I think. That's not the question how they learn to know. Like, inside the world, it's tough to tell how they know it, to be honest. Hey, all, sorry I'm late. No problem. Nice that you also made it here. The backyard professor. Did Eru create Ungoliant? And that's like a very metaphysical question that I would say in theory yes, because because Eru is the creator of everything that is. So also Ungoliant has to be there. I think she maybe has a similar function as Melkor, who was kind of, as I said, the dissonance. If you make music, you need dissonance. There can't be music without a bit of dissonance, I think. At least not interesting music. So, and I think it's the same with light. You can't create light without shadow, if that makes sense. So Ungoliant is the darkness, in a way. As a result, potentially he created her. The question is if Ungoliant is evil. That's, I think, a more interesting question. Yeah, exactly. There was some indications that orcs could be immortal, but Tolkien explicitly states that they are not immortal. In Morgoth's Ring, I think, as well. As myths transformed, as Istari mentioned. It's possible that Beren met Ungoliant because at this time I think she still was in these mountains of terror. I'm not sure though. But it's an interesting theory, Mosin, that the orcs could be immortal, and that is why they remember. They could at least get potentially somewhat old, but Tolkien didn't like the idea. It's complicated, simply. You have to keep it in. You have to think about it like this, Mohsin. There are different periods of writing for Tolkien, and sometimes different ideas were present in Tolkien's mind when he wrote, and he changed these ideas, and then he wrote other things. As a result, these different texts are sometimes not compatible. There might be texts where it seems that orcs are immortal, but then there also is a time when Tolkien wrote from the perspective where orcs are not immortal. And The Hobbit is a very early book. He started writing it in the 30s. At this time, potentially, elves were still the origin for orcs. As a result, they could be, in theory, immortal. So, who knows? Where do orcs go when they die? Probably to Germany. Hey, come here. I'm from Germany. Oh, man. I hope not. At least if they're not nice. It's really hard to pin anything down. The orc origin story is one of the big, I would personally call it, unsolved issues in Tolkien's world. Tolkien has solutions, written solutions for it. The question is if they now really work or not. That's a tough to debate topic, I think. Some say with the Tale of Adarnell, Tolkien solved this issue and the origin story thing. And yeah, he kind of did, but I would also argue, well, there's simply more to it, to this discussion. Like, you have to fill a couple of thousand of years of human life that is absolutely unrecorded. There's no information about it for whatever reason. And if you consider that Tolkien also later in his writings had the change in mind that one Vailian year is not 10 years anymore, like 10 solar years anymore, because before the sun was created, there was a time period that is sometimes called years of the trees. And in this, there were not solar years, but Vailian years. And the conversion rate was round about 10 solar years is one Vailian year. And Tolkien changed this conversion rate later to 100 and a bit later even to 144, I think. So that's factor 14. As a result, you don't have suddenly 3,000 years. Then you have, if you would stick to the dates that we currently have and just convert them, which Tolkien probably would not have done anyway. But if you would do that, we're talking about 40,000 years. That seems a bit odd. If humans are in the south 40,000 years and there's no recorded history there, that's kind of strange. So it works better when there's only like a couple of 100 or 1,000 years or something, or 3,000 years. That makes it, very difficult, I think. Tolkien decided, he didn't like the idea that Melkor could have the power to strip away immortality. That's also a very important point by Eastudy. Are you going to... Finally, Joe, you're asking the right questions. I can really answer this question fast. Are you going to rewatch Season 1 in order to prepare for Season 2? No. I still have them on my on a hard drive, so I can get screenshots out of it if I need. And I'm really good at memorizing stuff, I think. So I think I still know what happens and can do so. But no, I'm not going through that again. I didn't like it enough to do this. Yeah, okay. Pumpkin Rick makes a good point. Dissonance is not that common in music, for not a must in great music. I would like to know if anyone in chat could point any dissonance in Lord of the Rings OST. There's a lot of dissonance there. Dissonance is maybe the wrong word, but like in the music theory, you can't. You always have to use certain orders of tunes that have a certain. In German, we'd call it Spannung. What do you say it in? How to say it in English? Well, that's that grind against each other. That's maybe a good metaphor to describe it. Tension, yeah. That generate tension, that's a word, exactly. You need, like, I don't know, if you have, for example, I don't know, I always have to know to think. I think it's C major, right? The problem is I never talk about music and stuff in English. I know the German words perfectly, but never know what English people would say to it. I think it's, for example, C major. That would be, if you take this as your, basically, is it C major? Let me just double check, because, yeah, it's C major, for example. And if you look to the, what is it called in English? Holy moly. At the good old circle of fifths, also hard to say words for me. We have C major, for example, on top, and it's very likely in music that you see then the F major and G major in it. And maybe if you go a bit overboard, you see even D major, and so on. And the further you go away in this circle of fifth, maybe I can show it you on screen, the more the tunes are less related to each other all of a sudden, until you reach the opposite side, which you have the least related tune to C, kind of. Though it's not, I think, the tune with the greatest tension. Well, it's a difficult topic. But yeah, it looks like this in music theory. And those you always kind of need, especially like if you have like the music of the theme what you hear when you have the Nazgul or something. You have a lot of tension in those. Also, like, I think the biggest tension you can create in music with this system, at least, would be what is it called? C sharp? Something like this. But maybe there's some music expert in chat that can explain this much, much better. TPG music series. The problem is I don't know the English words. Like in German, we would say we have the Tonika, then the G would be the Dominante, the F would be the Subdominante, but I don't know what the English words are. I always have to look every word up. It's even funny on the German thing. For example, you have the B, but in German the B is called H for whatever reason. It's confusing. But also welcome, Pumpkin. Nice that you show up here. Did Tolkien ever explain why there's so little technological progress over those thousands of years? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe because elves are immortal and they have very little drive to get technology. There's also magic. They have, maybe the world is less deadly, so they have not to invent. I don't know. And humans are kind of young, and the elves are a huge influence, so maybe they keep them there where they are. Hard to tell. You have to keep in mind that that our ancestors also started somewhere 100,000 years in the past, or 200,000 years in the past and more, depending on which ancestors you look at. So it also took some time for us to get here, and we have only in Tolkien's, like Galadriel is only 9,000 or 11,000. I think she's 9,000 something years old. So that's not that long. And she's older than mankind. So... And every time mankind develops very far, like in the case of Numenor, they get destroyed. That also doesn't help, I think. Didn't giving birth to Feanor kind of kill his mom? Yeah, the mother of Feanor, Miriel, also is her name. She gave birth to him, and it cost her so much of her energy that she went to sleep and then never woke up, and her basically spirit left her body and went to the halls of Mandos, and she didn't want to come out anymore, even though her body was, when it comes from a health perspective, completely fine. It was also preserved, and later she was also returning to the living, and then her husband Inwe stayed in her stead because he married again. It's a complicated story. Imagine being a hard drive and the ultimate fate is to have Rings of Power written on you. Well, there are also other things on this hard drive, to be fair, but well. And Chris doesn't want to submit himself to that kind of torture a second time. Yeah, exactly. Also, welcome, Paul. Nice to see you. Tolkien's universe starts inversely. It starts high tech and goes lower tech. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, also there's magic in Tolkien's world that kind of is also potentially a deal breaker for technology. Well, we have this technology that always requires to solve weird problems and stick to weird rules. Or we can just use magic to explain something or to do something, and we go with magic then. Oh, the German composer probably thought it was more efficient to write BSH, less curves, more... There is an explanation for that. I don't know what... I forgot what it was, though. In those writings, he moved the awakening of men to earlier time. Yeah, exactly. It goes potentially a couple of thousand years earlier, depending on the conversion factor. Yeah, there was also, his study mentions here the so-called round world version, so where moon and sun always existed and were not created after the two trees were destroyed and so on. But this kind of destroyed the mythology. Christopher Tolkien wrote a very interesting detail on his speculation, or interesting paragraph about his speculation why his father Ben, and he basically said it would be such an extreme surgery to his mythology that it would not survive it, so he abandoned the idea with that the round world version. Also hard to say. Yeah, in some early versions of Numenor had like airships and also guns potentially. I won't open that can for a moment. I mean, do trolls reproduce? We know they're made from stone, correct? It's hard to tell if they're made from stone. Like, trolls are basically corrupted. They're not corrupted ends, but they're kind of... Like, trolls are mockery to ends, how orcs are mockery of elves. That's what Treebeard expresses there. How they are potentially... I think Tolkien never says it. He only says that orcs reproduce in the same way as men and elves. So I don't know. I only know that they turn to stone and to sun, at least some of them, except for the Olokai, which don't turn to stone, I think. And they have black blood. I think it also steams or something. I'm not sure when it blends on the ground. I have a detail like this in my head, but could be wrong. I'm not sure Tolkien ever really explains the origins of trolls other than they were made in mockery of ends. Yeah, exactly. What E-Study is saying. I'm also... can't remember if there's an origin story for the trolls. Hey, Binnewell, I guess when I think of the dissonance, I think of more extreme forms of atonal music. Yeah, exactly. I just mean, with dissonance, I mean these small, you know what I mean, these small layers of dissonance that you have simply in classic music and so on. I would love to play you the music simply. The problem is I can't, else my video gets claimed, and then I can't pay my rent and stuff. So that is a problem. I finished the Silmarillion in a couple of months. Nice, Paul. Haven't got it all committed to memory or at least at instant recall yet, but I finished it. Yeah, it's so much in it. I think some people say, well, the Silmarillion is just such a small book, but if you read it, I often feel like more is written in this small book than in Lord of the Rings, or it feels as big as Lord of the Rings, if that makes sense. Because there's just so much detail. Like the information density in this book is so high. There's a lot to digest in the Silmarillion. I think there was a hint in the Hobbit that trolls being carved from stone, but I'm not sure. It could be actually Spielkalb. I can't fully remember. Agree, Silmarillion is dense, yeah. What would be the point of both two trees and the sun and moon? Exactly. That's also why he abandoned it, I think. Maybe he wanted to make the two trees a myth in the world that potentially is just a children's story, a tale. Also, did the two trees light up all of Arda during that time, or only Valinor? Only Valinor, because they made the trees, and the trees kind of... the Pelori Mountains. Wait, we have production here. I made a map one point. Let's see if I find it. Arda... Ha! Here I have it. This I made ages ago in Photoshop. It's not great, but it kind of explains. Here we have, this mountain range here is called the Pelori, and they block the light of these of the two trees, basically. And then there is this gap in between where you also get to, for example, Tirion. And this gap is called something like the star constellation, Kalakiria, something like this. I forgot the name. And through this, the light of the trees also shines a bit into the world. That's also the reason why the elves here get a little bit of light from there. And but it's kind of, to block off the rest. I could imagine that maybe a bit of the light could also be seen from Middle-earth, but by principle, to my understanding, the world was dark beyond that. Only the stars were lighting the world. Though sometimes there are some, I think, in the writing inconsistencies where there's daytimes mentioned, even though the sun wasn't there. Yeah, potentially Tolkien didn't fully resolve this. Are the Gates of Morning still in existence in the Round World and third in the Round World third Urge Tolkien Gateway isn't clear. It's not clear if they are, to be honest. The world definitely changed. Tolkien never really explains it, and they are too rarely mentioned. But in theory, yes, they could be still there. Hard to tell, though. I don't know. That's definitely a question why I would need to do some research. I don't really know if there's a reference. Could be that there's still somewhere in one text a small reference to it, but then you could potentially also argue it's just the interpretation or the view of these characters in the world. It doesn't have to be factual, if that makes sense. Who knows? Eru seems like grumpy dad getting mad at his teenage son playing guitar badly upstairs. Turn that crap off, Malcolm. You will also wait. So Arda was flat. The trees only lit up Valinor, and the rest was under starlight. Yeah, the world was flat. The trees mostly lit up only Valinor. Some light also came for sure in the world, but it was not like it was very bright there at this point. For sure. That is also like when the elves awoke and they were lying with their backs on the beach of this. I imagine it a beach in Cuivien in the bay. And when they opened their eyes, the first thing they saw were the stars. And that is the reason why the stars are so important to the elves. I think it's a very beautiful idea. I mean, they could just have woken at night. It's also a possibility for sure. But it explains why the first thing they will see are definitely the stars, because they were always the only light source, basically. It also explains why elves can see exceptionally well in the dark. Same as orcs. So you can make a lot of connections there, which is pretty cool in my opinion. But yeah. Yeah, and Varda made the stars. As a result, the elves like Varda. It's as simple. Let's consider the published Silmarillion as canon. Well, that is a topic. That's a topic I don't want to hear discuss. I know that a lot of hardcore fans are not seeing this canon. We had a debate a bit on Discord. It's an interesting debate as well. But yeah, I also like the Silmarillion the way it is, but I know that a lot of people might not agree with this statement. Yeah, the canon is not easy. I think the easiest thing to seek Tolkien's world is maybe outside of the story of Lord of the Rings. If you just watch at the world of Tolkien from the perspective of Lord of the Rings, is that outside of it there is no really canon for Tolkien's mythology, because real world mythology also has no canon. Like, canon is a thing of franchises and stuff, and this is not a franchise kind of thing. It was maybe made into one, and people made a lot of money with it, for sure. I think it was never Tolkien's intention, if that makes sense. He wanted to write mythology, and mythology not necessarily answers all the questions. We have discussed this earlier on the stream. And there's always some open room for other things. And so on, chat. I just googled the Gates of Morn and I got a picture of that guy who always sat at the bar in Deep Space Nine, the Star Trek series I like. His name was Morn, I remember him. Yes, there was a character called Morn there. Did Tolkien have something against cats? I'm not sure. Tevildo, the cat prince and the black Numenorian queen with her cats. I don't know if he had something. There was a question in the past, and somebody said he liked. I think he liked dogs more, but I think he never said that he disliked cats. I'm not sure though. Not good with these kind of Tolkien. Personal Tolkien questions. I'm not too deep into that. Could be. That is funny. Morn was inspired by Norm, character in the sitcom Cheers. I also watched the sitcom. But that's a very cool knowledge, to be honest. That's a cool fun fact, as you would call it. I actually read Return of the King last week, and it struck me how short a book it really is, in contrast to the film, which is by contrast really long. Yeah, that is true. Tolkien didn't like it. It's okay. I wasn't sure on that one. I mean, it's definitely possible. His views on spiders are inconsistent. Yeah, I remember there was an article somewhere that went a bit into this direction, if Tolkien liked spiders or not. Who Mourns About Morn was one of the best episodes. I liked it. He was described as someone who never stops talking, but you never hear him as saying a single word over the whole series. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. A lot of the Rings of Power, of the Return of the King book is appendices. That's for sure. That's a very important detail. That is like Return of the King was a book where the appendices got published with, and they ate a lot of pages. And we are very happy to have those appendices. Yeah, it's also anagrams. That's true. Okay, chat. It's already relatively late. I really need to drink something because my water bottle is empty for some time now. And we answered a lot of questions and discussed a lot of fun Tolkien stuff. Schnaps timer. So yeah, the question is, what are we going to do now? I sat here in the stream and video games. I know a lot of people here might not be much into video games, but it's also definitely part of my channel here. Thanks for the chat, Chris. Glad I was able to catch it this time. Yeah, awesome that you were here, Paul. Shoutouts to you for also your very long support here. We didn't discuss the article. Yeah, I said I briefly talk about the article, but we mostly talk about Tom Bombadil lore stuff, and that we did, I think. You really think Tolkien fans wouldn't be into games? For sure, there is overlap there. But I feel like a lot of people are not that interested in my gaming stuff. I mean, it depends on the games I play. I mean, Tolkien fans like Tolkien games. But often when I play video games, I don't play Tolkien games. And the chat. Awesome that you did this. I'm a retro gamer, to be honest. Nice. Elden Ring is a good thing because I'm also playing that. The DLC or the expansion for Elden Ring comes out at the 21st of June. And I will definitely cover it on the games channel and make some streams also on the German channel. But I think that's only interesting for the German viewers, I think. Also, just recently on the German channel, I have a German Twitch channel where I started streaming in German, which is, as you can imagine, a very interesting thing to do. And we just recently got affiliate on Twitch there, so definitely made some progress with this German channel. So I have now 2 Twitch channels that are affiliate. That's pretty cool, I think. Watching you die and get angry speaking German would probably was what. Yeah, I get angry a lot playing Elden Ring for sure. But that was actually also a plan I had for the stream today. I'm not 100% sure how to do this, but I thought maybe we could just play a bit of Elden Ring or some other game here during the stream. But now we are 4 hours in. Maybe people are already tired of me talking on non-stop. I would love to see you do a lore play of Return of the Witch King. Yeah, now I get it. The expansion for War in the North, or War in the North itself. Baldur's Gate 3. I play Baldur's Gate 3 only privately currently. I think it's of course interesting. An Elden Ring story mod based on Lord of the Rings would be epic. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Elden Ring, like, it's made in Japan by a company called From Software, and George, the other big fantasy guy from the, let's say, post-Tolkien time, George R. Martin, helped writing the lore for the game, which is kind of interesting. I enjoy listening to you chatting. Thank you, much appreciated. So we can make I don't know, a short break. I can get a short snack, eat something to drink, which is very important, and then we can maybe play a little bit of Elden Ring and kind of in memory of how this channel here used to be a games channel. Ages ago. Many ages ago, it feels like. Though I also have still a games channel, but I remember that, yeah, the whole Tolkien stuff started with the Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor video when I made this 2017. And then came the Sauron video, and I think one of my most underestimated videos, the History of Rohan video, though it also has quite a decent amount of views. And before that, there was always, like, one of the biggest successes here on my channel was a short guide I made how to get to a specific item in Dark Souls 2. That was the 5th of May 2014. It's currently sitting on 77,000 views, and it's kind of funny I was a Souls fan before that, but yeah, that was, I think, that was the first Dark Souls related video I made on this channel. It was one of the most successful videos here on this channel as well. So I definitely have some nostalgia for that one. Now, this stream is officially a long stream now because it started over 4 hours ago. That is true. Exactly. Elden Ring does a good job at what Tolkien did, creating mystery and so on. For sure. Like, there's definitely some inspiration because it also, like, the Souls games often tell like a lot of backstory stuff through stuff you find in the environment, through item descriptions and stuff like this, weird dialogues that you find. It's always about some distant age in the past, and as a result it's very mythologic and very vague in many ways, and this kind of fits perfectly into this mythology theme. And I feel like Elden Ring does this also pretty well. So in a way, it feels like distantly Tolkien inspired, I have to admit. Shadow of Mordor has the most epic title drop in gaming. Yeah, it's hard to tell how much Mr. Martin made now for the lore of Elden Ring. Hard to tell. But I don't mind. I really like the game, though, to be honest. Chris, Philosopher's Games, and Matt Dorklords are my favorite to watch for Tolkien content. Yeah, that's awesome. Dorklords also pretty cool channel. Shoutouts to him. Oh yeah, Redbook also fantastic creator. I had the honor of having him here on the live stream, I think, a few times. It was always fun with him. Man of the West, also cool guy. Nerd of the Rings is awesome. Girl Next Gondor is a fantastic name, by the way. Das Gandalf also. Yeah, Tolkien Untangled also does very long and detailed videos for sure. It's good to be proud of your work. One Wing channel is intrigued, but they came off as pure bitterness. Yeah, well, some people are just, yeah, I don't know. There's definitely some bitterness here and there, unfortunately. Alarming rise in AI channels. Well, I have not been turned into an AI yet, so as a result, this is not officially an AI channel. But who knows what the future brings? I hope I'm not turned into an AI, by the way. So, chat, before we, I don't know, just to distract the chat for the time being, we can start a poll. So we start a poll as always. Let's see if people want to see some Elden Ring action. A German AI. terrifying. Yeah, Lord of the Rings online is very old by this point, even though they did a fantastic job to this point for sure. The problem is a bit, well, it's not a problem, but we know Amazon is still working on a Lord of the Rings MMO game, I think, that might get there. But yeah, we can look a bit into the stuff. So far, people are... Nobody said no. That's at least almost a yes, I would say. So I take a very short break, which is unusual here, chat. I never take really many breaks here during stream. But this time I would make a small exception. So I can show you, click here on the insert ad button. Not to annoy you, but just because I'm not here anyway for a couple of minutes. Let me see. Do I have a break screen or something? Yeah, I have one. I don't know, I can give you the trailer analysis video again if you want. Not sure if you want that though, but the possibility would be there. I need to sleep, a cold night. Yeah, it's very late. For me, it's also already late, so I should not keep you guys waiting for, or people waiting for such a long time. So I take a short break, chat. Let me, I don't know, put the timer to, let's say 4 minutes or something. You know, it will be then 6 or 5 minutes anyway. But you are not new to this channel, so you shouldn't wonder. I would say, yeah, short break, show you some ads in the meantime. Maybe switch the category to Elden Ring games stuff, whatever. And then we play a bit of Elden Ring here at the end. Maybe we make some other polls for people to decide. So it seems like nobody said no, so there's that. So we end the poll. Before I go into the break though, we make another poll, so we have something to do in the meantime. The question is, new character or not? Yeah, we make a new character, I think. Well, I could just ask. New character, question mark. Okay, we make... I'm adding another option. I need to cover another option. The option order, let's make it like this. Okay, new poll, which character? I ask also for male or female, so we don't have to go with a decision. I can just do what chat is wanting. Okay, I take a break, back in a couple of minutes. Yesterday released the teaser for Season 2 of The Rings of Power, which quite a bit during the stream was this slimy, wormy monster crawling on the ground. And what could it be? We did not come to a satisfying conclusion, to be honest, but went through different possibilities. I think one possibility that is maybe not that unlikely is that it's simply Sauron, as it's mentioned in Season 1, that he was stabbed by Adar, and maybe due to him kind of dying, he has to take a new physical form, and this is like some in-between state, and he turns into what later becomes Halbrand. So that would mean that this is a flashback, and it doesn't really look like a flashback, but who knows, it could be. This would also be, in my opinion, very lore inaccurate. First of all, Sauron does not get killed at the end of the First Age or beginning of the Second Age. That is not the case. And another indicator is that he still can take a fair form later on into the Second Age. In this context, we can read, for example, in the Appendix A of Lord of the Rings, he was unable ever again to assume a form that seemed fair to men, but became black and hideous, and his power thereafter was through terror alone. This was after losing this fair form later in the Second Age, and after that he couldn't take a fair form anymore. This now leads us a bit into the metaphysical aspect of Tolkien's world, and Tolkien wrote several texts about this. And for example, in Letter 200, he explains that for a spirit being an Ainur, which Sauron is, it takes energy or will to create a physical form. So they don't want to lose that. And in the stories of, for example, Beren and Luthien, we have a case where Sauron really tries to avoid losing his physical form. So that makes kind of sense that he doesn't want to lose power, of course, and invest new power of himself just to create another physical form. Another thing is that his original physical form was created when he was still one of the good guys. As a result, he could take easily a fair form. But after all the things he did in the First Age already, it is unclear if this evil that he committed to this point was already sufficient to prevent him from taking a fair form at this point, or if he had to commit more evil to reach this point. And at some point he will reach this point because of the quote I just read. But that is after the end of the whole Numenor plot, to not spoil too much. And that is something we will see in the show, and also already got hints in the show. To be fair, we are actually pretty close to the end of the Numenor plot, if that makes sense. If you are interested in this particular topic about Ainur, spirit beings, and their Fana, their physical form, you find that in the Osanwe Kenta and also other texts from Nature of Middle-earth, and I guess also Morgoth's Ring. Further, there's also Letter 200, where Tolkien explains the concept of a spirit being needing will or power or energy to create a physical form. And just for context, I guess Halbrand is already considered a fair physical form, and he also needs the other fair physical form that was already shown in the teaser for Season 2, the form of Annatar. Another theory we came up with was that this might also be a very specific form of a Balrog, because in the chapter The White Rider from The Lord of the Rings, which we also see in parts in the film, Gandalf describes the fight with the Balrog as follows: "Thither I came at last, to the uttermost foundations of stone. He, the Balrog, was with me still. His fire was quenched, but now he was a thing of slime, stronger than a strangling snake." Of course, it makes no sense for it to be Durin's Bane, but we already have seen him in the show, even though the trouble with the dwarves and Durin's Bane is only starting in the Third Age, not already in the Second Age. I don't know what the writers were thinking there, but who knows, maybe they work a little bit more on the Durin's Bane dwarves conflict, and we might see him again, maybe also having this weird different form here. In this context, Gandalf also mentions that he fell into water, so it could also be that Balrog plus water results in this form, not that he can transform into this just at will. Another thought I had that this could be a reference towards the Mulips. Tolkien wrote a poem published in The Adventures of Tom Bombadil called The Mulips, and these are also kind of weird creature living in marshes, so I can imagine them being somewhat slimy, maybe comparable to this, though to be fair, I would imagine them a little bit different. So it could just be a distant reference to those, and maybe just be its own new creature that appears in Rings of Power based on this poem. The Tolkien scholar John D. Radcliffe, I think, also assumed that he might have wanted to add the Mulips to the Hobbit, but then never did. Then we have the person with the bloody hands, I assume a woman, and first I thought it might be some weird vision of Miriel, but no, that seems not to be the case, because it looks very similar to one of these 3 supernatural women from season 1, so maybe one survived, and we also see, I assume, moths here in the background. Those we already saw in the first season in context of these 3 women. Not sure what's going on with them, maybe it's also another woman from that order, or whatever you want to call that, and it seems they will be back in season 2. I also can't think of any book reference they might be based upon. The next scene I want to talk about is this one here, where we see all these orcs going on a hike through the forest, and in the background we see a very tall guy, I assume a troll. We of course know how the trolls in Peter Jackson's adaptations looked, and I would assume they'd here go definitely for a different approach, and that might be actually interesting to see how the Amazon filmmakers interpret the trolls from the books. The next scene we see Celebrimbor, I assume, in his forge, and his forge is really bright, and there's a figure standing right in front of it, which is hard to see, but the silhouette gets a bit clearer at the end of the shot, and then it looks like the Eye of Sauron, which is of course a nice little touch here. And then, fitting to that, we see this new character here, which is not a new character, it's just Charlie Vickers with a wig and pointy ears. And yes, he is most likely Annatar, and he will play a very important role in the story surrounding the creation of the Rings of Power and the One Ring, as you potentially can imagine. Then we get the release date reveal, 29th of August, and in the background we see a city close to the sea. So there are multiple cities that this could be. In rumors and stuff we hear that Pelargir might be a place of importance, and that was also already indicated in the last season, so that is very likely. Other places could be Evelond, maybe even Dol Amros under a different name, and I don't know, Lond Dyer could be an option as well. However, somebody in chat suggested that it does not need to be on Middle-earth, it could also be on Numenor, and then the big mountain in the background would be Meneltarma. And as a result, the city could be Andúnie, which is the place of, or the city of the faithful, or it could also be Eldalonde, which is also on the west side of Numenor. Andúnie, though, should be in a bay, and Eldalonde is close to a river. And if you look a little bit to the right, you see a delta of a river that might lead inland. So I think it could be Eldalonde in this case, even though Andúnie would make far more sense. The next scene I want to talk about is with this sea monster and this woman that maybe gets eaten or tries to control the sea monster. It's not really clear what's going on there exactly. It could be one of these Rune women, or maybe related to that. So maybe this is the Sea of Rune, who knows? Because in the background you see these rock formations, so it's maybe close to the shore or in a lake or something. So that would make kind of sense, I think, though there are not really sea monsters mentioned there. Tolkien wrote a poem early on that is published in Adventures of Tom Bombadil called Fastito Colon, and that is also the name of a monster, but it's more like a turtle fish. I'm not sure if this looks like a turtle fish or not. He's also not describing tentacles, if I remember correctly. So some people might also get more vibes comparable to the Watcher in the Water that we know from Lord of the Rings. So maybe it is related to that or reference to that. Though there the tentacles should actually be glowing. That is not the case here, but in Peter Jackson's film they also don't glow. So maybe it's just some freedom the creators took here. Further, it's interesting that we see another sea monster, because they are not often described in Tolkien's book. We only have The Watcher in the Water and this one poem. This poem was potentially also written at one point and potentially not intended to be part of Tolkien's world anyway, but Tolkien, I think, mentions Middle-earth in it as well at some point, so he kind of made it part of the world. But these are the only two instances I currently can think of. The reason for this might be that the oceans, like I said, are largely unexplored in Tolkien's world, even by Tolkien himself. And a reason for that could be that Tolkien, or in Tolkien's world, the water is almost free of the evil influence of Morgoth. Morgoth put his power into the world itself and damaged it with it, but the oceans, as Tolkien writes in Morgoth's Ring, are almost entirely free of this influence. Of course, water can be corrupted by evil as well. There are some instances in the First Age that we can see, but neither Morgoth nor Sauron had many water forces, if that makes sense. Think, for example, that the Nazgûl didn't really dare for a moment to enter. Hello. I'm back. I had to think for a moment which language I have to talk now. I hope the stream won't crash, because I have to switch my scene here, though I could do it with this here, but the others I think better. So yeah, that was the Tom Bombadil section, and I see you want a new character. We start in Elden Ring, and it should be female. I kind of like the idea that maybe the viewers can at least a little bit decide what we're going to do now in the game. Maybe you can try Vietnamese. But yeah, I end the poll. Like you could still vote. I'm not sure what you see. So just to get the decision out of the room, if we play a male or a female character, we could also start and play existing character. I have plenty of those, but yeah, it seems like new character female. So if people don't want to don't want to vote now, I think you had a long time. I'm excited for the Euros. You mean the championship soccer/football? Yeah, it's in Germany this time, so I'm kind of curious how that goes. The German team, well, it's always kind of a wild card. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just very curious what they do. Currently, they seem to got a bit better at this kind of stuff, but yeah, I don't know at this kind of stuff at playing football. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe the new trainer and new team might do something. They have the potential as always, but let's see if they can deliver this time. Well, I can already spoil. I have ungodly hours in this game, so I'm somewhat okay, and I know the game very, very well. Like, if people ask me, Chris, what do you know besides Tolkien very well? Then I would say Souls games and especially Elden Ring. So we have a lot of options. To end the poll, somebody said no, but he was overvoted. Is that the word? Overvoted? Überstimmt in German. I don't know what it is currently. So my English here will at times fail. Yeah, so enter poll. Next question. We need the class. What class shall we play? That's the next poll we are going to create. Before we do this, though, I have to switch scenes really quick. I hope this does not crash the stream. Hello? Can you still hear me? Okay, it seems like though I have the right scene. That's good, I think. So we switched to Elden Ring. I even changed the thumbnail and the title of the stream, so that should work. Let me just double check if the sound is okay. Seems to work. Still there. Yeah, okay. Currently, things are working. You see the Elden Ring logo. Okay, so before we start a new poll, we have to decide what we do. I have my death counter from my last level 1 run. So there's that. We will have to take another one. Don't have a second one? No, that should be the other one. It's not active. Question is, why is that? Did not rename it? Should be right, though. We will figure it out. Yeah, still there? Okay. Let me just double check something. I hoped I had set the counter. There is a counter. It should be set to 0. Okay, my only question is... Oh, that's why it's not working. Yeah, okay, I see the problem. Now it works. Okay, awesome. I got this repaired. I always imagine Tom Bombadil as a green man. It's funny. But this should work. Okay, we start the game. Just took a moment here of setup. My biggest problem will be finding the game, but we'll solve this here as well. Where is it? At Elden Ring. We have to skip the title screen pretty fast, unfortunately. Okay, that should work. This I can close. This I can close. This I can close. This I think as well. Okay, chat. Game is running. I haven't played games here on this channel for ages, it feels. We want to create a new character. Okay, we need a name for it, chat. I hope you have your creative ends equipped. Whatever that means. Okay, we need a class to start with. Since I can't make all the classes, my only question... I know it works. My only question is what we start. We have the... This is the level 1 character. If we make a level 1 run, we could also make a level 1 run, chat. Or like a normal run. So for selection, I wouldn't play a caster because I currently don't want to play a caster. So let's say we have 1. Samurai is good. That's a caster. Bandit. Evo Warrior, Vagabond. I'm not sure how many poll votes I can make, chat. Will be... I need a... Like, you can... I kind of like the idea that people can... Let's say we have the Vagabond. We have the Warrior, Samurai, and we have the Wretch. The problem is I can only have 4 poll options, chat. So I have to make a pre-selection. Do you want the Warrior, chat? Or do you want... Never seen this before. Yeah, we will explain what's going on. No worries about that. We have it now select a starting class. It's not that important. Do you want the Warrior or do you want the Confessor? The Confessor is also kind of a caster, but doesn't matter too much. Or the Bandit, chat. Just as a voting poll option. Like Vagabond is this guy here, it's like a knight. The Samurai is, in my opinion, one of the best starting classes in the game. It's really good for melee combat stuff. The Wrench starts as only character on level 1, has all stats on 10, has basically only a club, and is running around in their pens. So you can kind of decide what we want to do, chat. Yeah, I make a poll for the chat in a moment. Don't worry about that. The question is now, what is the third option? Warrior, Hero, or Bandit? Or Confessor? Or whatever other class you want. But most people say Wretch. Anyway, so I just start the poll then. And you can vote. Okay, one says Samurai, or... Not sure, most people say Wretch, though. Let's wait a moment for people to have time to decide. A poll for the poll. No, yeah, we know, that would be pollception, and I think that's illegal on YouTube. So in the meantime, we already have one decision not to make. That would be the next decision, if female or male. We decided for a female character. The problem is it would take too long to let you vote on each female thing. So I just create one very fast. Maybe use a template or something. I could let you vote on a template if you want. But it seems like we have 1 minute. That should be enough. We have one Vagabond. I can't see how many votes, but 17% Vagabond, 17% Samurai, 0% Warrior, but 67% for the Wretch. So, okay, there was another vote for the Samurai. I have to end it because else we never start. So we go with the Wretch. What is important to know, by the way, chat, the starting class in Souls games is not that important. I could still play this class and look like the Samurai, or like the Vagabond, or like the Warrior. You can find all the armor sets in the game that are here. The only downside would be if I would play Samurai and I want 2 of his swords. If I want 2, like the sword we are using here would be the Uchigatana, and there's only 1 in the game you can find. So if you want to have 2 of them, you have to start Samurai. So that option is out, but whatever. Doesn't matter. We have type A is male, type B is female. We go with female. We need a name, chat. There I'm taking Eerie was one suggestion by Spielkalb, so because we had the ear scream, because of the whole ear stream thing. But yeah, you can decide on what you want to see there. Like name suggestions. In the meantime, I have to take a keepsake. We take the lens between Rune. The sum of all Karens. Yeah, we can choose a template here. Like the problem with the warrior template is the nose, I think, of the warrior is really strange. You can also have detailed, you can change the appearance. I also have some people, like I like this guy with a big head. It's kind of funny in my opinion. It's kind of funny that usually I make my German stream, I always switch male, female, but I have more templates of whatever. Female characters for whatever reason. There's still no name suggestions. We need at least a good pun for it, else I go with Eerie. I don't know. Usually, if we take a female character, this is one of the few characters that has the normal nose. So I usually go with this template and then go from here. I don't know. Don't want to put too much time here into this, but you can also change the hairstyle of the character if you want. Or whatever. Eerie's great. Okay, we have 2 votes on Eerie. Yeah, we won't see the character much anyway all the time. So we might wear a helmet or not. Who knows? Really? Eerie nose. We just avoided the eerie nose, so we can't go there. Ellie Rage. Okay, we go with Eerie. Big head is funny. Okay, big head it is. Skin color, the lobe, outer face, body, outer body, I think it is. Head. He's also pretty pumped. And yeah, I don't want to, like I said, we need to play, we can't waste too much time. You can spend an hour in this character editor if you want. We could also make her, I don't know, in color, black or red or whatever. We have all kinds of options what you can do here. Won't go down this rabbit hole now, we will just play normal character. Big swords, big head, exactly. Dark hair ponytail, exactly. So like I said, we need to start. All character, we are level 1, all on 10. Our keepsake, usually I take the golden seed or this. This gives us, like the game has a currency where you can level up with and buy stuff with. That's called runes. In Dark Souls, that was a predecessor game, it was called Souls. Here it's called runes. This here gives us 3000 start runes. This here gives us 1 extra healing flask. But you can get those healing flasks anyway, so it's not that important. I would go with this. That's my decision making here. We go with Eerie, and I would say, did I forget anything? Well, it shut up because now we see the intro cutscene. And let's go. No complaints. Make it a bit louder.
Tell a story. The great Elden Ring was shattered. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment.
This, by the way, Adar
by
and
the
Melania.
greater will.
Now he really feels the narrator, the story.
Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome dung-eater, and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing.
I hate Gideon. Just want to tell that already.
And one other, whom grace would again bless.
That's us!
A tarnished of no renown. Cross the fog to the lands between. To stand before the Elden Ring. And become the Elden Lord.
That's basically our quest. Become the Elden Lord. Oh, I'm still tapped out. Okay, so yeah, the vote so far says I don't care, and most people say no. Then we hate Gideon too. Well, on level 1 Gideon is really annoying. I can spoil that already. First of all, I have nothing to equip here, chat. First of all, just in case something goes wrong. Okay. So I entered poll and you voted for I'm not allowed to level up. Okay, so this will be a level 1 run. That means here our character, if we look here at the stats, you see the character is level 1 because our starting class starts at level 1. And usually you can level up and then you get for each level an attribute point. For example, Vigor. You just see explanation. Vigor gives us more HP, so more hit points, so we don't die as fast, for example. Endurance, we get more stamina, can carry more stuff. Strength and dex are for physical attacks. intelligence and faith, and is for magical attacks depending on the kind of magic you use. Arcane also spells or bleeding damage. Mind is for mana. These are basically the stats. Runes is basically experience or currency, what you need, and stuff like this. What does an Elden Lord do, though? The Elden Lord, well, it's complicated to explain. But basically, there is an Elden Ring in this world. The name is the name of the game, and there's this gigantic tree here, for example. In this tree, there is the goddess of this world, and she kind of, part of her is the Elden Ring, or it's in this tree basically. It's massive, this tree. It's, I don't know, if you stand before it, it's really, really, really big. And the Elden Ring basically, as I understand it, has the metaphysical rule set, or defines the metaphysical rule set how this world here works. So if you alter the Elden Ring, you alter the certain aspects of the world as well, if that makes sense. And the Elden Lord has a major influence on how this Elden Ring works, because it was shattered, and what we are now going to do is we go there and rebuild the Elden Ring, and as a result define how the world is built and what its future encompasses it. And as an Elden Lord, we become the consort of the goddess of this world, if that makes sense. That's, I think, the short explanation. Okay. So, of course, I know the game quite well. I know what's potentially coming. First boss. Usually, you are supposed to die here. That's illegal. Rune, got it. Focus here a bit. It doesn't look like it, but this is actually difficult. Killed it. Okay. So this was the first boss. And I'm very happy that I killed it first try. Like, it doesn't look difficult. Maybe it doesn't. It looks difficult, but this early in the game you have no healing and no stuff. And we are just level 1. And we just killed, yeah, this particular boss. That was really, really tough. I'm kind of happy to show this off. Yeah, I was 1 HP. How many HP do we have left, chat? We have 27 HP left. But yeah, this was the grafted sign, I think she is pronounced, and I'm actually really happy. Like, I practiced her in the past for a specific run I made, And the run was also level 1, and I get the weapon of this first boss in the game and complete the whole game with this weapon. It's also a weapon that's actually not that bad, to be honest, but yeah, usually what happens here, there are two things you can do here usually. If you want to be fast, you trigger the boss fight and just jump down this cliff, because the game intends you to die here. The boss is for, I think, when you play this the first time, you won't be able to kill her. It's really tough to do boss fight. However, it is possible to beat her. What is interesting, when she kills you and you look at your HP here in this thing, you notice that it won't go under 1. There's a bug where it can happen, but not always it happens. And then a cutscene triggers. Now we have killed the boss and are still alive. So yeah, now we can continue this particular section and get these beautiful butterflies here, the nascent butterflies, I think. And yeah, check this area here. Ooh, we're good at this. Yeah, I have to admit, I was kind of. Oh no! But no, that is actually what is intended. You can't progress further, you have to die. That is the thing. Either you jump down the cliff, or you get your HP down to 1, and then this cutscene that now comes triggers. And yeah, I shut up for a moment after the loading is done here. My game just crashed. I promise you, if the game crashed, I will I will be sad. That never happened to me, that the game crashed here. That's really, really unusual, I have to admit. Wait a moment, chat. Let's start it again. I did nothing. Like, the game literally just crashed. I never had this. Let's hope the save game is not damaged. Where do I land? Ah, here's a cutscene. So you hear some strange noises, water splashing or whatever, I'm not sure. And then we wake up here, in this cave. I think there's a theory that the game was originally intended to start a bit different. That you fall off a ship or something and then are washed ashore at the coast and she comes there, but I don't know. Or this scene then happened. But they kind of changed it. Don't ask me how we got here, it's a bit weird.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on her side. We found her here after all.
Yeah, that would be a good thing to do as well.
One of her kind is sure
Castle
to
Morn.
seek the Elden Ring. Even if it does violate the Golden Order.
Yeah, the Golden Order is basically the currently ruling system, dynasty, order in this world. And it's crumbling, I would say. It's the current goddess of the world is called Marika. That's the one who has this Elden Ring thing going on with her, in her, whatever. That defines the rule set of this world, kind of. And her order was the Golden Order. And there's like a superior entity above her, this goddess. That is the Outer Will. The Greater Will, not the Outer Will. So these are the names we have to keep in mind. I just have to do a little bit of menuing stuff here really quick. Okay, we are here. These glowing things up there, they are items that we can collect. I would skip the tutorial, chat. You can go down here, that's a tutorial area. There's also a small tutorial boss. I will skip it because it's not that interesting, I think. Yeah, exactly. Whoever holds the Elden Ring can program reality. That's kind of how it works, yeah. This here is a bonfire. Here it's called Side of Grace. We can rest here. If I sit down, I can pass the daytime, for example. I can change my flasks, which I currently won't do, I think. You can upgrade your flasks. Later you can level up here. You can memorize spells. You can also put things into your chest that you maybe don't need. And so on. And fast travel you can always. There's also, this game, as the other Souls game, has a map. And yeah, like I said, these are items that you can collect. And this is the elevator. Yeah, after one-shotting the sign, the tutorial is superfluous. That is true. Do I need the thing downside? Yeah. Downstairs, not downside. And yeah, this is now, you open this gate and come into the world and you see this beautiful vista. It's always like a cool magic moment in the game when you first step inside this world. And the cool thing about this kind of game, or the FromSoft games, is that they have a very strict rule. And basically, what you see is where you can go. Like if you see a building in the distance, like this tower, you can go there. You can go there. You can go there. It's something I really like about the games. There might be some exceptions at times, but usually when you see something, you can go there. It's pretty cool. And now we have this huge open world and can go wherever we want. Yeah, no maidens, that's also the thing.
Oh, yes. Tarnished, are we? Come to the lands between for the Elden Ring? Hmm?
Maybe the in-game is a bit loud, chat.
No shame in it. Unfortunately for you, however, you are maidenless. Without guidance, without the strength of runes, and without an invitation to the Round Table Hold, you are fated, it seems, to die in obscurity. Luckily for you, however, there is one shining ray of hope for even the maidenless. Me, Vare. Take care to listen. Are you familiar?
Got to go have fun, everyone. Yeah, Spielkalb, thank you for joining. Have a good one.
Life to you, Tarnished. You may also behold its golden rays, pointing in a particular direction.
I didn't know that he talks so much.
That is the guidance of grace, a path that a Tarnished must travel. Indeed. Grace's guidance holds the answers. It will lead you, Tarnished, to the path you are meant to follow, even if it leads you to your grave.
Okay. That is what Vare has to say. I think we can talk to him again, but I can always spoil. We can't complete his this quest line.
Guidance to Castle Stormvale, over on the cliff, the home of the decrepit demigod Godric the Grafted. It's time you set off. I should to castles if you.
Gibt einem gleich. Just switch to German, for example. He just gives you the directive order, like the suggestion to go to check this castle out. And yeah, I just move here a little bit along. And for level 1 runs, the game has some, yeah, I wouldn't say weird, but kind of weird circumstances. Like usually you need to get stronger, which is possible even on level 1, by, for example, upgrading your weapons. But the problem is a bit that you die usually pretty fast, and you can't increase the other stats that you have. But there are ways to increase them nonetheless, even on level 1 in this game, and we will of course use those. And that leads to us needing a lot of stuff.
Tarnished. I can see it.
That's, by the way, a lot of people say this guy looks like Santa Claus or something.
You're not
from
after
the
my
distance.
throat. Then why not purchase a little something? I am Kale,
Hi, Kale.
purveyor of fine goods.
And because we defeated the grafted sign, we were allowed to keep our souls for whatever reason. Usually if you die you lose them, the runes. Now we can buy some stuff. We want to have the crafting kit from him. That's very important to buy. That allows us to craft stuff. That is new in this game, that you can craft stuff. And for maybe later in the game we want to have these pots here. Usually also get some throwing daggers. And yeah, I don't know. We can buy some pens from him because we have the cash. And a torch. Having a torch is maybe also not bad. We could also sell a rune and buy a shield if we would want. Let's do that as well.
Goodbye.
And then, yeah, first of all, do we need to rest here? No, I don't think so. So just, well, the pens don't look much better, to be honest, but better than nothing, I guess. Really buy the shield and the crafting kit. Yeah. Makes complete sense. Now here's the item crafting menu. We have some base recipes, but you can find more recipes during the game. And you need to find material. I hope it's still interesting to people. It's a bit hard to tell. Here we have some cookeries. A throwing knife that can cause bleeding. I actually forgot something. Did he drop something? No. But yeah, here's root resin. I want that. We might. That is a crafting material for later. You can also backstab the people like this. You get them back. Does quite a bit of damage. That's a heavy attack. This is a heavy attack. That's a normal attack. Heavy attack. Charged heavy attack. And if we hit him hard enough, the enemy staggers, collapses, and then you get a finisher like this. So that's also not bad. Here's a bit more root resin. It's making me want to load up Elden Ring. I can definitely understand that. If we would do a speed run now, if you go uphill, I think you need to jump. Even if it goes slightly uphill, that's faster than running. But I don't do this because it annoys me. So, is there co-op in Elden Ring? Yes and no. So yes, there is definitely multiplayer co-op in this game. The problem with Elden Ring co-op is that it's not classic co-op. Like, I can summon somebody in my world. I can't show you because I'm offline currently here. And then you have, like, I could lay down... I have these weird multiplayer items. Where are they? The items here, these things here. Create a summon sign for cooperative multiplayer. I can't use this because I'm not online. But you could lay the summon sign. Then you can go into this multiplayer option, set a password, and then a friend potentially sees this sign that it's not always working well. And then you summon him into your world and can help your friend. But you don't make progress in your own world doing so. So if you have let's say you kill a boss with a friend together, then you have to summon your friend into your world and kill the boss again there. So both of you can progress further, if that makes sense. So there is a mod called, if you play on PC, called Seamless Co-op. And there I think things work a bit better, but the mod. It also has some downsides though. Okay, next bonfire. We sit down here a moment and then another cutscene should appear. And we see Melina again. Spoiler.
Greetings,
Hello.
traveler from beyond the fog. I am Melina.
Yeah, classic co-op would be couch co-op, of course, but let's say classic online co-op.
I offer
Is there a way
you
to get a
an
flaming weapon?
accord.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of weapons that do fire damage. There's also a grease,
Have
there
you
are also
heard
spells
of the
for
Finger
fire stuff.
Maidens? They serve the two fingers, offering guidance and aid to the tarnished.
There's also fire
But you,
gems,
I am
basically, like
afraid,
affinity called
are
here.
maidenless.
Yeah, here
I
we
can play
learn
the
again that we're
role of
maidenless.
maiden,
And she's a maiden. What a coincidence,
turning
chat.
runes into strength to aid you in your search for the Elden Ring. You need only take me with you to the foot of the Erd Tree.
I made one run where I refuse her, and you can't complete the game if you refuse this. I completed it anyway because you can use a Wong Warp to circumvent this, but yeah, that's a bug you have to use. Then you can kind of complete the game without her help. But it was really tough, to be honest, because you don't get the horse and stuff like this. But we accept her help, of
Then it's
course.
settled. Summon me by grace to turn runes into strength. Ah, another matter. I bequeath to you this ring.
Oh, a ring. That's the spectral steed whistle.
Use it to traverse great distances. It will summon a spectral steed named Torrent. Torrent has chosen you. Treat him with respect.
Nice. So we can level
Shall I
up.
turn your runes to
The problem
strength?
is, this
Let
is a
my
level
hand
1 run
rest
as we
upon you.
voted, so we can't
For
use
but a
this. But in
moment.
theory, it would be
Share
possible
them with me.
if I had enough
Your
runes to,
thoughts,
let's say, get more HP. I put this to
ambitions.
11. We were not doing that, so we can leave. And now I have this ring here. I put this on this quick menu here. And now we can get some stuff. And get the map here of this area. Now, I can't show you the map though, unfortunately. I wrote wrong. Here's an item in the ruins that we might need. It's a very important mechanic in the game. You asked if there's a way to make this, let's say, a fire club. And yes, it is possible with this item, the whetstone knife, or if you go to a smith. Can maybe even show it to you in a moment. That's the item I want. Yeah, these skulls you can get over, and you always get a golden rune 1. That's basically 200 runes that you get if you use the item. Farmed a lot of runes there. So if now I can go to Ash of War, put this in, and if I would have the fire wet blade, which also exists in the game, I could put the fire affinity on this weapon, then it would do fire damage. I can't show it to you right now because I don't have the thing right now. Fire grease, in case you like this bonfire, is pretty easy to find. This grace. Fire grease, the recipe we could also really get fast because it's right here. That's the armorer's cookbook 1. That's the fire grease. Now we can craft. See here, that's fire grease. So I could, in theory, I can just do this. But you asked for a permanent solution, so yeah, they're also classic fire weapons. in the game, like quite a few. There's tons of stuff is in this game. But if I would now equip it and craft it so it's not tricky. You see now our club is glowing, burning, and now it does fire damage. And the enemies are terrified and fleeing. Oh no, we died. This is our first death. We can just start here at the Marika thing. I hoped I would hit both with the club, but it didn't work. So the other guy just killed me. Did the death counter work? The death counter worked, shit, awesome. So now we lost our souls that we have. So we have to go back to where we died. Like here. Guy does quite a bit of damage. Or we take a revenge. Okay, so we are here. Where do we go, chat? I would say we take the classic route for now. Can you have quick step and a fire weapon at the same time? Yes, it's possible. The problem with quick step is quick step might only be available to certain weapons. Can't tell you right now. But yeah, in theory it's possible. But yeah, every weapon has basically an ability, and you can switch this ability. And this weapon ability is called Ash of War in the game. And yeah, this weapon, we have the Barbaric Roar that's above at the left side. You can read it. In theory, I don't need it, but we get it anyway, chat. Mushrooms we need for this pots later. Stone sword key. I'll take this. Oh, we found somebody.
Everyone's been grafted. Everyone who came with me. They crossed the sea for me. They fought for me. Only to have their arms taken, their legs taken, even their heads taken. Taken and stuck to the spider. Did you know, if you're grafted by the spider, you become a chrysalid? It's quite a lark when you think about it. You're all on your own, are you? And heading to Stormvale Castle? Enticed by the one in the white mask, I suppose. Oh, you've come to be one with the spider? Well, that makes us two peas in a pod.
The grafted sign is maybe the spider she's talking about.
It's scary, you know, having your arms cut off, or legs, or your head.
I agree.
I want to be like everyone else, but I'm just too scared. I'm nothing but a craven. Oh, I know. Can you take this little one along with you? The poor thing deserves someone braver than myself. And the spirits look rather fondly upon you. It'll be glad of your company, I think, the little un. It was a pleasure to see you. Oh, can you pass on a message for me?
Only NPC with common sense, yeah, true.
In Stormvale Castle.
That's another one. But it's just one of the few normal people.
Despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough. I'm finally getting the hang of this whole pain thing, you know.
The hang of this whole pain thing. Yeah.
It was a pleasure to see you. Oh, can you pass on a message for me? If you see the little chrysalids in Stormvale Castle, tell them I love them. And that, despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough. I'm finally getting the hang of this whole pain thing, you know.
Okay, we are already. Okay, I know who this is already and what what her quest storyline is. We can now upgrade our flask because we found a golden seed. So now we have 4 flasks. In theory, we could have 5 if we wanted, but I keep 1 blue flask. If I use my ability of my weapon, I use this blue bar. I hope that's not too loud, but yeah. I make the in-game a bit less loud, chat. Sorry. Forgot that it might be loud, chat. Sorry. Okay, so next place I usually go from here is this place, chat. There's a giant. We ignore him for the time being and hope he's not annoying. But he guards an item that I really like to have. That's usually a very powerful item. You get it quite early. It's called the Strength Not Crystal tier. We will definitely make use of it. What it does is you can put it into a specific flask called Flask of Wondrous Physique, and here fire arrows. And in this flask it has the ability to increase your strength attribute, which is 10 for us, as all the other attributes, to 20. So basically by plus 10 for 3 minutes. And you can imagine if you're level 1, that can, like, stats increases like this. That's basically 10 level ups for 3 minutes. It's very powerful to have those. Here's also fruit resin that we need to cast stuff. And then, where do I go from here? I usually mark this place here on my map. And then we get another item, chat. First of all, we check out these fire snails that live here in this area. And where there's fire, there are also these fire butterflies. And those, as you have seen, maybe not, in the crafting menu, we need it for fire grease, for example. Which I think we won't use that much, but it's nice to have. However, this guy here, that's a pretty awesome dude. Because he has something I want. That is this spell that he just showed you. And he's also on horse. Well, that was a weird interaction. Problem is this dude here does some serious damage. And we got him. When you kill him, you get his this Ash of War, this ability called Golden Vow. I want that. And luckily, that was a random drop. We also got his spear, which is pretty cool actually. But we don't have the stats for it because we need 15 strength and 12 dexterity for the spear, so we can't use it right now. Because we only have 10 in each. 10. So next step, what I'm usually going for, is this little dude here. Doesn't die. He gives us a Somber Smithing Stone 1. I want that. This is basically like yeah, in previous Souls game, the crystal lizards. But they're not always giving you crafting materials, sometimes also ashes of war, and spells and stuff. So it's usually cool stuff if you kill some of them. The game is a lot about killing things for loot. Next place I usually go is here. I mean, I could show you another item that we could got, but we most likely won't use it. Who knows? But yeah, you can jump on this roof here, and there's also a lens here. Here's Exalted Flesh that boosts your damage by 20% for I think 30 seconds. Can be useful. Somebody's calling, but let us go to this place here first. No. It's also an interesting place here because there's a lot of cool stuff that you can get.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, dude. Hang in there.
Hello? Hello? Anyone?
Well, this is also an NPC.
Oh, my stars. I'm so happy to see you. I am Alexander, also known as the Iron Fist. And as you can see, I'm stuck here. Please, can you help me out of this?
Help him out. Oh, I've tapped out.
My thanks. 1,000 thanks. Just give me a good smack from the rear with something nice and big. And I'll pop clean out, I'm sure. Don't dally. There's no need to fret. I'm very well trained. Give it your all, I say.
Okay. If you say so, my friends. That might hurt, though. Okay, we helped him out, I think.
Ah. Well played, good lady. Well played. Though that mighty wallop of yours almost spelled the end of me.
I love his laugh, to be honest.
Well, I'm out now, and that's what counts. I thank you. And as a token of my appreciation, I'd like you to have this.
And we got another Exalted Flesh. Not bad.
Once again, pleasure is mine. I am the warrior Jar known as Alexander. Iron Fist Alexander, in fact. I journey to the east, where I intend to further my education in the ways of war. And beyond these lands lie the scarlet, rot-blighted Caelid wilds. And upon their southern edge is Redmane Castle, in which a festival of combat is being held. I'd heard whispers of such festivities before. Doesn't the notion set your breast aflutter? I'm heading eastward to Redmane Castle, on the southern edge of the scarlet, rot-blighted Caelid wilds. I've heard there's to be a festival.
He's one of the best
there.
NPCs in the game. He's awesome. Also, this quest line is pretty cool. Happy birthday. Thank you, Tetramoxo. Nice to have you here. But just the general birthday.
I'm heading to Redmane. I've heard.
Always check the dialogue until you repeat. That's a very important lesson in Souls stuff. And yeah, I collected them, like this big gate we had where we talked to Melina that was here, and here was the map for this area which we collected. Now you see we have this map piece here, while the other stuff is still out. And yeah. Not sure if there's something here. Usually I don't go here. So we leave Alex alone for the time being. and go somewhere else really quick. Like here, usually we would continue, just to have some options. I said at the beginning that you can have all the other stuff. For example, you can also get the weapon and so on by other means. And in this place, it's like a little mini dungeon. You can get the katana, which is pretty cool in my opinion. So we could get this as well. I think we can't wield it yet. Might need too much dexterity for that, but whatever. We just won't complete the dungeon. This is one of the mini dungeons with annoying skeletons and stuff. This one with us. But yeah, this here is the Uchi, the katana from the samurai, the starting katana. In case you wonder where you get it, here's the blade. Nice shot, man. And then we can just walk out. I think, as I said, see, we can't use it yet. We simply don't have the stats. That's was always a huge problem in previous level 1 runs in games, that your weapon selection is really just very limited. Simply. We can return there if we want later. The boss drops actually a pretty cool talisman. Smash your head on the keyboard to continue or something. And here we have another merchant.
Oh dear. I'm terribly sorry. Are you here as a customer?
Yes. Aren't you a merchant? Just thinking about if I should. You know what? We just buy this weapon.
I'm afraid.
Doing wrong stuff here. Oh look, there's also somebody.
There's no mistake, is there? Death has left its mark once again. Ah, a
Has an
tarnished
interesting
I am.
armor.
I'm known as D. I hunt down those who live in death and weed their death root. Heed my warning. The village here has been touched by death. And worse yet, it is home to a mariner. If you value your life, then go no further. The village here has been touched by death. Turn back while you still can.
Okay. Of course we won't listen to it. If you die in this game, it's the same as in Souls. What do you mean? Like if you die, you lose all your souls on the spot where you died. Or do you mean on a story level? That might be complicated. Let me just think how I continue here. So yeah, I've played this game like a million times, so I know pretty much exactly where I go and what I want. On that screen, really? The marinas are cool, yeah. In case people wonder, this guy here in the boat is a Tibian Marina that is one he was talking about. Yeah, we collected a stone sword key, chat. Maybe you forgot already, but here, where we talked to this woman with a red hood in this old shack. And yeah, this is like a stone sword key. A sword-shaped stone key breaks the seal on imp statues, but remains embedded in the statue after use, meaning it can only be used once as an item. Think well before using one. So here you can see there are two imps. One has already one of this thing in its head, and the other it's missing. So I need one stone sword key for this one. There also sometimes we need 2 or 3. Also a thing. Then this fog gate there opens, and yeah, you can get boss fight, or like in this case, treasure chest. Wait a moment, chat. Hope that wasn't too loud. For me, it was very loud. But yeah, we got our first talisman, which is this one here, the turtle talisman, and this gives us more stamina regeneration. The green bar, I can't show it to you right now. The green bar there is our stamina, and every time we hit somebody, we run, we jump, or we roll, we consume a bit of stamina. So this limits our possible actions. Like if it's empty, I can't roll. This thing here. See, now I jump and I lose stamina. Even on the horse. When you're not in combat, and this is new in this game, you don't lose stamina. But you see now, if I roll, you see I lost stamina now we're out of combat. And here, these cemeteries with coffins, you always get like a bunch of runes for free, which is cool. In this case, also a recipe that we might later need. That is the Feathers Cookbook 1. The Rune 1 is the smallest one. Rune 6 is like bigger, so if you look into the inventory, this gives 200 runes, 2 gives 400, 3 I don't have, is 800, 4 is 1200, 6 is even 2000 runes, so quite still not bad. Did we collect everything, chat? I think we did. Do I need to go here back? No, right? No. We could talk to... That's for completeness sake, we go here really quick, chat. Another guy who needs help. There are a lot of people who need help in this area.
Interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Haight, servant to the true order and celebrated repudiator of the false. Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor. Ah, you've come to lend me your aid, have you? Well, that's very kind, but no. No, the help is very much appreciated, even from a tarnished. Despite appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the true order. You might have heard of me, Kenneth Haight.
No, never heard of you.
Next in line is the rightful ruler of Limgrave, young Tarnished. I would have a boon of you. I want you to take back my fort. It lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. A knight commander from Stormvale took it. A fool! And plumb mad to boot. Simply obsessed with blood. What are you waiting for? A kiss goodbye? My fort lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. Take it back for me. Oh, I see. You wish to know the reward. Fret not. The great Kenneth Haight is known for his considerable largesse.
The celebrations will be lavish indeed upon the dawn of my fort's retrieval. Yes, now allow me to furnish you with a little advice. I would take great care to avoid Godric's tarnished hunts were I in your shoes. That depraved lot are obsessed with sacrificing tarnished like you for the sake of grafting. Honestly, Godric's nothing more than a jumped-up country bumpkin. Lord? Oh, don't make me laugh. First, he hid himself amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then hid from Radahn in that castle. Then he insulted Melania, lost to her in battle, only to lick her boots rather than die like a man. Has he no shame, the big girl's blouse? And to think, he's the blood of Godfrey, last of the golden lineage, though you almost wouldn't know it to look at him. Yeah, I almost feel sorry for the chap the more I think of it. What are you waiting for? My fort.
Okay. That's a lot of story background information. We learned about a guy called Godric from him, and some other names were dropped like Radahn and Melania. It's kind of interesting if you know the game. Well, let me just do something big quick. So yeah, you can just explore the world, very relaxing. It gets only stressful when a lot of enemies appear and want to kill you, or a boss fight appears. But we wanted this stone there. And then yeah, we have this Rune, and he talked about his castle. I'm not sure. I think you can see it here, even the distance. Can you? It's beyond this tree here. And we can't see it right now. And this is the flask I was talking about, the flask of wondrous physique. That's a very cool item indeed. Do a bit of menuing. This now we found a golden seed that adds flask, and we found a sacred tier that makes the flask heal more. The red flask is for health, the blue flask for mana. So just in case you wonder, you can also here change. Can say I want 3 healing 5 total flasks now. I can say I want 4 1 or just 5 healing 0. I can also say 0 healing and so on. So you can decide how many flasks you want to get here. We leave it at 4 1 for the time being. Then we could talk to Melina here, which currently I don't want to. Here I can put in Golden Bow for the time being. Maybe we need it. This here needs 20 strength, 14 dex, quite a bit. And yeah, we can also mix in these tiers here. We do this for the time being. This place here we mark on the map. Here we haven't found the map yet, which is here. So this is why we don't have the map of this particular area here. So at the beginning, if you, I don't know, if you know the game well and do challenge runs like these, you often just run through the whole world and collect stuff all the time to get more powerful. That's basically what we do here. I'll maybe make a poll in a moment what weapon you guys want me to use. Here's the map, by the way. This is our marker that we set here on the map. And this bear here, we don't want it to let him, whatever he does, retreat. Here's also a bear sleeping. I have to be careful that we don't wake Mrs. or Mr. Bear here. Because this bear is actually terrifying. There's another smithing stone we might get, depending on what weapon we will use. I can't believe you're still streaming. Why not? We're currently relaxing a bit in Elden Ring. Pretty awesome. Here's another talisman that I want to have. So now we have the map here. Unfortunately, I need to go here and here. Seems like the bear has no interest chasing us, which is good. I forgot something. We potentially don't need it, but I would like to have it. Like here's like another of these little. What a stomp here.
Ah, welcome.
Another merchant here.
Customer. Yes, right this way. Well, value, please. I'm hungry.
Who's hungry? Unfortunate. In case we use shields, we could just get this one here, chat. This is Exalted Flash. Not bad. I think we don't need this right now. And here is, we will see it in a moment. Careful, we don't get killed here. This is Castle Hyde that this other dude just spoke about a moment ago. And yeah, we will visit it, and then we will fight like a little dude there. And he talked about these Godric soldiers. So these dudes here are Godric soldiers. They are their colors are green and red, I think. And there's also like this pumpkin dude. Things. It's also a very nice and important item. Excuse me. Let's do this guy. Close. Nice. he's also coming right behind us, chat. This guy is like the commander of this fortress here, which means that... Did I forget something, chat? No, I don't think so. So we got the medallion out of the box. We look into this medallion in a moment. However, we also got the commander that we killed, and he gave us also a spell. But not only that, since he's the commander, if you kill him, this now makes the other people abandon the fortress, and we have completed the quest, or on part of the quest of this guy here. I wish I could call my car anytime like this. Yeah, that would be actually very helpful. But it's not a normal horse, it's a spirit steed.
Ah, I've been waiting for you with bated breath. Did you manage to recapture my fort?
Kind of.
Excellent
It's
news.
behind the tree,
Just
by the way.
Wonderful.
So you can
And the
see it
night's
slightly.
dead to boot. Well done, my friend. Well done indeed. I knew I was right to trust you. Now, here's your reward, as promised. Go ahead. It's all yours.
We got the Earthsteel dagger. Thank you, Mr. Kenneth. To talk further to him. We could actually do this.
Right then. Time for me to head to the fort. I've much to do. First, I'll have to re-establish communication with the demi-humans. What's that look? You don't believe me? Well, under the Earth Tree, commingling with the demi-humans is made possible. Even the vulgar shall not be left behind, under the rule of true order. Which is why I, Kenneth Height,
Fucking silly, yeah.
next in line as the rightful ruler of Limgrave, have sworn to uphold it. Just you watch, my friend. Just you watch. Ah, yes. I've been meaning to ask. Would you like to enter my service? I see bright things in your future, stout warrior. Enter into my service and learn the workings of the Erd Tree's true order. And who knows? Perhaps sometime down the line, the grace of gold will return to those tarnished eyes of yours. What say you? A fine accord, is it not? Very well,
Klar.
very well indeed.
He seems
I knew
trustworthy.
I saw something in you. I shall await you at my fort. We shall hold a ceremony
spoke
for your
German-
night
German
in
for a
there, I
moment.
think. I
Too much
see
German
great
streaming.
things ahead of us. We are truly by the Erd Tree blessed. Right then, time. I've much to do.
Okay, I think that's everything he has to say. This place I have established. Yeah, we also got an item, the medallion of Dectus, a half of it, the left half. Left half of a split medallion depicting the Erd Tree. Brandishing the medallion with both halves conjoined will activate the Grand Lift of Dectus, connecting to the Altus Plateau to Leonia. Connecting the Altus Plateau to Leonia. The right half is said to be reside in Fort Paris in the Dragon Barrow, far to the east. So we even get a note where the other half of this medallion might be. That's pretty nice, and it even tells us a location. That's somewhere in the east. I have not marked this place yet. Unusual. This is like kind of optional, but I would recommend it to new players to, at some point before you have gotten too far into the game, return to the Church of LA. It won't help us here in our run here, but then this happens.
May I have a word?
You see, if you know what to do, the game is very talkative. Now we have this person here. That is...
A pleasure to meet thee, Tarnished. I am the witch Rena. I'd heard tell of a Tarnished hurtling about atop a spectral steed. And upon looking into the matter, the talk, I surmise, is of thee. Thou art possessed of the power, no? To call forth a spectral steed named Torrent.
That's our spectral steed. I can call the spectral steed, yes.
As I had hoped, I was entrusted this for thee, by Torrent's former master.
And yeah, this is a spirit calling bell that's very helpful for new players, I think. With this you can call certain spirits into combat, like these wolves here, for example.
'Tis a bell for calling forth spirits. Summon them with it. From ash and return to the Erdtree, the spirits will obey thine command but briefly, as they recall battles past. Now it is thine, to do with as thou wishest.
Like the merchant is now asleep. This is also the color of the sleeping mist, I think.
Forgive mine intrusion, Tarnished. I doubt we shall again meet. But all the same...
We have seen her also in the
well
intro
the
cutscene. There was a
between.
scene where we saw a woman
How
with this
long
head.
will it be, I wonder, before the Tarnished tire of obeisance to the two fingers?
And then she vanishes it. You can, if you don't get it here, you can buy it later easily. It's not expensive. But you don't get the wolves, I think. Maybe you can buy them as well. I'm not sure. But if you, for example, walk a bit outside, there will, above the barbaric roar, there will this gate appear, this thing. And this means you can call these spirit ashes. We also got one from Roderica, but we couldn't use it before. So I can now use this bell, and then I have these three lone wolves here in battle, and they will aid me in combat. It costs mana. There are also some that cost a bit of life. Oh, they vanished because the area just ended. That's awesome. We just left the area for the demonstration effect. I'm not sure why the area for spirit summoning ends here. Very strange. So you don't have to worry that you not get the bell. You get it then later, but you have to buy it for like a very small amount of souls. Here I could call them again if I would want to. Here not. Let's get away from these enemies. But yeah, I was just want to show it. Like, usually the areas are a bit clearer defined than here, where you can call them or not. Do we need something from this guy?
Well, you're...
Yeah, we can talk about the howling. Like we were where the bear was, where we got the flowers and the chest and this talisman. There was a howling.
The howl of a wolf. In the Mistwood. I suppose he must still be skulking about. I know. Why not meet him for yourself? Next time you hear the wolf's howl, make this signal right under the source. Oh, don't fret. There is nothing to fear. I just have an inkling the two of you might hit it off. Goodbye. Nice.
Okay, now we look at least somewhat normal. Not bad from starting with nothing, right? Okay, chat. What are we going to do next? It's always a question, right? So my standard route would lead us now to Caelid. And that's, I think, where we will go next, chat. And then we discuss weapon choices. But there's one thing for weapon choices I need to do first. Oh, wrong direction, chat. So we could just ride here to Caelid over this road here. We could go up here all the way and do stuff, but it's far too complicated because there's a shortcut there. And that's this one here. There's sometimes you find these way gates, as they are called, the teleporter basically, and it brings you to other places on the map. If you know the game very well, you can use this. And now we're on the Dragon Barrow. We heard about this. And now we are all the way up here, which is kind of useful. There's also this massive dude standing there. We ignore him for the time being. And now we are on this red sanded place here, which is called Caelid. It's a very big part of the We have another steed, that means we have another thing to call. Very practical. And we take this bridge. We could have also went through in the building behind us. And we don't need. Okay. Need my healing potion. And there's a dragon on the bridge, chat. Oh no, a dragon. He might kill us. We actually could do it. But usually what you do is just ignore him and run down. Because these dragons in this land seem to be old and slow and, I don't know, you see, you even get like boss fire and you think, oh no, what's going on? But if you know this game a little bit, you often notice, well, dragon's still over there, like in a million of years he won't get us. I mean, it seems maybe he's immortal, so he has all the time in the world, but yeah, I don't know. I like that we still have this epic music going on. Maybe I should also reduce the in-game sound a bit. Is the in-game too loud, chat? Usually I have it put like this or something. Then you might not hear the dialogue, which I usually also skip, so there's no need to have it this loud. That's strange. Usually there should be lightning. Okay, there's the lightning. And these are, yeah, spirit springs. You can jump up here. That's very useful. What is also cool, there is falling damage, but if you jump down to a spirit spring, you can't die. Also, if you use a spirit spring here to... And for example, I would just try to land here. I also don't die. Like, if you get... You can't die from fall damage when you use those. Or when you land on some of those, which is a pretty cool mechanic, I think. And yeah, you will see this is an interesting place. Like when we were here, it was Fort Hyde. And on this item description we just found, we have Fort Ferris. And look how this bonfire here is called. Fort Ferris. This is Fort Ferris. Looks pretty similar to the other fort. But this is a very important place Hope we don't get poisoned. No, we are poisoned. Well, it's not the worst thing to happen. And another chest. There it is, chat. To quote Zelda. Okay, we have to heal. This area, by the way, is a mid to late game area, actually, this place. So, fighting enemies here is not a good idea for us on level 1, because pretty much everything basically one-shots us. Even this red here could easily kill it. Especially this big red, which always scares me, to be honest. And now we do a trick. We quit out of the game really quick, which resets the aggro of the enemies. Very helpful trick. And with this, we can teleport out. And these are the 2 items I want from this place here. And yeah, we mark this place here as a favorite, so I have this in this short, quick list here. And now we rest at the bonfire for a moment.
Forgive me.
Look who's there.
I've been testing you to determine if the Elden Ring would truly have you. If you had the mettle to endure this long and arduous path. It seems my worries were unfounded. Torrent had your measure from the very start, whereas I merely pretended. There is but one other thing I can do to offer you guidance. I can take you to the Round Table Hold, gathering place of tarnished champions, guided by grace.
Go to the Round Table Hold. What does the poison do? There's a... Like, the system works like this. There is this one bar that slowly fills up if you are in a poisonous field, like I was. These enemies down there make a poison field around them. If it is full, I get poisoned, and the poison is, and I slowly lose HP over time until I'm dead, or if I heal up. Like, I think it lasts for quite some time. Like, at least I would say 2 minutes or something like that. Maybe even more. I'm not sure. Never counted the time. There's like poison, and then there's a stronger version of poison, which is called rot. Then we go to the Round Table Hold, which was also mentioned by the first character.
For but a moment.
Because now we have a maiden. At the beginning we were maidenless, now she's our maiden, and she can invite us to the Round Table Hold. And yeah, D is already here.
Ah, we meet again. I'm glad you took my warning to heart. Those who live in death should be left well alone. All the more should you spy a mariner among their number. Those who live in death, all the more.
Then we have this dude here. It says he can't talk. But what he's doing is he gives us this gesture. So we can also now, like him, like we could maybe guard this door or something with him. Maybe like this. Okay, I think we have to do it like this. She turns around. No. We need a different angle, chat, to make this kind of work. We need to be closer. Maybe here this is better, chat. I'm not not sure if it is. It's a bit difficult to find the right angle. Not bad, isn't it? Okay, enough playing around. We have somebody that we need to meet. We take 800 runes, so now it's up here. And here we want to buy this thing here. This dagger here. Actually, now that I think about it, we buy another item. Usually other players would never do this. And one character class started also with this scimitar. You can see you can buy some of the stuff here with this merchant. This is the, what's she called? The Twin Maiden Husks. Fitting name for them. And yeah, they tell you all kinds of interesting stuff. Very important merchant in the game. Here we have Dialos.
Ah, hello. You must be new here.
That's a cool armor.
Well, just call me Dialos. The honor of one's house holds little import in these lands. By the way, have you met a young woman named Lanya on your travels? She's my servant, but fickle as the wind. Take your eyes off her for but a moment and she's good as gone. If you find her, please be sure to tell me.
Okay. This is a smith that's very important, though there's another one in the game.
No matter. It's all the same.
This is also a pretty cool character.
Your arms. I see you've noticed the chains. Nothing special. I'm a prisoner and these are my chains. I'm trapped by the hold. I'm dying, smithing for you fools. That's all there is to it. No, don't read too much into it. Well, no grudge against you. My being a prisoner is no fault of yours. Besides, I don't mind smithing. Despite my differences, the weapons get stronger all the same. Given time, technique never fails. Besides, it helps me forget the sheer terror of her.
Oh yeah, here you could also switch out these Ashes of War, the ability of a weapon. You can upgrade your weapon and stuff. Also, we found a new talisman. Here this was the Green Turtle talisman, but we found this one here. And this talisman is an absolute game changer for level 1 runs, because it gives you massive stats. If you look, my stats are all 10. Suddenly you notice that half of my stats are plus 15. So this talisman greatly raises attributes, but also increases damage taken. So what this talisman does is, it increases vigor, endurance, strength, and dexterity by plus 5. So that are literally 20 level ups that we get for this for free, just by wearing this thing. And this thing allows us to suddenly wear a lot of weapons that we otherwise couldn't. Suddenly, like without the talisman, you will see the red X's a lot of these weapons suddenly have. And if we wear it, you will notice that a lot of these X's go away. Not all of them. Here we still need face or something, but suddenly we can wear almost all the weapons we have with this talisman. And you get it quite easily, and that is why you always want to get this one. So, yeah, that is the secret of the level 1 run, kind of, this talisman. Yeah, it's called Radagon's Saw Seal. This legendary talisman is also one of the legendary talismans. It's an eye engraved with an Elden Rune. Said to be the seal of King Consort Radagon. There are a lot of names in this game. Greatly raises vigor, endurance, strength, and dexterity, but also increases damage taken by a similar measure. The similar measure is 10%. So if an enemy, we have 522 HP. If an enemy does 500 damage, we would survive. However, if we take this talisman, we would then take 550 damage and not survive. However, if the enemy only does 400 damage, we take only 440 damage and still survive. So the 10% damage is not that bad, to be honest. Solemn duty weighs upon the one beholden, not unlike a gnawing curse from which there is no deliverance. And yeah, this is one of our most important talismans, and in pretty much every level 1 run we will see somebody running around with this. Here's Fia. Maybe talk later to her. We have Corbin. Like, if you are into
I see you've just arrived.
spells, he sells incantations.
I'm Corin, a man of the cloth. I teach incantations, the strength granted us by the two fingers, and explore the
The two fingers you will also see soon. Maybe not, I'm not sure how long we stream out.
If the round table hold should become Elden Lord, I might counsel them, ensuring order regains its proper form, righting rule over men. By the way, do you still see it? The guidance of grace.
We can actually see it. That's these lines that go from these side of graces and show where you maybe should go.
Wonderful news. Most tarnished are blind to it these days. You are something of a rare breed. Well, what do you say? Care to learn an incantation of the two fingers?
We don't... On level 1, spells are not that interesting, but you could get a fireball. Like, this is like a little flame you can... Like a short-range flame you can push out. It's very fast. I think Edge Flame actually is pretty decent damage. But the range is pretty low on it. Everything also has a text that explains stuff and so on. That's where a lot of the lore of this game is told and a lot of background information. The two fingers... Yeah, we will see them later. But since we won't using spells due to the limitation of our stats, it's this guy. This is Gideon Ofni. I say I hate him, and I do. We talk later to him. That has a reason why I'm not talking to him right now. Okay, so now that we have our weapon, we could decide what weapon we should play for the time being, chat. So maybe, I'm not sure if you people in chat are still awake or just annoyed by my rambling. Very hard to tell, chat. But I feel the urge to make a new poll. We look into the weapons I would consider playable. That is this thing here, the Ornamental Straightsword. What weapon shall we play? Let's call it that way. Ornamental Straight-Sword. Okay, maybe show you the weapons. I just teleport out and I can show you maybe some of the weapons. The other weapon would be the katana. Uchi. Has a huge downside. The Uchi katana. What other weapons could we play? As a weapon I haven't gotten yet, but we could get the weapon if we would want. Let's say it's also a very good weapon. It's not good that good. It's okay for level 1. It's really good for normal runs though. Bloodhound's Fang would it be that we have not gotten, or I also include it because it's potentially for level 1, it's one of the best. I would say it's an S tier weapon for level 1. It's one of the strongest, but it would be a bit difficult to get for me, especially in this short time we have left. I put it on the list nonetheless. I think I'm the only one still here. Well, there's at least some viewers are still left, but they might be busy playing Elden Ring themselves or just listening. Let me just think. another weapon we could play, or other weapons we could also play. Let's say other weapon. Then we make a new poll or something. Let's make it that way. Okay, we have a poll. Let's see what we do. I can show you the weapon movesets. Other weapon could also include this club here, by the way. We could also continue with the club. It's also definitely an option. But then vote other weapon. So yeah, this is the club, for example. But let me just show the this weapon here. This is the ornamental straight sword. It's a pair weapon, so like you have one in each hand. If you use it on both hands, you can also use one. It looks like this. This has a 4 attack combo. You can do stuff like this. It's the roll attack, jump attack, jump heavy attack. This is the heavy attack, charged heavy. Where we can test it at this dude here. Then we have the katana. That's this thing here. This is the ability of the katana. I didn't show you the ability of the other weapon. This weapon has an interesting ability. It buffs the weapon. It looks like this. You've seen this from the enemy I killed. Now this weapon does holy damage. Heavy attack. Charged heavy attack. Other charged heavy attack. But roll attack. What else? Oh yeah, one-handed. One-handed is a long step attack. Really good moveset. If you hold the ability button, you put it in. It's unsheath. In German, it's called Jaido. And you do this cool move. Or this cool move is the heavy attack variation. So you can basically do... Dark Souls works with a light attack and a heavy attack. This is heavy attack. This is a light attack. And yeah, you can do both with this particular thing. Costs mana though. I like the two swords. Yeah, I have to admit I like them as well. And I only got them because I was able to defeat the first boss first time. But it's of course pretty sweet, this weapon in particular. That's the Uchi. The Bloodhound's Fang I don't have yet. We would have to get it. We of course need to use a different weapon to get it. But yeah, you understand for sure. The Bloodhound's Fang is a great curved sword. Unfortunately, I have not gotten it yet because I have to defeat a boss to get this weapon. And the Star Fist is basically 2 iron balls. Just imagine 2 bowling balls or cannonballs with spikes on it for each hand. It's a bit difficult to get though. That is a weapon. There's a Serpent Hunter. That's a great spear we could play. Also very strong for level 1, but I'm not good with it. Okay. One says we have 3 votes. Maybe there's somebody who can kind of decide what weapon they want to see. Bloodhound's Fang, in every speedrun on any percent glitchless, you will see the Bloodhound's Fang, the speedrun weapon. It's really good. On level 1 it's not ideal because it's quite heavy. But just imagine, yeah, the sword is, I don't know how to describe it. I just hope there's still somebody left who can vote to help us with this decision. That would be pretty awesome. But these are the two weapons. There's a club. I mean, we could also use a spear, which we found. I think the spear is actually not that bad. That's how the... You already saw this in action. Its ability is this roar. What it does is, it now... If I now press the heavy attack, we do this attack combo here. Like, instead of one attack, I just press once. Do this. If I switch this back to normal and press heavy attack, this is the normal heavy attack. This is the heavy attack. But with the roar, we do this 3 attack combo instead. And we do 10% or 12 or something like this more damage. I just jumped onto VoD and made things worse instead of better. Not bad. So you are for the Bloodhound thing. I still need another voter. I think the next voter might decide. We can also give ourselves a new flask. Because we found another seed. So now we have 5 plus... So 6 total. 5 plus 1. Really nice. Look how beautiful the scenery looks, by the way. I always really like the art style of this game. Oh, we have 25% on everything. Come on, chat. Somebody has to, on YouTube, press the vote button. Yeah, we have also the spear. I should maybe show that as well. This is the spear that we found. That are the normal attacks. That's the heavy attack. That is the backstab attack. That is a roll attack. And the impaling thrust. That is the impaling thrust. That's the ability of this thing. What you can do with a spear, though, it has a unique property. It's also why I got the shield. If you hold the shield, you can hold up a shield and stab at the same time. This would not be possible if I would have this sword here, for example. If I hit with this, you see, I take the shield away when I hit, even if I hold it. That's different with a spear. So you can block and attack at the same time. I have to admit I rarely use spears. Also the it's kind of cute when these little sheep starts rolling away. That's their defense mechanism in this world. The player rolls. Kind of cute, I think. You can also kill them for crafting materials. This here I can even... The lens... I can use it... if you wield it with both hands, my strength is multiplied by 1.5. So, two-handing this lens would also work. That's the ability. Roll attack. Okay, nobody in chat wants to vote. We need like one more vote to decide what weapon we use. In the meantime, we stand here and wait. And I take a short break. Back in a moment. Okay, chat. I am back. Sorry for the interruption. I see somebody decided to vote on the Uchi. So now we have the Uchi Katana as weapon. Okay, that's a true classic, to be honest. You can also upgrade the Uchi here a little bit. I would have enough runes, which we have.
Wait, well, you're back. Goodbye.
So we have it at least to +2. So we can upgrade this weapon, which is very important. And yeah, now we have to do stuff. Because this usually, like, the problem with this weapon is, I didn't say that there's a disadvantage with this. So the fastest weapon to upgrade currently would be either the Bloodhound's Fang or the Ornamental Straight-Sword. Because smithing stone-wise, I only, for the Bloodhound's Fang and for the Ornamental Straight-Sword, I need somber smithing stones. There are different smithing stones in the game. These are normal smithing stones, and these are somber smithing stones. To upgrade a normal weapon with normal smithing stones, you need a total of 97 smithing stones, and here you only need 10. As a result, you need to find those thousands of smithing stones, which, as you can imagine, can take a while. However, yeah, since we don't have that much time, I won't go my usually I would now go on a very long journey to collect all these 97s, and not 97, but let's say 50 to 70 smithing stones at this point. But since we don't have all day, we do this a bit faster this time. I have a route in my head where I can go to get at least some of the smithing stones already, but though it gets a bit complicated. We go to the another area in the game. So if you think this is map-wise everything, it's not. The game is pretty big. Map expands further and further. We'll see this. We got a crafting recipe there that I need for crafting this year at some point. Craft 4 of those. Not sure if I really need all 4 of them. And that is soft cotton. We might need this at one point or here and there, so we get a better item. And yeah, here's a secret passage in the game that we might take here. Speaking of secret passage in the game, that's one shot, that's good. These wolves, yeah, lump of flesh and I think small bones or something they drop. We need some souls. Yeah, tiny beast bones, not small bones, that's the name of it. The one with the dog. Okay, we have almost 1k souls. Then we play with the Uchi. Uchi is also one of my favorite weapons. It's pretty decent, and the ability of this weapon, the Unsheath or Yaido, has it's a really strong ability. This guy here is a sorcerer dude, so we could get sorceries from him.
Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
He says small donation, and he wants 10 runes. And 10 runes in Elden Ring is nothing. Like, it's a really small donation. Like, he didn't say, yeah, for a small donation. No, it's really a small donation.
Bless you, bless you. You're a true saint. My name is Topes. Presuming you're interested, I can teach you sorceries, as promised. Only, none of them are particularly great.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate turn of events. Like, you can talk to him, but we don't use sorcery, so it's not that interesting for us here right now. We have to ignore him a little bit. But we got a cool item from him. That is this tier here. We have also another thing, so if we sit down, we rest in a moment, we can get some stuff. I think we will kill this guy here very quick. You see here in this area, suddenly these dudes are a lot more tanky. I don't have full HP, chat. This is a also recipe which we don't need. We have now the amount of runes I need. And here's the next fire. And the merchant. I think the merchant, there's one cool item, this lantern. Currently, we'll get this maybe later. Here we just continue our pathway. We get some awesome stuff. And here's the map of this area. Try to get it without getting killed. Actually quite dangerous, these dudes. Okay, so now we need a lot of stuff, unfortunately, chat. It's a very important place here as well, I would say. I know the game pretty well, so yes, I can show you the map. Always know where to go and what to do. There's always currently like there's a lot of plan, at least, or some plan behind the route. Just a web choice. I gave you that. Definitely a thing where we can debate. I think we play it safe here and take the side of grace here. So you can teleport between these side of graces you find from the beginning, and that's kind of helpful. I'll just take this here. Could have skipped it. Usually I think I don't need it really. Depends on where we might go later. Like I said, we won't stream that long anymore. My goal is to upgrade this weapon a bit, and then we defeat somewhat K-ish to defeat boss. And say he's easy, because a lot of new players will struggle with this boss. But for us it will be, I think, somewhat okay. You get another talisman, and this is the 2-finger heirloom. This gives us +5 faith, so we can actually use some other stuff. That was a mistake that I did there. What is this item here, chat? Small room. Fortunately, I can't do stuff here. Now thinking of it, isn't here some item in this area that we might be helpful for us? Somewhere here, I think. Oh, up here, I forgot where it is. It doesn't matter. We teleport back to the place here. And get some more stuff. Like, this is very, let's call it walking heavy. We get this natural pot here, which I don't really need. Here are some plants I need later, maybe. Speaking of plants is also helpful. Since we take this teleporter here, maybe we need this place here later as well, chat. We now ported from all the way down here. This I mark. We were here, this ruin here. We teleported all the way up here. This is the Academy of Raya Lucaria, the sorcerer mentioned there when we talked to him. This gate here says cannot proceed without glintstone key. So the game says us you need to get the glintstone key first. We have to learn through the map that we found where it is. I know where it is, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, we go back to this ruin again. You see there's a pattern kind of. Was my first soul scan. I remember being stuck on the Beastmen of Farum Azula. I failed so much. Got good fighting 2 at once. Later was so easy. Yeah. It's impressive how you improve over time in this game. We go a bit north, I think. Yeah. Oh.
Hello.
And another character that asks us. She has some back problems, it seems.
Hello. It's rather chilly here, isn't it? My mistress sent me off on an errand, but I was accosted by a ruffian. And now I'm in a bind.
A ruffian?
Could I ask you lend a hand? Perhaps. That thug made off with a precious necklace. I need someone to retrieve it. Only, he too is tarnished. If you've any qualms confronting your own, I shall find another. Oh, thank you.
Here, request.
What a blessing that we've met like this. The thug should be resting at an abandoned home down the way. Please, I must have the necklace back. The thug should be please.
Okay, she repeats her request. That means we are through the dialogue. We just need some small orientation here for a moment. Okay. Not that we really need this, but I'd like to get this. She's a cool NPC, especially lady. I also really like her quest line. It's kind of interesting, to be honest. She's also one of the few very nice characters in the game. There are a lot of characters in the game who are just absolutely mad, insane. Most of them, I would say. She's actually nice. And yeah, the ruffian, she said, is somewhere here north or something. Unfortunately, we are outside our map territory, and here is a dude, at least.
What are you looking at? You trying to start something, mate?
Give the necklace.
That necklace what you're after, is it? Well, show me what it's worth to you, and I'll consider parting ways with it. I'm not in love with it or nothing.
Deal.
You're a shrewd one, Chief. First, you hand me the runes. And don't try nothing, neither.
Here it is. Raya, that's the name of the girl. Necklace stolen from Raya, that was the woman that we talked to, by the Blackguard. Features a relief of a dignified-looking woman from a foreign country. It appears to hold great significance to Raya. I assume, for people who wonder who this might be, I assume this is Tanith on this depiction here. Because we know she is from a foreign country, as we learned from her, where she was like a dancer or something, like in the sense of an art. And that's why I also needed 1,000 runes here to be able to buy this. That's why I killed the wolves back on the way here.
Take it. Thing's no damn use to anyone anyway. Your bloody idea, mate. Don't come crying to me later.
Okay. We got this stuff. But we are still not done, chat. We go west now from here. Oh, before we go west though, we go here. Here also lilies. I need these Trina lilies are potentially important later. Here's another one. And this item I want. We are still going west, right? Yes. So next to this place here, here's another stone number 2. I think it's actually 2 stones number 2. This thing here is also not too unimportant, I have to admit. Oops. I'm not sure if I will find what I'm looking for, chat. I like how the light here changes. Looks very unpleasant right now, right? Does it? In this marshland swamp area here. Just think for a moment. Up there would be a bonfire when we skip it. Or can I get it from here? Nice. Too busy here. We go over there to this. I'm not sure what you would call this. Heavily. In Germany, I don't even know the German word for it. There's this building, and there are a lot of these, and usually there's something cool there to pick up. This is another round of missing stone 2, 3 this time. If we look into our stone collection, we have now 7. For each thing we need 12. Yeah, a shrine. Oh, I jumped off too early. I thought it was a bit closer. However, yeah, before we go further here, we have to return. We just think. The problem is always a bit with this particular route. We still need more stones number 1 and stones number 2. Excuse me. I know where to find another stone 1 and 2 on the way. Like, we need... Where did I forget the stones, chat? Ah, I know where I forgot the stone. The troll stone I didn't get, chat. While we are here, we also take some stuff. Always like having some spare runes with me. We ignore the wolves for the time being. Here we have to be a bit careful, because here we can actually easily die. Yes, 3 stones number 2. We have this thing. This is safety bonfire. We take I would love to watch you beat Radahn. Well, Radahn would be tough, to be honest. That's actually wrong. I need this item here. This is now smithing stone number 2. And I think Radahn is a bit too far off for today's stream, to be honest. Oh, there's even the Night Cavalry here. That's funny. Radahn at level 1 is actually quite tough. I hope he doesn't notice us. I want this thing here though from him. Oh, I haven't rested here, chat. Might not need it, but I always take it with me, the Grey Turtle Shell. That's a shield that regenerates stamina. And with this we leave this area here for the time being and return here. Though, yeah, I forgot something here at the War Master Shack. We still are short a few stones number 1. And we still need a stone number 2, which we can get here. We go here south, and then we have like a lot of these trolls. We ask him if he might help us out. And we have this statue here, and you see it's glowing. And yeah, big giant enemies like him are able to destroy these statues. And if I would be able to pick this up, yeah, we got 5 stone 1 and 1 stone 2, so that, as you can imagine, is quite helpful. I think we could even jump down there, or whatever. He has a range attack, so I have to be careful to not get shot by it. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. So now we return to this place. Now that I think about it, we do it differently, chat. We go here. Could fight the Desperate now, but I want to. Let us complete the Raya quest really quick. Request of her.
The thug should be resting at an please. Oh yes. That is my missing necklace. Thank you kindly. I am in your debt. Did I forget to announce myself? I am Raya, in the service of Lady Tanith of the Volcano Manor.
Yeah, she even mentions Tanith here, Lady Tanith.
Tarnished, who might join our house. You are very brave yourself. Not only a steady hand, but a steady heart. Merciless, even to your own kind. Such
We just
strength
bought
is
it back, right?
Precisely what my mistress seeks. Please, take this.
Volcano Manor invitation.
Brave Tarnished. Seek the Altus Plateau, the realm of the Erd Tree. Most Tarnished are doomed to wander the outskirts of the lands between, peering wistfully at the towering Erd Tree. But you are no ordinary Tarnished. And once that is proven, the Volcano Manor will fully extend its invitation to fight amongst a family of champions.
Oh,
Champion.
and one more thing. Only for you. This land of Liurnia is connected to the Altus Plateau by the Grand Lift of Dectus, beyond the high
Dectus
road.
medallions.
But the lift has been defunct for an age.
We have both.
Meaning there's no simple means of passage.
For an age, nobody
Instead,
found these medallions,
must
it seems.
seek the old ruins in the cliff. At the base of the valley, near the Grand Lift, there's an old tunnel. It was excavated from both ends, linking Liurnia to the Altus Plateau.
We get a lot of information where we could go.
A champion through and through. I do hope that we can meet again.
It's always interesting to read this if you know the game very well. At the beginning I thought I was completely overwhelmed, but if you know the game it makes complete sense. Like, it's actually a very helpful description she gives us here. I think it makes no difference. There is a problem here. We have to go through this forest. And in this area here, it might not look like it, but there are very powerful enemies, which are, what do you call them? Hammers? Traps or something? We have to be very careful that we don't get too close to them, else they have a range attack. That's like a sniper rifle. Here we got stones number 3. 3 times. And be careful that we don't get here surprised by those guys. And here's also the map piece of this area. That's actually why I wanted to go here. And we found this site of grace. I think we can even upgrade our flask. Can we? Now we have 1. So now it heals a bit more. We need now 2 seeds to get another flask. Which would not be too bad, to be honest. Luckily, here in this area, there is another seed I know that we could get really quick. If I don't walk completely wrong. Might be closer from the other side. No, here it is. So now we have the map and... oh, we need actually to go here and here. There's also another quest we could make here. Because I know that's here, but I would ignore it here for the stream chat. Here in this forest I always struggle a bit finding the item. One is easy to find, one is more difficult to find. You know, these weird plants that shoot these weird lightning things. But yeah, here we need to go. Oh, we are poison chat. Unfortunate. There was 1. And here's the second one. Is this the second one? I don't see it, chat. No, it's not the second one. There's the second one. Okay. Item number 3, chat. Have to be careful that we don't die here. So then there's another smith in the game. Usually we don't need to get this smith. But where do I need to go? I'm not sure if I die. There's this interesting skip. Either you can jump on this thing to not die from the fall damage. But you can also jump, I think, on this thing here. On this stone. If you fall a little bit further, you die as well. It's pretty close. Almost missed it. I need to go here. This I don't need. Where's number 2? Oh, here it is. 2. I don't need 2. 3 we need. I pressed the button. We don't need this though, but I just was curious what item that is. Here's another teleporter. And we look into our stone collection. We see we made progress. We have 9 of those. 9 of those. 3 are missing. I forgot where the last 3 items are. And here we got already 10. So we have almost all the items we need. Oh, I need to get off my horse. I've actually to look it up. I forgot. We need 3 more smithing stones, and I forgot where the last 3 are. Now we are teleported. Like we were down. Like this was a place where the teleporter was. Now we are all the way up here. Saves us some distance here. Usually I would go down to this direction as well, but that's a different path now. And yeah, this is the fastest smith you can get, kind of. I mean, you also get to the round table hold quick, but there's a very fast weapon upgrade route here. Jump over this, and this guy is also a smith. That's pretty awesome. We got the map here, and now we have the complete Leonia covered. Oh, I need to talk to him.
Oh, pardon me. It's hardly my place to ask, is it? I am E.G., a blacksmith who once served the Carian royals. An old codger who refuses to retire his rusty hammer. So here I am, still quietly plying my trade on this spot. Perhaps you'd like a display? These bones are old, but still able.
And what you can do here, you can buy 1, 2, 3, and 4 out of 10. So 4 out of 10 stones you can already buy here. So you see how these somber smithing weapons are upgradable pretty fast. Problem is a bit that we have never noticed that there's some kind of object in this guy. You see this plate or whatever that is? Whatever. We need some stuff here to upgrade.
Something.
So I need 3 more stones for this. Where did I forgot my smithing stones, chat? Because we should make some progress and fight somebody soon. I forgot where the last 3 missing stones 2 are. I think this one I got. This one I got. I know which one I get, I think. Okay, we have to. I think this here in the north I did not get, chat. This is where the last 2, the last missing stones are. This one here. I think we didn't go there, right, chat? I hope I'm not wrong, else we are kind of screwed. No, did we get this where these dudes are? Let's call them the Crusty Pals. We sneak here. You don't want to wake them. Now we have the last couple. These guys are pretty dangerous, I can tell you that for a fact. And we need 3 more missing stones 3. Where do we get those, chat? I think I also forgot those. Okay. Here. I think we didn't get those. I know it's a lot of collecting and walking around, chat. I know. Usually you would just play this normally and progress normally, but... you can also try to play this more optimally, and this is how it then looks. Uh-oh. And we already got the item here, chat. Before he kills us. And these I got. Just get away from here. Oh, yeah, I remember now. Alas. Ugh. Yeah. Glintstone key. So there is a map that we found in front of this door where we usually would get the glintstone key from. Maybe I can show it to you. This one here. You see here's Raya Lucaria and you see these items, these dots here and so on. Here's the Sunken City. This is potentially the thing. If you look at this map here, you look at our map. Here's also Raya Lucaria. And yeah, here's one of these islands next to it should do the trick. So you can find it out. There's a sunken city next to it, which is this here. You could maybe also think that this, but yeah, it wouldn't fit. However, I know where the glintstone key is. And of course it's guarded by the dragon, classic. Here it is. Let's go right to the next bonfire, reset the fight. And yeah, here are the last missing stones 3. And then we need 4 next, basically. Greener lilies we can get here as well. There's also a cemetery which allows us to get a few extra those, but they are very annoying enemies here. Well, while we are here, chat, can we get up here? We can. Also, the horse has a double jump, which is pretty cool, I think. Double jumps are always fun. Could get an item from here, if I'm honest, chat. We don't need it, but why not? That's on the Smithing Stones 3. Usually I get it for the other weapon. If I would have chosen the other weapon, I would definitely gotten here and got the item. And yeah, with this we are kind of well equipped, I think, or well enough to fight our first friend. Maybe go to the round table hold for the time being. Also, it's a bit easier to upgrade your weapon. Now we also see that she is here, Roderica.
Greetings.
Her name?
Nice to see you again. My name is Roderica. I should have told you sooner. Isn't this place impressive though? The round table hold, covert quarters of the Two Fingers, and gathering place of champions who vie to become Elden Lord. I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us Tarnished had such fantastic roots, although it's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose. It's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
Okay, she's looking for a purpose. It makes sense. We go to the smith here.
Where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms then.
The guy here allows us to sell runes directly here. That makes things easier to manage inventory-wise. And now we strengthen our katana. Now we need his 3 stones. And now we already need the stones number 4 and 5. Oh, Mark is still here. Guten Morgen. Are you still on? I'm still on, yes. We now switch to, because of this was once a gaming channel, I decided to play some video games, and currently I really enjoy Elden Ring. So I thought it's a good idea to start this. We didn't vote if we play Elden Ring, but we also did some votes what we do next here. So now we just upgraded our weapon. I have just used too many souls, to be honest. We could now go even further than what we just did here, chat. We could now go from here to, this is the elevator deck. This would lead us to Atlas. There's also a route I usually take from here. So we could consider, we could think about getting our weapons further buffed. That makes sense, chat. Would be a lot of riding though, and I want to end the streams pretty soon. So as a result, usually my next step would be walking down this path here. Here's an item I would get. I think somewhere down here, I think here's an item I would get. Here on the way is an item I would get. Then I would get up here to this building, and then right here. Then I go up here and ride to, I don't know, very far to this place. I'm not sure if I hit it here, but there's a mine. I would get the bell bearing and then buy the missing stones 4. And then it would mean go to Caelid getting the stones number 3. I think it was like that. The stones number 5. But we don't have time for that, chat. So as a result, we now do some boss fight thing at least. So there is at least something you people... you can't tell. Yeah, well, Chris played Elden Ring, just walked through swamps for 5 hours. So we are now preparing for the fight. We have some crafting stuff available for us right now. I don't have strings, so take this here. Craft a few of those. Also craft some fire grease if you would want to. We don't need them right now. It's already crafted, but we don't need it for the next section as well. Now, the only thing I would maybe do in this fight... We were already here, chat. Fort Ferris. That's... Okay, one thing I would like to do before we go into the boss fight. There's still some more gathering in Caelid. We haven't completed Caelid yet, chat. Unfortunately. There's still at least one item I would like to get. Actually, 2 items I would potentially regret. Here you get 7 stones. Stone sword key and stone number 8. That's 8 is the last stone you need. And you need 12 of each of these stones to max the weapon. And then there's 1 bonus stone you need at the end. The so-called ancient dragon missing stone. I have a little bit to walk, I think. We need the help of another dragon, though, I think. While I'm here... You also see, like, these dragons here, you think, oh no, there's a scary big dragon, I'm so screwed, get out of here. But if you ever need the help of one of these dragons, you will notice that, well, they have all the time in the world. I think it's a very old dragon, and the very old dragons are kind of, yeah, how to say, they to quote Treebeard, yeah, not be hasty. I guess a good thing here. Here's another statue. I think that's 3 stones number 5, and you need to navigate him past this tree, else he gets stuck. So I need him to turn now, and he will now crumble this statue. Thanks, Mr. Dragon. 3 stones 5. We're out of here. Okay, so we got the smithing stones number 5. I will take a small detour just in case we will ever need it. As often. But we need to go here. Is this right, chat? Yeah, that should be right. Mark it on the map so I find it easier. You can also get some cool smithing stones here and there. Runes here and there. 2. 1. Well, that was not really worth it. There's a bonfire up there I would like to get before we do anything else. There's also, I think, a part of the map here. If I'm not completely mistaken. We should also rest here for a moment, not gonna lie. And we get rid of the debuff. We can also upgrade our flask. Might also be helpful. We need already 3 things, but we get the 3rd thing on the way as well. Here's around the corner is the map for this place. Often forget to get it. Where is it? Somewhere over there. Now we have also the other map for this. This is also somewhat nice place for somber weapons because you get stone 8 and 9 here, which is pretty. Which also shows that this is kind of a late game area. So fighting any entity here is kind of suicide for a level 1 character, especially these weird looking dinosaur dogs from hell. And we want to go to this burning wall here. There's a bonfire behind. Then we go to this castle over there. There's an item I still need. It's kind of relaxing, isn't it? Just walking through the area, getting more and more powerful without fighting, and then... And I'm not even putting this here to the absolute max what would be possible. Keep this in mind. So I need to leave the wall here. Some annoying enemies here. We will take a safety side of grace here. Just in case something goes wrong, which can happen easily. And there's some fighting happening. I don't care. To quit out for a moment, chat. We'll let the aggro there. Play this a bit different than I would normally play it, chat. Because I just remembered something. But we have this soft cotton, which I got the book. And what it does is we get take less fall damage. And we don't make footsteps anymore. So we can now be very, very sneaky. This allows us to just snag this item here without these guys noticing us. And then we can just be out of here. It's mostly to be careful. If you get too close to this wall, you get you unmount from your horse for reasons nobody understands. Luckily, this guy is annoying as hell, so he hasn't noticed us yet. The gate is unfortunately closed, but somebody made an awesome back entry to this place. Thank you. You can also drink your flask on the ladder, which is pretty cool, I think. It was, I think, not possible in the other games. Well, this is now a very... Here we could easily die. This is always good for a death. Usually I would just jump down here and jump from above. That's why I need the fall damage reduction a bit. We got the talisman, which is important. Oh god. Stop throwing firebombs at me, man. You could also fight this guy, but he's annoying as hell to fight. But what we could also do is use this teleporter here, which is very helpful to have. My stamina back. There's like a troll jumping down from above. Usually I would love to get the item there, but we skip it for now. It says item number 6. Did you create that character early on the stream? Yeah, we did. Would have been fitting to make a male character called Tom Bombadil. We had a vote, and people in chat could vote if it's male or female. And they voted for a female character. But you are right. But to reference the ear stream, we have called her Eerie. So it's at least something related to the stream. This is, by the way, Redman Castle, which also our friend Alexander mentioned. So it's kind of cool to go on sightseeing and show you all the places the NPC mentioned. Can't show you Melania though. Oh, it's too late in the game to get there. Well, it's also a level 1 run, so we're still level 1 on this character. In this place you also find the fire wet blade to make the fire things on your character. Okay, chat. Excuse me. That didn't work. This is a very tough character. Let's quit out just to be safe. Don't want to die here. Else we have to do too much walking. Hope the dog leaves us alone. It's a bit complicated how I played it here. Oh. It might have been easier to play this differently, to be honest. If you want to go down here, you have to jump on this tent here, else you die. Too deep. Well, we only have one catapult to deal with now. No! Oh no. This is exactly what I hoped would not happen. I'll have to add a death though. Okay, now I think... how do we go? How are we going to do this, chat? Oh man, all the walking. I would say we screw the souls because we won't upgrade that much anyway. It's a bit unfortunate how I played this here, to be honest. Fort Pharaoh's Pharaoh. Down was a long way. That was so unfortunate we died there. You have no idea. There's a lot of walking now. A lot of walking. Can I get... No, I can't... That's a ladder, but I can't get out. This is the only way I can take. Ah, that's so unfortunate, chat. I have no idea. Not even because... Mostly because the time loss. Oh, come on. We disconnect because I'm worried the woman with the dagger, with the rapier behind us, can also shoot explosive arrows. It's not that big of a problem. You know? Only the woman can, I think, 1 or 2 shot us. It would be a bit dangerous. Ah, chat, it's so unfortunate. I should have taken the door down there instead of the ladder here. Ah, so unfortunate we died there, chat. Very, 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 very unfortunate. Almost fell down here. Oh, here's the other catapult. I can maybe deactivate. Yeah, that's maybe good. Problem is the ballista that killed us there on top. This guy needs to go. Problem is these enemies here are really strong, even though they might not look like it. We have to jump on this tent, as I said. Walk here. And I don't want this catapult to be operational. Why did I just die, chat? Now it can't shoot. Where's my stuff? I'd like to pick it up. Here it is. Oh, it's still active. But on the other side. It doesn't matter that much. I think I deactivated both catapults. Yeah, usually these catapults can shoot at you. One for one shot. Boy, please leave me be. What is this shot? Holy moly. See this, chat? What is this sniper dude doing there? Okay, at least we got this here. That's already not bad. Scary. Really scary sometimes. That's a very powerful Ash of War, one of the most powerful in the game, I would say. Crackblade, Feldskling in German. Yeah, it's really powerful. There's not much to add with this particular weapon. You also see scary dinosaur dog with glowing red eyes. Usually glowing red eyes are a sign of you don't want to mess with those guys. We can get another thing here. Another tree seed, so we get that one. Like unusual route I'm using here. Usually I walk a bit differently. Comparison. There's the dog. Don't want to fight him. Like, he will most likely one-shot us. Gotta go to work now, so good luck with the boss fight. Thank you. Have a lot of fun. Oh, we buy this here. We need this maybe later. What is this book here? Short arrows, not bad, but expensive. Now we have the Caleb map. Might come back here at some point. There's also a side of grace here, which I really get fast. In case we need to get here at some point back or whatever. Hope we can rest here before he reaches me. Yeah. Okay. So we're still level 1, as you can see. We won't level up, don't worry. Memorize spell. We need this spell. Ash of War. We can use this dagger. And no, we'll use Unsheath, chat. Yeah, let's use Unsheath for the time being. Don't need to switch to Crackblade. And now we actually go boss fighting, I think. Stone collection. We don't have the stone number 4 yet. That, yeah, would be, I think, Yes, 3-4 we could get also somewhere else. I just would need to get to deck this instead of collecting them here. So it's a bit of a challenge. I usually would also go get the stone 4 by now. But maybe to make this more interesting, we just play with this little upgraded weapon. Our katana is now +9. +25 is the maximum. And we go to our first boss fight here in Stormvale Castle, where we're back to the beginning of the game. Also, kill this little guy here. Wild Strikes is, I think, actually also not that bad. Depends on the weapon you use. Natürlich. Level up flask. I thought I had actually two. We only have one. Whatever, doesn't matter. So what do we need, chat? There was one thing. Yeah, I need to equip our stuff. I need the finger reader thing to cast a spell. Can I get to light equip load only when I get out armor? Even this is medium. Oh, that's the border, kind of. Well, could use this then. What is the weight difference? Yeah, that would also work. Okay, chat. Unfortunately, we only have one talisman slot yet. You can have more than one. So what we're going to do... Oh, I forgot one thing. As you always forget a thing. It's fascinating. We only have this strength thing. We want this here. Dex not. And we can wield the weapon also one-handed without the talisman for 3 minutes, but that's not the reason. Okay, so now we go into buffing us up a little bit. We take this here. I forgot to equip this other thing. We do this here. Go back to this thing. Oh, I forgot another important thing, I think. Whatever. I crafted. It's not that important. And now we have to switch everything back when we go and heal. Okay, I think we got everything. And that's the first boss, Margit. Was not good.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
And finish it. Was not very cleanly played, I have to admit. But that was the first boss, chat. We made it! After all this work here. I just... Did I skip the cutscene? Sorry, chat. I just skipped... I usually just skip cutscenes when I play this game. Oh, Tunice is here. Welcome. Nice to see you. That was the first boss. It was really fast, right? But you see how all this preparation made us powerful. Even though we are still, as you can see, level 1. We did not do a single level up here. I'm a bit sad though that I skipped the Margit fight from this perspective. Like usually I can do this much faster than we did here. But yeah, we decided for the slow to upgrade weapon. And not only that, we also can we just do it like this? I'm not sure if it works. Can we fight him again? Just out of curiosity, chat. We must check something. Is this a save state I said? No, he's still dead. Well, can I? Wait, I made... I'm not sure when I made this save state. Let me load an earlier save state, chat. Because we skipped the cutscene. I didn't think about it being important. Oh god, we are just here. That's too far away, chat. How can I show you the cutscene, chat? I don't know. I haven't made a save state with a horse, else it would be easier, chat. Sorry, I skipped the cutscene. Doing the stream, I like it. Awesome. Thank you for enjoying the stream. Too nice. I have an idea. We just watch it on YouTube. That's I think the smartest thing we can do, right? Just imagine it would be our character here. Where do I have to go, chat? I'm sorry, I just... Yeah, I'm usually I play this very fast. So, I didn't see the... I just, by pure muscle memory, just skipped the cutscene. Just imagine this would be our character here. We have to watch it on YouTube. It's a bit unfortunate. I think I skipped it, right, chat? The stream's still running, chat. I'm always worried. No, stream seems to still run. Okay, awesome. What do I want to do? Yeah, I need to do production. I remember now. Captures, window capture. This here, no. Wrong. This here, this is right. Okay. This is a cutscene. Imagine it would be our character.
In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Pretty good at jumping, turns out. And then the fight starts. Okay, what is... Okay, I switched this for whatever reason. Yeah, sorry. Just was wondering what key it is. Yeah, that was the cutscene we missed. Sorry, I think I clicked it away. I was just in my have to fight the boss as fast as I can mode. I want to be on light load, so that's why I unequipped my stuff. But yeah, now we have another talisman slot. That's a reward for this fight. We can put in the base talisman, and that allows us to get here fast. So that was one of the bosses you can fight. Maybe we could also fight the next one, chat. Godric.
You there? Come over here, would you? Hey. You're tarnished, aren't you? I would advise against taking the main gate into the castle. It's tightly guarded by hardened old hands. Oh, Try the opening right here. The guards don't know about it. You'll breach the castle undetected.
No, we use the main gate.
Fair enough. You certainly don't have to trust me. Well, if you must go through the gates, I'll signal them to open. But of course, I'd advise against it.
Let me just make the sound of the in-game a bit less loud, chat. I think this is always feels like a Lord of the Rings quote. Listen to this. By the way, you can open the gate and then still go to the other side if you want.
The gates! Open the gates!
Screw me, chat. Getting through the main gate is always a bit problematic, as you can see. It's not that easy to get through the main gate. It's possible though. And this is, if you get here, it's kind of half the way. Here we already made it, chat. Wow, that was a long... Can't remember when the last time was this guy hit me. Holy moly. We take this bonfire here just for safety, safe precautions. Next, like if you want to run through this area, usually you explore this very carefully and whatnot. We don't have time for that, of course. Just quit out really quick. Let the enemy aggro. Real. Okay, that worked pretty well. When this guy hits these times. Okay. Next section also really annoying. Especially these dudes. Oh, Nuralus is here on the stream. Nice, welcome. Today is my YouTube channel anniversary, and we made a lot of lore stuff today. And then to relax a bit at the end, we decided to start a level 1 run in Elden Ring. So that's what we're currently doing, but I'll also shortly before ending the stream. Okay, so this is now directly in front of the next boss dude. Can get here this as well if you want. What else? Yeah, of course. I want these 2 items here for later, if we ever continue this run, but I promise you that's very important to have these throwing pots. Here we only need like 4 or so, but item there's not that important. Well, while we are here, we could also sneak past these dudes really quick. If you would need more smithing stones, you could go here. There's also Neferlilu.
I'm hereby how this grafting of Godric's ill befits.
I should not skip through the dialogue this fast, right? Tori Hillman, Chris, I'm always amazed and impressed by the length of some of your live streams. Looking forward to catching up and watching. And congrats to 11 years. Thank you, Troy Hillman. Much appreciated. I should not skip through this stuff here.
Who do we have here? Tarnished, are you? Clearly not one of Godric's lot. I am Neferlilu, tarnished and warrior, like you. I'm here by decree of my father. How utterly repellent this is. This grafting of Godric's ill befits a lord. He's tainted the very winds. If you intend to challenge Godric, I ask you call upon me. The winds run foul with his deeds. I'm certain father would permit me aid the fight. Apologies, but I've idled long enough. As fellow tarnished, we must each follow our own guidance. Down whatever road takes us to the throne of Elden Lord. Apologies, as fellow down whatever...
Oh yeah, she offers your help. You can summon her in the boss fight here if you would want to. But we're not going to do that, but it's still nice to have her here. Here she is, Neferlilu, warrior. Didn't I... Yeah, we have 2 seeds. That means I think we can get the one more flask, which we might not need, but I'll take it anyway. Is there something we need to switch? I have to admit I'm not very good with the Godric fight, to be honest. Not the cleanest fight I can do. Oh, we should be powerful enough by now to make this work. That makes sense. Is there anything I forgot, chat? I just have to remember that I have to not skip the cutscene this time. We buff up now this golden vow, 10% damage, we take less damage and also stamina regeneration. And we buff up our sword here. And this gives 30% damage, which is, as you can imagine, quite powerful. Now comes a cutscene, so we watch that. Usually I skip the cutscene though.
Mighty dragon.
There's also, let's say, in this, there's a mid-boss fight cutscene.
Thy strength, O kindred.
I would say a little gore warning there.
Unto greater heights. Well. The lowly tarnished. Plain as a lord. I command thee, kneel! I am the lord of all that is golden.
thought it was a different attack. Very unfortunate that we got hit there. That's a good attack. Not well played, chat. Oh, come on. I fail so hard right now. Here comes the cutscene in a moment. It's a gore warning here.
Truest of dragons. Lend me thy strength.
I like this, kind of funny. How the dragon looks there. Have to be fast though. First attack he's usually doing this one. Weird attack always. Oh god, really.
Didst thou witness?
Like I said, this is one of the bosses I'm not really good with, but luckily we can watch this again. But this time I will. We'll look at the cutscene, not at the cutscene. But yeah, that's Godric the Golden there. It's unfortunate, to be honest. I'm really bad fighting him, to be honest. This is a boss I really need to practice, because usually when I get here, I'm already so overpowered that I kill him in like 5 hits or something, and he's dead. This can also hit you. Much better.
I am the Lord of all that is golden. And one day, we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
He's very talkative, I have to admit. And yeah, that was also Godric. And now we got the first great rune that is like this Elden Ring, this thing that kind of defines how reality works in this world. Was shattered by Marika, and this shattering, like these demigods, her offspring, got each like a piece of it, and you don't need all the pieces, but some of them to progress the game. And yeah, so part of getting Elden Lord is also getting these great runes, and we got our first one here. That is Godric's great rune. For level 1, by the way, if you can also make use of it. It's one of the strongest. Maybe it is the strongest. For late game characters, there's another better one.
After all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya?
I think he really disliked Godric.
Slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath.
Like, that's his new hobby. Like, every time we will get here, we will do exactly this.
Oh. Hello there. This weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
Good laugh. Now you can buy stuff here, for example, this thing. Bandit Scarf. Like, if you would have played Bandit, this would be one of the items you could have gotten there. Stuff like that. Shouldn't spend too much, because in theory we need to get stuff. Maybe open the door here. As an item at the end, but I'm currently not interested in that, so I don't need it. Then you get actually to the other side and get to this bonfire, and then you can explore the next area, Leonia. But I showed you, like, there's a way around this, which we took and gotten here. Thank you for the follow. Currently just trying to reading your name. But okay, so this was Godric. Oh, I played him really bad, to be honest. The second try was much cleaner, though, in comparison. But the first try was pretty bad. I have to admit that. But whatever. It doesn't matter too much. So, we have our first Great Rune here. And yeah, that's potentially somewhat decent ending point. Well, I said I can show you the two fingers that this guy talked. That's the Golden Order, and kind of the leader of the Golden Order are the two fingers. And yeah, I can show you the two fingers. I also, let's say it was interesting. This door was closed, it's now open, and yeah, the two fingers are literally kind of a weird hand with two hairy fingers. It looks kind of cute, I have to admit.
Are you that new tarnished? You've done well. I am Enya, the Finger Reader. I interpret the words of the fingers, envoys to the greater will. Look there. The fingers tremble to welcome you, Shardbearer. Let their wisdom wash over you.
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wealth.
He's a finger reader, by the way.
Joy.
Now it makes sense, right?
The tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating. But the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. So it is that the Tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave Tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring. Seek another of its kind, to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
Let the words of the fingers guide you. Well, I see. A remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession. Demigod
gods and even the creator of the champions, are hewn by the Earth Tree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed. These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well, I will lend you the strength of the fingers. Oh, do not recoil from my offer. The fingers guide us all. And you, Tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
Hi, Pops, Buffs, Imasul, something like that. Welcome. So here you can now form out of this remembrance which got from Godric, what his Great Rune and his remembrance. Here's a text for it. Remembrance of Godric is a grafted hewn into the Earth Tree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the finger reader. Alternatively, it can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. A feeble man who sought power through the grotesque act of grafting. One day we will return together to our home, based in the race of gold. So yeah, Godric the Grafted was his name, and yeah, this grafting was also mentioned by Roderico, who said, yeah, your arms got cut off. So basically what he did is he was using this act of grafting, and he was able to remove your limbs and put it on him or on others, and he hoped to get more powerful through this, because in comparison to the other other demigods in the world, he was pretty weak, and he really is pretty weak in comparison. He's the easiest of the demigods for sure. We could maybe argue Renala, though she's not a demigod, I think. Could be wrong here, though. Does Renala count as demigod? I'm not sure, though. It doesn't matter. Renala's is a special case, let's put it that way. And yeah, he also drops this remembrance, and you can use this to get his weapon. His axe, for example, or this weird dragon head he pulled off at the end is a flamethrower. Kind of funny, though, in my opinion. Okay. So I was able to show you this, and now they say, yeah, you need to do more. You need more Great Runes to become Elden Lord, so we need a second one. So our next place could, for example, be this here, Lucaria. That's also one of the legacy dungeons, same as Stormvale Castle. I just made a very fast way through Stormvale Castle. So usually, if you would play the game, there's much more to explore in this massive castle. Other bonfires and NPCs in it and other stuff. We just took the straight way Margit right to Godric and fought him, but yeah, if you play this in a normal pace or so, it's not the case. Same with Lucaria. That's kind of a legacy dungeon, and I guess also this place counts as a legacy dungeon, though it's not as big, to be honest. There's also something hidden there. But yeah, chat, I think for me it's now time to end the stream. I think that was a good conclusion? Yeah, good end for the stream, let's put it that way. There's much to explore. We at least we got our first Great Rune. I listened to all the dialogue here, I tried, and the cutscenes, usually I skip them. That adds a lot of time to your timer already. In theory, I'm not kidding, actually. If I would play fast, at this point in the game, I would be already I can play through the game. My personal PB is, I think, 2 hours 54 with some deaths in the game. So in theory, I would be able to complete the game in this time we have played here today. But I didn't want to rush there and stress myself out. So we just played very carefully and slowly and listened to the dialogue and did some quests and stuff here and there just to show you a bit the world and this really cool game in my opinion. And we also played kind of optimally. I think if you're new to this or so, you might struggle a bit more. That I can say for sure. This is, by the way, your hub place. You can also rest here at the table. I never noticed on my first playthrough that you can rest here and level up in the round table, this table of grace here in the middle. But it's possible. It's also kind of an interesting trick. And yeah, so it was kind of a good overview. I would love if you give me some feedback here on this stuff, to be honest. Simply because, yeah, maybe we could continue it on the games channel, this run or something. I'm not sure if you are interested in this. Maybe you can even tell me if you want to see it completed here on this channel. I'm not sure. But usually this would be like a content for the games channel, if I'm honest. So I'm not 100% sure. Let me know in the comments, chat. And yeah, let me think. Is there anything else I would like to do? I'm not sure. Before we quit out, well, I think it should be it. It was like 3 hours of Elden Ring here in the stream. Maybe we could, I don't know, as a specific route I usually would go, we could decide what other dude we fought here. John said he would like to see me fighting Radahn. We could go there quick, but I would love to upgrade my weapon a little bit further first before I fight him. So that wouldn't simply be too far away just yet. And the music gets often claimed here in the menu. Let me close the game for now. Died like a few stupid deaths were here. Didn't play this completely clean, but yeah, it was also not my most try-hard mode I could play for sure. So yeah, I think if you know what you're doing, you can play through the game in like 2.5 hours or something. That would be possible for me. Maybe sub 2 hours will be difficult though. But whatever, it's a different topic. I hope I could give you, like, show you the game a little bit. The expansion comes out soonish. I will definitely play that. So if you want to see more Elden Ring with me, check the Twitch channel and the YouTube Games channel. I will stream it there. I might also stream the level 1 run in parallel on the German channel. I'm not sure yet. We will see. And I don't know if how the timing of this will be. One thing, of course, here at the very end now of the stream is, of course, the credits, which in theory I have prepared. It's always important. In theory, I have it prepared. So let's switch back to the Tom Bombadil thing here. And credits, there they are. Hope the credits work. Okay, credits don't work. It's awesome. It's one time in my life I prepare the credits. Okay, credits. Of course, the credits don't work. It's an absolute classic here on this channel. I have to admit. Like always, like this time I even prepared the credits. So either the fire, the question is now, is the fire not working? Or is it a problem elsewhere? Let me just see if I can play them with the other thing. I hope the OBS doesn't crash. No, that seems to be a video problem. Oh, that's unfortunate. But yeah, not too bad. I can maybe add Dabionicle, who also membershiped today here on YouTube. Let me just see. Also 100% sure what's going on here. Okay, it seems like stream is still working. That's awesome. What do we need, chat? I need this table here. Oh no. I still have no idea why it's not playing. That's very strange to me. Whatever. Let me just look up here for a moment. Okay. All I need to do now is render it again. What did I do wrong last time that it rendered not correctly? Always laugh when stuff is not working. I prepared one time, chat. It doesn't work here. That's a simple reason for it. Very weird, chat. The technology is not there, chat. It's I have to admit I'm a bit surprised that this is always like a thing here at the very end. But I'm thankful that people are still listening, and like I said, I hope you had a good time here in the stream. In the meantime, I try to open this. I don't get what the problem with the output is, chat. It annoys me a bit. I can't play the video file for whatever reason. What is going on, chat? Oh man. I'm tired. I don't want to do troubleshooting this late. I don't get why it's not working. Like, it's really strange. I'm gonna use another codec preset. Like, every time I click on play, it's not playing the video properly. Can't remember when the last time was I had an issue like this. First I thought it would be maybe OBS, kind of had a problem, whatever. Now it works, chat. I don't know what's the problem with the other YouTube source there, but yeah. Shoutouts to all the supporters, as always. Much appreciated, and thank you. Sorry that it took here so long at the end, but yeah. I even this time I even prepared it and it didn't work. TPH Games has entered the age of boomer. That is right. But yeah, also Nyra, you're also in the credits because you subbed to the German channel. So there is a lot of stuff there. But yeah, that was it for the stream today. I hope you enjoyed this extra long stream. Like, it was literally over 8 hours that we streamed here today. We had like over 4 hours lore discussion, almost 5, I think, and the last 3 hours were like Elden Ring. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this little mix here, and so on and so forth. And yeah, I don't know. Thank you for 11 years. That I can also say for sure, for the support, for the likes, for writing nice comments. It's so nice that, especially when it comes to the Lord of the Rings stuff, that people are just so helpful and also nice to each other, usually in the comment. That is not always the case on YouTube, I can tell you that for a fact. I mean, there were also some exceptions due to Rings of Power, but that's kind of the exception as well. Usually people are pretty awesome. So I would say thank you again all for watching. Have a fantastic rest of the day, a nice evening, or a good night, and I would say see you people next time. Goodbye.